Teachers of Reddit, what's the coolest thing you've ever confiscated from a child? Took a pair of handcuffs during second period today. Got a lot of grief when I walked into the office with them. Like handcuffs or handcuffs? Thinking about the kid more, they were probably the magic kind. A kid in my class had a BB gun. The VP noticed as he crossed the room. He took it out of the bag and was giving the kid a bollocking when he shot himself in the hand with it. The VP went mental and smashed it off the table. Kid's parents supposedly demanded the VP compensate them for said gun. Sure, the kid shouldn't have brought it to class. However, it's not his fault the VP didn't have any trigger discipline. Educational assistant, but whatever. A makeshift taser. This kid had rigged up a taser using a couple of 9-volt batteries, wire, tape, and some sort of button from what could have been a toy. It wasn't dropping kids, but it was enough to make you jump. I was impressed, but also wanted to pull the little one's arms off and slap the snot out of him with his own arms because he kept stabbing girls in the chest with it. Middle school kids are a weird point where they are too smart for children, but are certainly not human. Middle school kids are a weird point where they are too smart for children, but are certainly not human. This is truth. My kids are 3 years apart. I've been a parent of a middle school kid for 6 years, and I have 3 years left. I feel this in the very core of my being. One of my teachers took my yo-yo and tried to do a trick she once knew and smashed a window. One of my teachers took my yo-yo and said, "I was pretty good at this back in the day." He then proceeded to do about 5 tricks in succession. We were all impressed. I was a very casual, "You are," and he gave me this smug look and said, "Show me your best trick." I shamefully put the yo-yo back in my bag. I took 6 bullets off of a first grader. When I asked him where he got them, he said, "From the gun." I then asked how he got them out of the gun, and he made the movement with his hands that showed he ejected the shells. I took him to the office. While he was there, I checked his book bag to see if he had a gun in there. Nope, just a baggie full of credit cards with 15 different names on them. Nothing happened to the child or parent. A redback spider from the gently closed palm of a 7-year-old boy's hand. Almost every recess for a month before I figured out a way to make him stop. He was never bitten. What made him finally stop? I told him I'd keep him down to repeat year 2 if he did it again, because it's not very smart to kidnap a venomous spider away from its family. Well, this is my time to shine. My co-worker and I had a mild prank war going on. Somehow the students caught wind and decided to instigate by stealing things from his room and taking it to mine, and vice versa. Here are some of the things I've had to take from them and return to him. His car keys, his entire desktop computer, portraits of George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, pumpkins from his Halloween decorations, his desk chairs, his car keys, again, a student desk, his travel mug with his name on it. At this point, I'm convinced my co-worker just doesn't want his car. And somehow, in the 5 minutes between his class and mine, they managed to flip all the desks in his classroom upside down. I am not making this up. Live dragonflies. He was a little 4-year-old boy that would never listen to any of the rules and generally just cause a lot of trouble. Anyway, he would catch dragonflies without harming them. When you told him to release them, he would open his backpack and 2 or 3 dragonflies would fly out. You would not believe your eyes. Scorpion in a jar. The kid had put in leaves, twigs, and even some smaller bugs for it to eat. Made a real habitat. However, he was clumsy and had a top locker above a concrete floor. No way I was going to risk him smashing the jar and letting it loose in the corridor. Gave it back to him at the end of the day with very clear instructions it was not to return to school. I am in Australia, but in the south, so it wasn't a particularly venomous scorpion. The sting would have caused about the same level of irritation as a bee sting, as for someone non-allergic. During the summer between my 9th and 10th year, our area was invaded by these giant wasps that were at least 3 times the size of the normal paper wasps and yellow jackets we usually had. Huge, scary looking stuff that sounded like helicopters when they flew, and they were everywhere. I managed to catch one in a mason jar, and it was big enough to take up more than half the bottom of the jar when it was flying. I brought it to school to see if my biology teacher could ID it. He could not, but he kept it anyway. That was a pretty good response on your part. My son took his pet snake in a glass to school in 5th grade because his friends didn't believe he had a pet snake. He brought it in his DS game case, and upon revealing it, the majority of children apparently freaked out. His teacher also freaked out and sent him to the principal, who made him release it into the woods behind the school before they even called me. My son was upset, and I was livid to say the least, but nothing to be done at that point. I was the kid. An imitation gun that used to belong to my grandfather. The thing was ancient and was a simple single-shot percussion cap pistol. The more I think about it as an older, less stupid person, the more I worry that it was an actual gun, since he was a policeman. Never got it back, that's for sure. He never got it back? Surely it was worth more than a couple of dollars. Probably. Since I'm British, the school was pretty touchy around anything even resembling a firearm, and I never convinced my perpetually busy parents to go in and get it, since they wouldn't just give it back to me. Not a teacher, but my teacher took my Mighty Beans TM in 2010 and still hasn't given them back, so I'm guessing she thought they were pretty cool. What are those? Plastic toy jumping beans with magnets in them, so they jumped around in your hands. You were supposed to play marbles with them, but I don't know anyone who did. A duck's egg. It smelled horrible. She told me she found it in the park. It was winter. She was keeping it in her hat, hoping it was still alive. Sorry, child. A raw egg spray painted silver. A live bird caught outside. A homemade hand buzzer. A luchador mask. When I was a casual teacher, I confiscated a knife from a 5-year-old. He threatened me with it when I tried to get him to do his work. It was my first week. How did you get it off him, if you don't mind me asking? Grabbed him around the wrist and took it, pretty much straight away, without really processing that it was probably the wrong thing to do. I had the knife before the shock wore off that a 5-year-old pulled a knife on me. He threw a tantrum on the floor, crying and demanding his knife back. It was a tough school, but kids very rarely got actually hurt. While they might have had stupid things on them, they weren't really willing to use them. Not a teacher, but one time a teacher confiscated a kid's PSP. It got stolen overnight, so she had to buy him a new one. Physics was tense from then on out. Damn, that sucks. Unless he stole it and then made the teacher buy him another one. Boom, instant profits. That happened to me back in grade school with my TI-83 calculator. I left it on my desk, so the teacher put it on his desk to give to me later, and someone stole it off the teacher's desk. Those things were like $100. Later that day, the idiot tried to sell me my own calculator. I just showed him my initials carved into the back of it and kept it. There was a big conspiracy of exam paper trading going on around the area my school is located in. Some kid figured out a way to get the independent exam that several of the schools would purchase each year. He sold copies to anyone who would buy them, including our students. We confiscated a copy of the exam with a different school's logo on it before it was issued to our students. Eventually, my school figured out we couldn't buy exams from the seller anymore, as the papers for most subjects, English, Math, Gen, etc., always made it to the kids through the black market. To my knowledge, the seller was never caught. I'm just imagining a young Edward Snowden leaking documents, then hiding out behind the bike sheds. My teacher confiscated a phone case. Just the phone case, not the phone. Maybe there would be a business selling decoy phones. At my school, phones were not allowed at all. If you were caught, it would be taken away for 3 months. So a lot of people would keep old or broken phones in their bags, so that if their real phone made a noise and the teacher wanted to confiscate it, they would just hand in the decoy phone. It was quite funny hearing an iPhone or BlackBerry notification sound, then seeing the teacher take in an old flip phone or Nokia 3310. My teacher confiscated Vaseline because they were convinced it was an electronic device. Frozen water bottle full of frozen margarita he was passing to his friends. 8th grade homeroom, so 13-year-old sharing a cocktail at 8 a.m. It was actually kind of clever hiding in plain sight. It did just look like a bottle of frozen water, but my teacher sense told me something was up. Girl in my high school got busted with a water bottle of vodka. Got busted because she kicked the bottle across the floor to another student instead of, passing it in plain view like people would do with a normal water bottle. The odd behavior tipped the teacher. Girl had been bringing it for years without getting busted. A kid at mine got caught with Everclear in a shampoo bottle on an overnight school trip at a hotel. He had forgotten to move it from the in-room fridge to the shower during room inspection. A teacher looked the entire room over and found nothing wrong. Even congratulated the kids on not having anything they shouldn't. Then, on the way out, half-jokingly said something along the lines of, "And I bet y'all must have all sorts of prohibited stuff in the fridge," and opened it, noticing the shampoo bottle. Knives, drugs, boxing gloves brought to school for a fight club, homemade bong with no cone piece, shiv made from an off-cut of some type of acrylic made in manual arts, spear made from a bed frame. I've taken a dog chain, a massive sharpened tent peg, razors and sharpened sticks off one kid. Yesterday at school, my deputy principal also confiscated what a kid claimed was his drink bottle, a bottle of Jack Daniels filled with juice to look like alcohol. I teach intermediate middle school. A dildo. It was found in the school garden. The kid came up to me and said, "I found a ding-dong in the garden and I'm taking it home for mum." I was not professional that day. A note that said, "School makes me feel like a dog waiting to be euthanized." Honestly, the things the youth of today come up with. Reddit, who are the worst co-workers that you've ever had to work with? Working as a cashier for a grocery store. Awesomely friendly boss was always quick with a joke and great with customers. She also counted the drawers and handled the front of the store. My drawer came up $20 short one day. Never happened in the year that I was working, and I got pushed in front of the store manager without any defense. I could pay it out of pocket or get wrote up. Couldn't afford the $20, so I took the write-up. Broke high school kid that had to pay car insurance. Boss goes on later and starts talking about watching out for quick change artists. Yeah, that must have been it. Fast forward 3 months, I quit because of a dumb raise, because of a demerit, and go work elsewhere. A few months later, she's arrested and fired for stealing from the tills to feed her lottery habit. That happened to me. My drawer came up $10 short. My drawer had never been short before, ever. This manager that I'm pretty sure hated me told me I had to either call my parents to bring me the money or I would be suspended. Our drawers start at $100 in change and small bills. So whenever a drawer is used, the manager takes out all the money except $100 for the next cashier to use it. She let me count the $100 myself, but wouldn't let me count the money she took out because only managers have the right to do that. Another manager happened to come in early and counted the money again for me, just in case. Nothing was missing. The first manager told me that I was lucky my money turned up. Other people I worked with started mentioning that they had come up short after working with her too. She quit not long after that. When I was 16, I worked at Wendy's. One day I went in to find out that I was training. I'm working back window, and as I'm training her, she starts filling me in on her situation. She was a recovering crack addict who had just been released from jail for theft and was living in a halfway house. She was also 40 years old and kept hitting on me, asking if I had ever had a woman, telling me constantly how cute I was, etc. I thought I'd have to get a new job, but 2 days later, addiction won out and she ran out the door with $100. The funny thing was that had it just been the money, she would have just been fired. Since she ran out with the work walkie-talkie, she was charged with a felony. Those things are stupidly pricey. She just couldn't understand the four-corner press method. I was a swing manager at McDonald's in high school. We had one employee, Johnny, who just didn't want to do any work. He was in the kitchen, so his duties were to cook, prep, clean, and restock. His favorite thing to do was prep. Ask the man to make a Big Mac and you'd get the worst sandwich ever. Ask him to slice tomatoes and you'd get perfection. Anyways, one day we're really busy and I'm helping out in the basement with an inventory order. Johnny comes downstairs and his hand is sliced, bad, down to the bone, bleeding everywhere. It looked like he had put his hand in the tomato slices and just smashed it onto his hand. Thing is, he was so calm, looked pleased with himself. We sent him home thinking that was that. He strolled out, said goodbye to his co-workers, and we never saw or heard from him again. That night I'm sorting out all the tills to take the dailies to the safe drop at the bank. We're missing nearly $5,000 in cash from the manager's safe. Never happened before, never happened again. Don't know how he did it. Step 1. Wait for distraction to arise. Step 2. Literally? Step 3. $5,000. The type who complain about not getting enough hours a week after week, but when you do schedule them the extra hours, they call out. In fairness, one of my old jobs went about this the wrong way. We'd ask for extra hours, sure, but then they'd say 20 minutes before you leave, "Want to work an extra 4 hours today?" No, I didn't. I've made plans around my work schedule now. "You always say you want more hours, but then you turn them down when I offer them." Whoa, wait. I signed up for every bank holiday, worked 28 days of December, and accept all overtime with advance notice. You can't just ask me to delay my plans by 4 hours when I'm supposed to set off and meet friends or family in the next half hour. This is unfortunately all too common in the food service industry. The manager does a bad job at scheduling hours and/or runs the place on the minimum possible number of employees all the time. And of course, disaster strikes if even one person calls in sick or even shows up late. I share office space with a woman who's been working in our firm for 35 years now. Underneath her desk, she has a banker's box half filled, at least 10 kilos, with colorful rocks. Now, one day I asked her about the rocks. "Oh, every time somebody really pisses me off, they get a rock in my box so I can remember it." "You mean all of those rocks represent somebody?" She rummaged in the box for a second and pulled one out. "This is for the time the department secretary didn't invite me to her Christmas party, even though I gave her a present." I picked one out at random. "So, who's this for?" "That's for old boss retired circa 2003. That B. I told her not to hire that packy for accounting and she got pregnant 6 months later. She should have listened to me." I stared. "So, do I have any rocks?" She just glowered at me for a second and turned back to her newspaper. Maybe it's a therapy tool. Like, when she was a young child, she went psycho and killed her entire family because they bought a cat instead of a dog. But since she was a kid, they just put her into a psych ward until she was cured, and her therapist taught her to channel her anger by assigning it to colorful rocks. So now, instead of flying into a murderous rage, she just gets a new rock. I once had a co-worker who wouldn't do a thing if the boss was not in the store. If he wasn't there, she would be on the store phone talking to her baby daddy, outside smoking, or out in the mall shopping. She would do enough work to cover a 15-minute break, if you complained long enough for one. However, if the boss was there, she was all over the customers like they were her new best friend, and all in the boss's face saying, "Look at how well I work." I complained, naturally. He just said there was nothing he could do because he never witnessed any of this behavior. Well, one day, while she was pulling her BS, another co-worker and I were hit hard with a really huge rush. She was supposed to be helping with handing out orders, making fries and drinks and whatnot. Instead, she was off on the phone talking about sex loudly in earshot of the customers. I had a mental breakdown and just started crying. I turned around and yelled at her, something along the lines of, "No one cares about your stupid sex life. Not me, not the co-worker, and not the customers. Either get up here and do your job or just leave now." She came up to help, but with the worst attitude ever. As soon as the rush died down, I booked it to the back, grabbed the cordless phone and called the boss in tears. I thought I was going to get fired for yelling in front of customers. He agreed to do a stakeout and watched her from afar. She was fired. I was given a raise. I quit 2 months later. You waited way too much. I would insist with the boss to check her work behavior from a distance or using a trusted third party. One lazy employee means another overworked one, and overall a completely crappy team spirit. I know, but it was my first job. I was 17. I had no idea what to do or how to stick up for myself. My current co-worker, we'll call her Jenny. Jenny is 30 or 31. I've never worked with a more incompetent person in any job ever. We're both pharmacy technicians, and I honestly believe that if she keeps working in this job, she's going to kill someone. Over the past few months, I've had to deal with some of the most incredibly stupid questions that could ever come out of a person's mouth, especially since she went to one of the local trade schools to prepare her for this career. Is a tablet the same as a milligram? What's that cancer that makes your hair fall out? Is crystal meth kept in the safe? What medicine is it that makes you want to eat people? So, you do marijuana with a needle, right? Wait, ludicrous is a real word? Not just a rapper? I didn't think I'd be thirsty because it's raining out, but I'm thirsty. Can I go buy a soda? Can men get bipolar? What's menopause? Recently, Jenny had a conversation with a pharmacist who was filling in at our store for a few days last week. The pharmacist was talking to her about school, after hearing that she's going to one of the big technical colleges in the area, and asked what she was studying there. Jenny: I'm studying engineering. Pharmacist: Oh, that's cool. Jenny: Yeah, I don't even know what that means, but I'm hoping to get a job making those board things that go in computers. I'm hoping she quits soon. She hates the job because people be telling me what to do, like, Jenny do this, Jenny do that. And just recently told the pharmacist that when it comes to doing the basic tasks like helping to put our weekly order away or using the register, she doesn't care if it's part of her job description. She doesn't want to do it. Front desk. This co-worker was fired recently. She was an old Jamaican lady who was our night audit, and after a year and a half of experiencing her habits, I completely reformed my schedule to morning shift just so I didn't have to be in contact with her like I did for the night. Night audit comes in at 11 p.m. to relieve the night shift. My co-worker would come in 5 minutes late, on the dot. Due to an idiotic corporate policy that allows this 5-minute courtesy, Hilton Hotel run by management company, franchised, there was nothing the managers could do. So I and my partner are waiting with our drawers counted and drops ready for deposit as she lumbers down from the clock room. By the time she's counted her drawer and fully ready to relieve us, it's already 11:15 p.m. And it's not like we're sitting there twiddling our thumbs either, because during her leisurely preparation we're taking in money, checking in guests, and constantly recounting the drawers just so we can minimize our delay in ending our shift. Otherwise, we either leave at 11:15 p.m. with everything in disorder, not in my character, or leave at 11:40 or 11:45 p.m. She was an awful front desk agent, mumbled to the guests, was barely personable, but she survived slipping under the radar because she always met the minimum of expectations. She was fired on a technicality, made a reservation at this hotel for her family without authorization, and I'm glad she's gone. There are so many workers in this city that deserved her spot that she wastefully occupied for 7 years. I wouldn't be surprised if the managers have been trying to get rid of her for ages, but the moment they found something, jumped at the chance. If you had booked your family into the hotel without authorization, would you have gotten fired? This management company has a policy where we cannot make a reservation under our name, employee rate, for a hotel within 50 miles of our hotel of employment. What happened to your best friend after high school? We were roommates in college. I got married and moved out. He married my ex-girlfriend and was the regional manager of an oil field, but overdosed on heroin, which no one even knew he was screwing around with. When I met him, he was 12, living in a home for boys. I was 13. Through high school, I had many adventures. shared experiences, both legal and not so legal, shared various intoxicants, shared women, shared many hours just talking about everything. I met a lovely, sweet girl and married her. He was a dog and jumped woman to woman, but constantly came to hang out with us, with a different girl most times. He married a woman 14 years older than him, lasted 2 years, divorced, worked in Saudi Arabia for 7 years, traveled around the world many times, married a girl 14 years younger than him, got divorced, wound up living at my house for the better part of 10 years. He died 2 years ago in his sleep, just days short of his 60th birthday. We had been brothers at heart for 48 years. Broke my heart. He's still pretty much the same guy. Only difference is he teaches at a school now instead of studying at one. We ended up living about 10 minutes away from each other in a large city. We're from a small town. We kept in touch infrequently. We'd changed a lot in the 15 years I lived out of state. Most recently, she posted a huge rant on Facebook about how working in HR is awful because she had to deal with all these stupid people who didn't even graduate college. And if you were stupid enough to have not graduated college, not to bother speaking to her because she couldn't handle being around such ignorance. Guess who didn't finish college? I haven't spoken to her since. I feel no real loss. I've made much better friends after high school. Reminds me of an older sister's crazy rant about gas station clerks. I texted her, reminded her of a mutual childhood friend of ours that worked at 7-Eleven. She was absolutely mortified, immediately deleted her post. There was a time when I was often called siblings on their FB posts. I stopped a year ago after a spoiled young sister went super psycho and blocked me. And for the most part, everyone else will see their goof and delete it. He joined the Air Force and I got married. I never see him anymore. Mine did the exact same thing, except his girlfriend went crazy and broke up with him. I had a few. One won a ton of scholarships, got a PhD in robotics from a prestigious university, married, had a few kids, works for a major tech firm doing major tech stuff. We talk a few times a year. Another became a lawyer, dealing with some subcategory of real estate. Occasionally writes for law journals, which I know from LinkedIn. I try calling about once a year, but the only time we spoke in the last 6 was at his wedding. Why only once a year? I used to try more often, was in denial over the fact that he's not much of a people person and never really makes an effort to stay in touch. Now it's more of a ritual than anything else. I don't think he thinks of me as a particularly close friend anymore. Roomed with me freshman year of college. First semester, all he would do is stay in the room and play video games or smoke weed. He'd never go to class. We ended up hating each other. He dropped out after the first semester. A couple years later, he stopped smoking and turned his life around. He didn't go back to college, but didn't need to because he found a job that makes him happy. We're still in contact, even though I moved away for a job. Sounds like my roommate. Doesn't leave the room and just plays video games all day. Dropping out. Hate him. We lost touch right away. I think we both knew we weren't really compatible. We just didn't have anyone else in high school, and we had known each other for years. She contacted me after freshman year in college over the summer, saying she wanted to get together. She ditched me. Then shortly after I got engaged, she contacted me again. I gave her a chance because college kids can still be dumb and immature. She dropped hints about wanting to be invited, despite us not seeing or speaking in 5+ years. Kept saying she would let me know when she was in town and we can get together. I said, yeah, definitely. Saw her mom at the store the next week. Her mom said she was coming up that weekend. I didn't reach out to her. I wanted to see if she was going to keep her word. Nope, and never contacted me again. Don't know what she's doing now. That was about 3 years ago. She's only talk. I'm sure if your paths crossed again at some point, she would do exactly the same thing. I have an aunt and uncle that talk big but never follow through. Best if you take your word at face value. Nothing. She was killed by a drunk driver a month before her 21st birthday. We had kind of lost touch after graduation, but we were starting to hang out again, and I couldn't have been happier about reconnecting. I'd missed her. Then one night a drunk driver hit her, going 80. I remember her sister calling me and having to tell me the next day. I was devastated. I'd let things slip between us when we went to separate colleges. I wish I had had more time with her, but I'm glad I had the few moments we did have when we were reconnecting. Please don't drink and drive. There are so many options for you out there to get you home safely. Use one of them. My condolences. Quite a handful of people from my high school graduating class in 2010 have died due to hardcore partying, drunk driving, car accidents, and drug overdoses in the past 2 years. I was never that close with them, but it really makes me sad, and I can only imagine the pain their families are going through. He's still my best friend. Mine lives one street over, and our kids were born 2 days apart. It's great. Joined the army, goofing around with some buddies on leave. Got drunk and fell out of the back of a pickup truck bed, putting him into a coma. His parents disconnected life support a couple of weeks later and donated his organs to save 3 or 4 different people's lives. My best friend also died, but one day before our senior year of high school in a car accident because the driver was texting. She was going to be a midwife. He became someone pretty well known in the ghost hunting community, but not in a good way. I don't want to say his name, but he was a notorious liar when I knew him. And when I saw him on the show he was on, he was exactly the same as I remember. I was able to tell when he was lying every time, partly because I know his tells, but mostly because everything he said was a lie. Why did I instantly think of Zach Baggins? Don't worry, we all thought of Zach Baggins. I think the high school promoted him to head janitor, and he retired 5 years later. My 3 best friends and I all worked in the newspaper within high school. None of them work for newspapers, but they've all found success in their own careers. One of them is now a high school English teacher, who I've heard is quite popular with his students. Another one just graduated from med school, and the third, who was probably my best friend in all of high school, now lives in California and works for Google. Okay, but how are you doing, man? I'm successful as well. I work as a newspaper reporter and absolutely love it. She accused me of telling people she was a lesbian and stopped talking to me. It was untrue, as I did not tell anyone anything, me being oblivious to her orientation. She recently had a ceremony with a woman and posted pics on Facebook. A decent number of my high school friends later came out. I honestly had no idea. I did meet them all in musical theatre or drama, but still. My mom says she knew all along. I'm still annoyed for being accused of something I 100% didn't do. In a pretty similar situation right now in our friend group. My best friend apparently got seen by friend number 1 at a party, fooling around with a guy. He's supposed to be straight. Friend number 1 tells it to friend number 2, expecting him not to snitch. Friend number 2 snitches to best friend. Best friend confronts friend number 1 about spreading rumors, denies it ever happened. Friend number 1 calls best friend a hypocrite because he previously gave friend number 1 crap for not being honest with himself. Friend number 1 came out as bi a year earlier, but we all had our suspicions for a while. The talk goes south. Friend number 1 cuts ties with both best friend and friend number 2. Friend number 1 tells the story to friend number 3, expecting him not to snitch. Friend number 3 snitches to me. I proceed to snitch to Reddit. We lost touch for like 15 years. Then he showed up on Facebook. He lost a bunch of weight, moved across the country, got married, and has twins. Seems to be doing pretty well for himself. We haven't really reconnected in any meaningful way though. Good to see that he's got a good life though. One died of a heart attack, the other was shot and killed. The other finished the army, got married to a lunatic, and moved to the desert where he has taken up the hobbies of stargazing, painting, and yoga. Grew his hair out and has a ponytail. He drank himself to death by 30. I miss Paul. My best friend is in the process of doing this, unless he's already managed it. No one has heard from him in 2 years. I miss him too. Anyway, I'm sorry you lost your friend. All my best friends are still my best friends. And when we all went off to different universities, we found more good friends. And now those good friends are friends with everyone's best friends. So it's like some mega good friend group thing we've got going on. 15 of us are going to Vegas in June. Wish us luck, because we don't plan on coming back. This sounds to me like one of those pleasant dreams that you have until you're rudely awakened and reminded of the depressing reality. I've never had a group of friends in my life. I've been a peripheral accessory to several groups of friends, but none of those groups know each other. On only 2 occasions have I ever attempted to host some sort of event where I chose everyone who got to attend. They were disasters of awkwardness, as a bunch of incompatible people who didn't know each other sat around and tried to make small talk. After the last, I swore I would never attempt such stupidity again. He was diagnosed with colon cancer at age 45, years before they recommend you be tested for that, and died. Familial adenomatous polyposis maybe. It's genetic and you're at high risk of colon cancer ways before people without the defective gene would be, like 90% chance by age 45. I never got those kind of details from him. Would just meet him for a beer and listen to him joke about how the beers were flowing right into his colostomy bag. Was laughing right to the end. He grows pot, legally. He's really good at it. Has been my best friend for the past 10 years. 20 years of friendship and counting. I was his best man and soon he will be mine. His wife and my girlfriend are good friends too. We'll be taking a 15-day trip abroad in July.
Your job is to freak out a Walmart cashier by only buying 3 items. What do you buy? Go up with a pack of condoms and pretend you can't afford them. Go to put them back and return to the same cashier with plastic wrap and scotch tape. I was not expecting that. To be fair, I wasn't expecting to expect anything, so it doesn't count. May have quoted it wrong. Donuts, donut holes, and glue. I spoke in the car about the hole at the center of this donut. And yes, what you and Harlan did that fateful night seems at first glance to fit that hole perfectly. A donut hole in the donut's hole. But we must look a little closer. And when we do, we see that the donut hole has a hole in its center. It is not a donut hole at all, but a smaller donut with its own hole. And our donut is not a hole at all. A pack of Pampers, some baby milk, and a bottle of vodka. Then discover I don't have enough money, so put the milk and Pampers back, just by the body. Worked at a 7-Eleven and watched someone put back milk and diapers when they couldn't afford them alongside their scratch tickets. I was floored. Wow, that is pretty low. They were probably thinking, I can get 2 milks and diapers when I win on my scratches, but they'd have just bought another load of scratches if they won. But I was on a roll! Snap a picture of the cashier as you walk in. Go back to the photo lab and print it out. Go get a picture frame off the shelf and put the photo in the frame, then come up to the register with duct tape and a bottle of bleach. Kiss the picture after you walk away for added creepiness, whilst maintaining eye contact with the cashier. A bathtub plug, a toaster, and an extension cord. B-movie in VCD. B-movie in DVD. B-movie in Blu-ray. Mention that movie one more time and you might summon a demon. Or a B-man. One time, I bought a pineapple, condoms, and a flare gun. So that probably. Can I ask why? Unrelated purchases. Shotgun, ammo, and I'm sorry for your loss card. Ammo, condoms, sorry for your loss. We used to play this game in college. Biggest yikes we ever got was a coloring book, children's nighttime cough syrup, and a pack of condoms. To me, this reads as, my kid is sick, but my partner and I still have plans tonight. 3 peas, placed ever so gently, 3 inches apart, on the conveyor belt. Be sure to scream, they're no longer aligned when the cashier starts up the belt. Cucumber, extra large condoms, Barry White CD. Pregnancy test, coat hangers, and trash bags. Make sure to get wire hangers. Those plastic ones don't work nearly as well. Duct tape, a large area rug, and an axe. I substituted a shovel for the axe. Funnel, lube, and a can of refried beans. Biggest cucumber I can find, lube, and a birthday card. Then ask if the cucumber doesn't work, can you return it? Pull-up bar, stepping stool, and some thick rope. When you do this, say, "It's exactly what it looks like, and I blame you." Pineapple, KY lubricant, first aid kit. Fertilizer, matches, and a gasoline tank. Gasoline doesn't work. It has to be fuel oil. So my 3 items worked. You sound freaked out because I'm buying the wrong fuel. I was a cashier at a popular pharmacy chain. One of my very first customers bought a kids video, a dog bone, and some condoms. I was thinking, this is either fun for their whole family or this guy is into some really kinky stuff. Girlfriend had a kid and a dog. He wanted to distract them both and get laid. Good planning. Rubber chicken, toilet plunger, and bucket of Crisco. I have questions. This is a proven formula, actually. Few friends and I have done this before, and the look we got were worth it. LMAO. So I was working on special effects on a movie when we realized we needed KY jelly. It helps make the monsters look shiny when you film them. So I was on my way to buy the entire stock of lube when the production office told me to buy the entire stock of black pens from the store. So I get to the register with a cart filled with lube and ballpoint pens, get a look from the cashier, and tell her I'm going for the world record. The rest of that transaction was done in silence. That was great. Well, did you get the world record or not? I have tips if you're still trying to get there. So it turns out that a representative from Guinness needs to witness, otherwise it doesn't count. Lessons were learned that day. But now I have built up self-confidence, and I believe in myself. That's better than any world record. Personal lubricant, duct tape, zip ties. Sub out zip ties for teddy bear and it gets just that much more messed up. True story, friend's co-worker was on his way to visit his girlfriend who had a dog. He stops at party store and buys whiskey, condoms, and dog treats. 3 picture frames with the stock photos replaced by candid photos of the cashier. 3 people with barcode tattoos. I scan them as they stand silently despondent. I pay, they follow on leashes. Make sure they are real barcodes. Arizona iced tea, 99 cents. Clorox, $4.99. Sir, I'll need to see an ID for this last one. I can only hope the cashier freaks out when you buy 3 Google Play cards with $500 each while you're talking on the phone. For context, scammers try to trick people into buying high-value gift cards. Not sure if all Walmarts do this, but the one I worked at in high school made us tell people that were putting more than $100 on any number of cards had to go to customer service to get it done. Customer service would then ask what the cards were for. A hamster, condoms, and a tank of helium. More puzzling than disturbing. Go to Walmart with a young child, buy a back-to-school backpack with their favorite cartoon characters on it, a large hunting knife, and a collapsible gun. Do Walmart sell guns? I'm assuming they do. That fits inside the backpack. Come up to the counter with everything in the backpack and make some comment about back-to-school season being a real killer. Then pull out your items for the cashier to scan. Make sure the kid is really quiet, too. Put makeup on them as well to make it look like they're physically abused and sleep-deprived. Nothing will freak out a cashier. We don't care about your purchases. Previously, a retail worker. I don't know, I got a pretty sad look from the cashier the time I needed whiskey, a box of Kleenex, and a single can of cat food on Christmas Eve. Didn't even realize how pitiful a picture my purchases drew until I saw her face. Sledgehammer, baby oil, pack of cigarettes. Actual purchase and the face did not disappoint. A bottle of painkillers, an X-Acto knife, and a book on how to perform a circumcision. Nair, cat food, and litter box. Paint drop cloth, butternut squash, KY lubricant. Null pointer exception leads to unknown Kentucky lubricant. Kentucky Fried Lube, it's the Colonel's special. a rope, duct tape, and a huge suitcase. Vicine, superglue, and the book The Subtle Art of Not Giving a. Animal harness, paint, condoms. Vaseline, a box of Kleenex, and an Archie comic. Rope, teach bags, and a bag of candy. For a school project, I bought pipe end caps, screws, and a propane tank once. Walmart employees are dead inside. Nothing freaks them out. A dead betta fish, fish fry mix, and cooking oil. Where are you planning on buying a dead betta fish? At Walmart. Condoms, needles, pregnancy tests. I open the toilet paper and remove 3 individual sheets and ask for a discount because I know it won't be a messy one and don't need the whole roll. 2 large bottles of vodka and a How to Drive for Dummies book. Hedge trimmers, bleach, garbage bags. Cucumber, handcuffs, and a thank you card. The biggest cucumber I can find, a pack of condoms, and the Shrek film. Which one? Probably the one with all of them in it. A spoon, cereal, and bottled water. I tell the cashier that this particular bottled water is best with cereal. Similarly, DiGiorno, Red Baron, and a pineapple. Make a pizza sandwich. Pregnancy tester, birth control pill, and sulfur acid. Ah yes, just got some sulfuric acid from my Walmart. I'm aware you can get it as drain cleaner and batteries, but it's probably not a thing the cashier first thinks. Black grocery bag, caustic soda, stain remover. Cake mix, a machete, and weigh the toddler that you found as cauliflower. Duct tape, blonde wig, and a glass eye. They don't sell glass eyes at my Walmart. That's the point. It'll freak them out even more. Donuts, Astroglide, and anything random for the third one. My buddy and I saw a dude buying that, and we didn't say anything in line, but I was silently wondering, is he going to... the donuts? Glaze them, or both? As soon as we walked out the door, my buddy asked the same question aloud. 3 items that Walmart doesn't sell. My mom and I tried to buy an ice cream maker from Target, but it wouldn't ring up at the register. Turned out, someone had bought it at Kmart and returned it to Target. I guess what I'm saying is, I've done this, and it caused quite the disruption to a few employees' workflows. I only need 2. Condoms and a Happy Mother's Day card. Oh, come on, get her some flowers too, you cheapskate. Lobster, large quadcopter, duct tape. A dildo, handcuffs, and hot sauce. What Walmart are you going to that sells dildos? They're usually sold as personal massagers that just happen to be in the family planning section. A fursuit, a large dog cage, and a gallon of lube. Your Walmart sells fursuits? They might mean those Maskimo things. They're $20 fursuit heads that look like $20 fursuit heads. They're kind of scary on their own. What are you exceptionally good at, but hate doing? Part 1. Data entry. I can type very fast and very accurately, but it's the most mindless task with 0 creativity. Data entry is a gateway to the creative world of data analysis, full of such rich creative choices as, should I use a stacked bar chart or a stacked percentage chart? Do I want to show this data by day or clustered by week? And what shade of gray is best for this data? That, unironically, sounds like something I'd enjoy. I actually like organizing things. Why, yes, I am extremely boring. How could you tell? Cleaning. Until you're 15 minutes in and realize everything's dirty, and you have to clean it now because you know you're not going to clean anything tomorrow. Lawn work? I can do it all. Struggle to do a basic mow and trim on my own yard on time. Organization. At work, everything is pristine. Any video game I play becomes disgustingly structured. The idea of organizing my bedroom makes me want to lie on the floor and cry. Much the same. At work, I clean as I go. Organized, tidy, tools cleaned and sorted, and I know where everything is. Every bolt, drill bit, spanner, item of test equipment, oil can, widget, useful piece of scrap material. If anyone wants to know where anything is, they ask me. At home? Screw it. I'll vacuum tomorrow. No clean mugs? That one's not so bad. I'll just rinse it out. One end of the kitchen counter is for mail. The other day, I found an unopened letter from 2016 with a £50 discount voucher in it that would actually have been useful to me at the time. I am very good at handling children, which is ironic because I don't particularly like kids. Same. Kids enjoy my company, but I really, really do not enjoy theirs. Being on time. I only hate it because nobody I know does it. I'm always early, and I hate it, but I'm only early because I'm always paranoid I'm going to be late, so I leave really early. Public speaking. I am an introvert, and I do safety training for my company. Comprehension has gone up drastically, and I've done quite a few talks on how to use science to make safety fun in my industry. But after, I have to shut myself in a hole for at least 3 hours to get myself back to center, because it is so exhausting to me. I have to sort of be a different person, and doing that is mentally draining. Yeah, it's weird. I'm one of those people who has trouble holding a normal conversation with somebody, apart from people that I know, of course. But if I'm giving a public speech or a presentation, suddenly, everyone pays attention to me and seems to respect my insight a lot. I've made some friends and contacts solely because they've witnessed me giving a speech and been impressed by the performance. I just get more confident and talk with a "I know what I'm talking about" voice when I can actually talk about a specific topic with some authority. Then someone random comes up to me and asks, "So tell me about yourself," and I'm suddenly totally clueless in what they're after. So after presentations, I always have this, what just happened moment, even though I've done a lot of them. I'm a teacher and love teaching most of the time, but I'm generally quiet outside of class. On a busy day, I might be talking 5 hours straight, which is just exhausting. When I come home, my wife sometimes gets mad at me because I have nothing to say, but I feel like I've literally used up more than my capacity of spoken words for the day. Being nice to customers. The amount of times I confuse my lines. A customer walks in and I walk up to them, smile, and politely ask, "Would you like a bag with that?" Completely confusion. Sorry, I meant to use my other line. "Hi, how are you today?" Fixing computers. Please come to me if you need computer fix. We'll fix for cheap. Please. I feel this so hard. I used to love it and got good at it, so I got asked for help constantly. And it's not so much that I mind helping or even that I'm doing it for free, but it was my job and I'm very keen on that whole work-life separation thing. So the one thing I wanted to stop thinking about after I got home was the one thing I got bugged about the most. It seems selfish in retrospect, but I do not want to listen to you yammer on about your screwed up computer for 2 hours after having done it for 8 hours already. Listening to people's problems. Math. I don't know why I'm this good at it, but I hate it so much that's crazy. So you're good at math. Let me test. 2 plus 2. 36. Final answer. My answer was much lower. You must be really good at math. Everything I have ever become exceptionally good at. As soon as I become proficient at something, the fun stops and it just becomes work. I pretty much only enjoy learning, but I don't get much enjoyment out of performing what I have already learned. For example, I had an amazingly fun time learning how to weld for over 10 years. There's a lot to learn in welding, and you can make major improvements for many years. You can even go your whole career learning new things about welding. But eventually, you reach a point where you have become proficient, and you're only doing minor adjustments to perfect your craft. For me, the joy is gone at that point, and with that goes my passion for it as well. Maybe start teaching. There can be a lot of joy and satisfaction in seeing others become good at things you are teaching them. I worked with a welding supervisor who basically was tasked of getting the skills up. He was very passionate talking about other people's welds and craftsmanship. Apparently, my job. My superiors and coworkers often comment how good I am. In the back of my head, I'm thinking, wow, imagine how good I would be if I was actually doing something I care about and was passionate about. I'm actually kind of lazy and don't really do as much as I could do. However, they seem to like what I'm doing, so I do enough to maintain that facade and get compensated fairly well for it. I have thought about quitting a few times, but I've sort of settled in because it's hard to find something else out there. And if I can get away with being lazy but somehow being thought of as good at my job, might as well milk it while I can. This is me. I don't hate my job, I just hate working. I've been working from home for the past 3 weeks, you guys know why, and my superiors commend me every chance they get about how professional I am, and how hard I'm working these past weeks, how I'm closing the same number of incidents in less time and with user reviews. I'm playing Animal Crossing most of the time and rewatching Avatar, now Korra, as I've already finished with Anne. Me too. I'm super efficient at my job because we receive daily goals. I do my job in 3 or 4 hours, slack the other 4 and pretend I just finished it like 20 minutes before my shift ends. Talking people down from suicide. It's my job. May I ask why you hate it? I've done it a lot. Several times a day sometimes. Just like some other comments are saying, I guess it just sucks it should even be a job. I hear so many stories about why they should die, and how there's nothing out there anymore, and how nobody cares. It's tough and draining sometimes, and it reminds me of how cruel the world can be. But at the same time, I'm glad I can have the ability to do this. Other people's jobs, because I work with a bunch of people that don't do their jobs. Hope you're a project manager, at least you're compensated for doing everyone's job. My technique for getting laggards to do their job is to have them give me a demo to show me their amazing skills or knowledge. At least this works well in IT. Drawing. Been drawing as long as I can remember, but now I just get stressed when I draw. Since grade school to now, everyone and their mother asks me to draw them something in return for absolutely nothing. Got to the point it's the only way I felt noticed in school or around my peers. It's very minuscule, I know, and I'm humbled to an extent that people could see my art and physically want it, but it makes me only draw for myself at the end of the day because of it. Even when I started to do it for money, people just want to skip out on the pay or cut you short, because it didn't take long enough to warrant that price. I just lost the passion and fun of drawing after years of dealing with very rude people who do not think artists deserve money for their time. Find myself enjoying it here and there when I'm bored or making something for myself or friends. Aside from that, I sadly don't think I could handle a career with it. I understand you on a spiritual level here. I started drawing when I was about 6 or 7, and everyone wanted me to draw the dumbest thing for no pay. I kept telling them no and drew for myself. Now people, especially family, keep telling me I should make drawing a career, like going to be an animator for Disney. But I only want to draw when I want to, not because I have to. It should be something I enjoy doing. Debugging. I can find the issue in another people's code faster than they can. I just hate doing it because it requires a lot of sticking stuff to the wall and seeing why it won't stick. Same here. But I guess that applies for most people with a decent coding skill though. You usually find other people's problems quicker than you find your own, as you look at things from a different perspective and distance. Cooking. I'm an amazing cook, but I absolutely hate cooking. Cooking, that hobby you don't want anyone finding out you do, because then they just ask you to do it for them. Helping old people with their phones. They absolutely never learn. Yeah, they do the thing you show them, but they know they can just call you to ask you how to do it, so they never bother putting in the effort to learn. It's a vicious cycle that hopefully our grandkids won't have to put up with. Yeah, this is me with my dad. I never want to help him with anything technological because he constantly throws a fit and never wants to learn it. I'm exceptionally good at waking up. I've never not woken up. It's a curse, really. Having to face every new day with a certainty that in all likelihood, my challenges and failures will carry over and over again. Sleep is my mistress, and a whore is she. Night after night, she holds me, coddles me, uses me. When sunlight comes knocking on my door, as it must, she jumps awake and sends me off into the world through the back door, silent, dreary, and blubbering curses to the wind. It is my back door, she is my guest, and yet every morning I find myself in my lonely nakedness, darting from cover to cover, searching for any sign of respite from the heat of day. Tonight, I will go back into the arms of my familiar. I will let her hold me, coddle me, use me, for one more chance that when sunlight comes knocking, she will keep holding me, coddling me, using me, forevermore. Bro, you ever consider being a poet? Bro, that doesn't pay the bills. I appreciate the kind words. I'll keep writing for you, though. Listening. I'm fairly introvert, so my need for speaking is pretty low, so other people can vent to me and praise me for being a good listener, but it usually bores me. This is me, I think. What bothers me is when people take 2 minutes to get one point across that they already did in the first few seconds. I feel like a large chunk of word conversations are just people repeating themselves, which can be useful when it comes to making sure everyone on the same page, to be fair. But so much of the time, I'm just sitting in my chair for several minutes, listening to people reiterate the same thing over and over. I try to say something to indicate I've understood what they're saying, but they just keep going. What are you exceptionally good at, but hate doing? Part 2. Cleaning or organizing for keepers, like pre-hoarders. My sister had this problem particularly bad, and every few years I totally redo her room and make it beautiful. Last time I did this, apparently, she literally fell on the ground and started crying. My mom thought she was upset at first, but it was just extreme relief and clarity, having all her things laid out nicely and easily accessible and visible without extra clutter. And I used rubber cement to stick black tissue paper against one of her walls. It's really easy to take down and does not damage, and honestly, it looked really, really cool. It made the room feel way bigger. But I'm a keeper, and I cannot keep my office clean and organized. Please, tell me more about this keeper business. Is that your own term, or where did you learn it? I'm pretty sure I heard it somewhere. It's just when you have a hard time getting rid of things and they pile up really quickly, but in a problematic way. Almost hoarding. My big problem is I keep anything that reminds me of something that needs to be done. I'm afraid if I throw it out, I'll forget. It's a deeply flawed system because it builds up so quickly, and I can't tackle everything at once, so the majority of chores end up being delayed or not done anyway. For my sister, it's anything with sentimental value. She would keep even little broken figurines if they came from someone she cared about, even if they were fished out of the waste bin. Drawing and painting. I have always been a pretty good artist ever since I was a young kid. When I got to college, I realized I hated it and almost never do it anymore. I'm pretty good at acrylic painting, but it takes so much time and it's so boring. Another thing is washing the stuff you use for it and tidying up everything. Just annoying. Everybody wants me to continue painting, but I just completely lost my interest in it. Disappointing my parents. That's why I make sure my parents' expectations are so low that they can actually say they're proud of me sooner or later. It's not that low yet, but hopefully soon. Fun fact, one of my minor superpowers is that I'm only good at things I don't particularly enjoy doing. Maybe because if you dislike doing something, you'll put in effort to do it right the first time, so you don't have to repeat it? You could be right. I usually go into it with a, let's just get this over with kind of attitude. I'm not one for procrastination and despise having to do rework. I am good with animals and kids, but the weird looks made me hate children and animals started to annoy me like a year back. What do you mean by weird looks? I always used to play tag with my cousins who were 10 and younger when I was like 14, and my family is really judgmental. Being a nerdy, obedient kid for my parents. Asian here. So when you play choice video games, do you do the good guy by default, or can you do bad guy playthroughs? It is really hard to say, but I still tend to do the good guy, because in a long term I've gradually internalized some Eastern values, such as importance of academic achievement, dependence on family, etc., and it has become how I think about things now. So even if I got choices, I may still think according to the values and make the same choices. But seriously, every time I see how you Western guys having fun, partying crazily, sometimes it hurts me a little bit, because I do wish I had a happier life with more freedom for myself, instead of just staying at home to obey my parents and work on these stupid math questions. Baking. It's the portioning that I run out of patience with. You use one measuring cup and you gotta wash the whole set because they're attached. Programming Crestron control systems. Sorry for the ignorance, but I don't know what Crestron is, and I'm curious. Could you explain? There are two major players in the audio-video control system world. They make the central processor, touch panel, and various audio-video distribution equipment, used in both home automation and corporate video conferencing. Each uses their own proprietary programming language. AMX uses what would be considered a traditional language, similar to JavaScript, C++, etc. You type out functions, variables, multi-dimensional arrays, and can perform mathematical operations. Crestron uses a graphical wizard interface, which has no analog I can think of. At the end of the day, both AMX and Crestron do the same thing: send on and off commands to TVs, make audio calls, adjust the room temperature. For small-scale systems with basic features, I can write code equally fast and with identical results in both. As the size or complexity scales, or worse, the client changes the requirements in the 11th hour, the two languages are anything but equal. A basic 8-person video conference room, or a standard home theater, I can program in either in about the same amount of time. Doing a large-scale multi-room conference center or a whole home automation, the time and stress levels are very different. Taking charge or being in control, both at work and at home. I am confident, calm, and can usually handle anything. However, everyone always turns to you because of it, and it would be nice if I didn't have to all the time. Same, I always take on the leadership role for projects, but somehow my enthusiasm for said project translates to, I'll do all the work while everyone sits back and takes credit. Treating sick and injured cats because I get too emotionally attached to the cases. Talking to people and strangers. I come off as outgoing, confident, and friendly, and I get along with people. But I have social anxiety and I'm screaming in agony internally the entire time. Kind of contradictory. I feel the same. It's like being an introverted extrovert. Staying alive. I'm on the opposite side. Love doing it, very bad at it. Washing dishes. I was going to say, that's not that hard, and then remembered how some people's washed dishes look. This'll get buried, but I have a 1 in a million singing voice for light opera and comic musicals. I'm a huge fan of classical and opera, especially late romantic and early modern, but I hate most musicals. But hey, if society collapses and you need someone to do Pirates of Penzance over the campfire for the kids, I guess I'll indulge. I love writing. In fact, I'm an avid writer. My friends read my stuff and tell me I need to stop calling it trash because that's the kind of writer I am. But when I'm told I need to write an essay about something I couldn't care about, nope, I hate writing. Managing people. I'm a software engineer that has been assigned to work with a number of adjacent coworkers on large projects. I always found myself thinking, if nobody is going to do it, I might as well. Working with devs is mostly awful, and I have declined the opportunity to become a lead and do it full-time. I'm sticking to the senior developer track. Apologies, but I'm pretty sure it's not good management to take over a job yourself if someone isn't doing it correctly. Most definitely. This is among the reasons why I'm not a manager. Everything. As the proverbial jack of all trades, my river of knowledge is extremely wide, though not very deep. So if there's something that seems just above the average person's pay grade, but not complicated enough to warrant paying a professional a lot of money to do, they call me. I build web pages as my job, but I'm apparently also a plumber, electrician, construction worker, accountant, clothing tailor, chef, car repairman, appliance repairman, AV guy, musician, photographer, videographer, graphic designer, and all-around troubleshooter for seemingly any problem. It can get a little exhausting being everything to everyone. I'm right there with you. I can do minor repairs, and I feel like I'm semi-smart on almost anything. But when asked why or how most of the time, I just crash like a Windows 98 computer. Graphic design. I spent years doing it for fun, went to college for 2 years for a degree, and now I want nothing to do with it. Working for other people is a nightmare. Can relate as an ex-graphic designer. Commercial graphic design for clients can really take the joy out of the process. Love doing it in school though. Yep, I loved it in school, and now it feels soul-sucking a lot of the time. It's really hard to find satisfaction in your job when clients are paying, so they get the final say in everything. Making sandwiches very fast and neatly. I get complimented on it all the time and get called a sandwich artist. What a lot of people don't know is that I'm an actual artist, with an advanced art degree and everything. Teaching. Hate is a strong word. It's more like I'm qualified to do it, and I studied for it, and I even got licensed for it. The thought of actually doing it for a living is just not me. It's a job that, in my view, demands authenticity, and it's inauthentic for me. The education itself I don't regret, but it was unwise of my younger self to pursue it. I felt trapped, and it seemed a safe way out. It wasn't. What do you do for a living now? Well, right now I'm not doing much, because I'm out of work due to the crisis. I'm not comfortable specifying, but it's an essential job. Cooking. I cook quite well, at least that's what my friends tell me. However, I often cannot manage the time it takes to cook. I hate the time, but love the cooking part itself. I cook for myself. Screw everybody else. Why should they sample the heavenly dishes? Drawing. I used to love drawing when I was younger. Aced all my art classes all through school, but over the years, I've all but completely lost interest. People always told me I should pursue a career in art, but honestly, if I had to draw for a living, I'd hate doing it even more than I already do. It's frustrating that people act like if you have talent, you're obligated to do something with it. Being bad at stuff. Customer support? I was very good at it, but now I'm so happy I don't do that anymore. Once a year, I still come back to it if they have training or something to help out. It just reminds me how lucky I am not having to do that anymore. Writing. I'm constantly told I have a way with words, but I have no idea what people are talking about. At work, I'm tasked with sending out clarifying emails or asked when I'm going to publish an article. During college, I was once told to write a review article for another colleague just because I'm good at writing. An entire scientific review article on a topic I'd only been recently introduced to at that time. If I participate in any projects, guess who's automatically tasked with the write-up? I dislike writing. I think it takes me longer to write than most because I think I'm horrible at it. It makes me anxious, to be honest. It took me 20 minutes just to press send on this. I feel you. My workplace found out I write fast and well, better than anyone else, especially in English. Virtually all our usable documentation is by guess who. I've been writing as a hobby since I was 12. Increasingly, the stress isn't worth it. I get so worried my stuff is crap. All my writing is worthless. I've written so much and will never do anything sensible with it because, frankly, at this point I'm terrified it actually might be good and people may want me to write more. Screw that. I'm retesting our staging routine again and looking at cat pics. What is something your parents said to you that may have not been a big deal, but they will never know how much it affected you? Part 1. When my dad was on his deathbed with pancreatic cancer, he wasn't allowed to talk. He fought and fought with the nurses so that they would let him say one word to my brother and me. He took off his oxygen mask, looked at us both, and said, "Hey." It was hilarious. He was the best. He lay there dying and fought with the nurses to give my brother and I a laugh on a day when our world was falling apart. Happy Father's Day, Dad. My dad, when in the ICU a couple of years ago, spent about 5 straight minutes gasping for air just to tell me that he'd had an ultrasound and my mother needed to be informed he wasn't pregnant. I honestly thought he was going to say he wasn't going to make it. I love that Glaswegian. My dad passed away from cancer a few years ago. During his battle, I was his sole caretaker. At 19, I was taking care of him, making sure our bills were paid, getting groceries, cooking, cleaning, setting up appointments, and the million other tasks that come with being someone's caretaker. One day when I returned from running errands, my dad told me he forgot our electric bill was due that day. I casually told him that I'd already run a check over while I was out and about. I remember he stopped what he was doing and just turned to look at me and said, "You're going to be just fine when I'm gone." That was heartbreaking to think about, but comforting to know he saw my maturity and ability to handle everyday responsibilities. I hadn't felt I was ready to be on my own, but he helped me realize I would be just fine. 8 years later, and I'm doing okay on my own, but man, do I wish he was here. Happy Father's Day, Dad. Great story. I have a similar story, little more unconventional. About 13 years ago, my dad also had cancer. I was 13 and he knew when his last day was, and the last thing and most impactful thing he ever said to me was, "I love you and I will come back to haunt you." It sounds weird to say, but that has been the most comforting thing he could have said. It feels so great to know I have so many angels and ghosts keeping track of me. Just so you know, you too have someone great watching over you too. When I was 12, nearly 13, my mom took me out on a dinner date to talk to me about puberty and how much we might hate each other over the next few years. As part of the evening, she said she had a gift for me. I was pretty super excited. She had teased that it was a very special and something I would cherish, so clearly, I thought it would be a Sega Genesis or maybe a pair of Reebok pumps. 33 years old, still never had a pair and quite pissed about it. Instead, she handed me the book, Love You Forever. You know, the children's book. On the inside, she had written, "To my darling Jake, love Mom, always remember this. She died yesterday after a 12-year battle with early onset dementia. I'll be getting always remember this tattooed on my arm next week, traced from her handwriting." I've been reading a bunch of the comments in this post for the last hour or so, and yours was the first one to actually hit a heartstring and bring tears to my eyes. So here I am, a near 26-year-old man on the subway with tears in my eyes. She sounds like my mom, and I can't imagine what my life will be like when her time comes. I'm truly sorry to hear about your loss, man. I went to college about 5 hours away from where I grew up, and the first 2 years there, I didn't have a car. My dad, who commuted probably 2+ hours a day, I grew up in Northern Virginia, every workday for a lot of his working life, drove down 5 hours to come pick me up so that I could come home for some holiday usually. This is when we would have our talks. At the time, I was a college sophomore struggling with what direction I wanted to go in terms of major and career. I've always been pretty intellectually capable, but never had a career that just beckoned me or made me feel passionate. But I went to college anyway, since that's what you're supposed to do if you have the money and the capability. As an upper middle-class millennial, I now realize this is not an unusual feeling at all. I ended up majoring in history and anthropology. My dad is a baby boomer who grew up dirt poor and worked at a 7-Eleven to get himself through college and law school. I just remember coming at him with a question about what I should pursue, and he put it to me like this. Well, there's 2 ways. First, either you find something you love to do, or second, find something you love and work to support it. I took this in for a moment and asked which one he did. I do the second one. I asked what he was supporting, with a naivete only a 19-year-old can muster. He chuckled. You? That just flipped my perspective on everything, and made me feel a lot better about being sort of lost. I knew I'd figure it out, and that life would push me where I needed to go when I needed to go there. He's still around. I should tell him. Today would be the perfect day to tell him. I might not have given birth to you, but you are mine. You were mine from the day I met you. I loved you the second I saw you. Nobody can change that. This came from my stepmother a couple years ago. I met her when I was 13, and I'm almost 21 now. It meant a lot because she was the first strong, consistent mother figure I ever had. She knows that was a nice thing to say, but I don't think she knows quite how much it meant to me. I don't think she will ever know how much I love and respect her for who she is. Similar story from another point of view. My uncle has 2 children. Legally, his son is his, although he's not his bio dad. When he later remarried, his wife already had a daughter, and he decided he'd raise her as his own, especially since her father was out of the picture. For years, even though he was really happy with his family, he wanted to actually father a child of his own, but it never happened. He tried for years to find a way to adopt my cousin, but she has a father and it just never happened. My cousin, when she was in her teens, decided to change last names and take my uncle's, because he's the only father she's ever known, even though his name is not on her birth certificate. My uncle says this was worth 1,000 I love yous, because she also chose him to be her father. He compares it to a sort of marriage because they both said yes to each other. That day was the last day he regretted not having a child of his own. This is really insignificant, but made a big impact on my relationship with my mother. I was about 4, I have a surprising amount of memories from when I was little, and I was coloring on one of those art easels for kids, and my mom was cleaning the house. I asked her if I could draw on myself, and she surprisingly said yes. So of course I took my markers and just went to town, coloring my arms and stomach and legs. She came into the room to find me and flipped out that I had done this. I thought I was in big trouble, so I started crying and I said, "But you told me I could." To which she responded, "You're right, I did. I thought you meant on the paper though. That was my fault. Let's get you cleaned up." And I wasn't in trouble at all. That was the day I realized adults aren't just there to punish you, and that my mom was fair and understanding. To this day, that's one of my favorite qualities of my mom, and makes for a solid relationship. Parents actually owning up to their mistakes and saying sorry is really important for a child. When I was little and my mother was still alive, her and my father seemed to always be getting into fights. Even after she was diagnosed with cancer, gone through multiple surgeries, and fought back her estimated date of death 5 years, was essentially brain dead, and died, my father still harassed her. Besides calling her stupid and saying he hoped she would just die already, one memory of him really stuck with me. One time during the summer, we had a storm and the power went out. My mother had just begun to enter her final stage of life and was on an oxygen machine and bedridden. She was unable to move, hear, see, or smell, but if she was conscious, she could still feel us. My father turned on the generator but sent power to our basement, where he always smoked. Confused, we asked him why our mother's oxygen machine wasn't powered. "We have oxygen tanks, so I may as well enjoy myself." We had one oxygen tank, with hardly enough air for 2 hours. It was for emergencies such as moving her to a hospital, not wait for the power to come on, which, living in the country, would take days sometimes. But the line that makes me look in the mirror every day and do reality checks is before my mother was even diagnosed. I was 5, and at this point, I wasn't aware of all the fighting. I remember my mother walked into my room one day and sat down on the bed with me. She asked me what I was doing, and I was playing Pokemon Fire Red, the first video game she got me. She held my hand, said that she loved me. "Osmiser 20, please don't ever be like your father. Please respect women and love your children. Know that I may not always be around, but I will always love you and support you. Even if I think you're wrong, I'll help you. But please be different than your father." As she lost her speech, the last words she spoke was to me. I walked out of the kitchen through her room to say goodnight. It was 12 a.m. She grabbed my hand and lipped, "Sit down." I held her hand for what felt like an eternity when she finally managed to say the first thing in 3 days, and the last thing in her life. "I feel so bad for you. I'm so sorry I'm leaving. I love you, Mom. Your mother was an amazing person. I hope you took her advice." She truly was. As for her advice, I try to treat others as best I can, but trying to not be my father is becoming more difficult every day. Maybe it's just that I constantly remind myself to not be him. But no matter what, I am going to treat my kids far better than he did. I have a whole spiel of stuff he's done that has affected my siblings and I, but it has nothing to do with this thread. I'm a high-strung person, but when I was a child, my dad looked me dead in the eyes and said, "Be like the swan. They glide through the water and look calm and cool. But if you were to look below, you'd see their feet frantically kicking. Don't let them see you sweat, but work hard." I didn't think it made an impact, but people tell me often that I come off very organized and calm, while inside my inner monologue is a constant scream. Thanks, Dad. "Be good to each other" was the last thing my father said to my mother and I before he went into the surgery room, from which he would eventually die. I think he meant for my mother and I to be good to each other, but I try to remember this every day and apply to every interaction I have with people. My father was the salt of the earth, a selfless man who was the perfect example of how to treat others, and I can only hope to lead my life based on his actions and words. That is beautiful. Thank you for sharing. It's so important to be kind with everyone around us, even those we don't know. You can be friendly to everyone, but you can't be friends with everyone. Yes! My mom always said to me, "Be friendly to everyone, but choose your friends wisely." Excellent advice. I say this to my students all the time. I have a good one. One of my first memories was the time I lied to my mom about something. She patiently explained why it was not good to lie, and something people should never do. Later that evening, the phone rang, and my big sister ran to answer. My mom was watching TV or something and called from the other room, "If that is, name I forgot, tell her I am at the store." The moment you discover your parents' hypocrisy can be devastating. What is something your parents said to you that may have not been a big deal, but they will never know how much it affected you? Part 2. I'm adopted. When I misbehaved as a child, my parents would tell me that they were going to return me and get a refund. That's funny. My mom fled El Salvador because of the political turmoil. Whenever I was bad, she told me she would send me to El Salvador to work in the coffee bean farm with my cousins. Your life is like a bus. People will get on, people will get off. Some people will stay on forever. Other people will be there for a short time and then leave. And sometimes you just need to kick someone off your bus. On the subject of jobs, just remember, you don't have to be a farmer to be outstanding in your field. Guess which parent it was? One of my professors liked to say, if you want to be outstanding in your field, you have to spend time out standing in a field. When I was small, my mom and I would read together every night before bed. One night when I was maybe 5, we read a new book, I'll Love You Forever. It's written from the mom's point of view as her kid grows up and does exasperating things. Ruins her favorite watch, stays out late with friends, etc. Each time, the mom says, I'll love you forever, I'll like you for always. As long as I'm living, my baby you'll be. The last page is written from the adult son's point of view, as he gently takes care of his senior mother. And he says the same thing his mom always said, but says mommy instead of baby. My mom cried reading it to me, and I didn't understand why until I got older and realized she was imagining all the stages of life she would go through with me and my brothers. I'm an adult now, and thinking of it still makes me teary-eyed. I've never gotten through that book without bawling. Ever. Same. It always made my daughter hug me and say, "Don't be sad, Mommy." It was hard to explain to a small child that I wasn't crying out of sadness. Stopped reading that book. Instead would read her favorite, Skippy John Jones. My mother-in-law and I were having a normal conversation, and she said this casually. "My son never used to smile in pictures, and now he does. You make my son smile." And then she moved on to the next thing. I think it was the highest compliment she could ever give me. When I was pretty young, my mom once told me, never feel embarrassed about asking for a ride home, in regard to not being sober enough to drive. Years later, I'm leaving a friend's house and I make it about 1 block before I can literally hear my mom's voice in my head as I'm driving, and thinking to myself, man, I don't want to call my boyfriend to come get me after I told him I wouldn't need a ride. Immediately pulled over and called him. 10 out of 10 would do it again. I remember doing this once too, but because of my brother's advice. He sent me a card with cab money my first week at college, asking me to never drink and drive, and that he'd refill that money anytime I needed more. One night we went out and my car was at my friend's house, got dropped off and drove around the cul-de-sac, and realized I had no business driving, especially 20 minutes across town. So I stopped and turned the car off and got in the back seat and slept there till the morning. I realized I probably still could have received a DUI. Isn't there laws about sleeping in a car drunk and still getting one? But it was easily the best decision I could make at the time. I'm convinced that night would have turned out much worse if I would have tried to drive home. My mother died of cancer when I was about 12. She had fought for a long time and finally reached the point where we had come to terms that she was going to die. She was supposed to go into hospice care, so I didn't know that when I visited her in the hospital, it would be the last time I would talk to her. The last thing she said to me was when I was getting a haircut. I spent the night at a close family friend's house that night. My friend's father woke me up late at night and told me my mom had passed. He and my father were both there when she passed. He said she had him promise that he would look after me and my father. Her final words were, "Tell my father and me, I will always love them." It really impacted me. My mother was in pain, dying of cancer, and she spent her last moments worried about my father and me. Since then, I've tried to live that selflessness out in my own life. I try to make her proud every day. My mother's last words before dying of cancer was to my father, just as she went under before a desperate surgery to deal with side effects of the cancer she'd been battling for a couple of years, "Run with the boys." All of her children were adults. I think she meant to stay active and involved in our lives. It's a cherished sentence I'll never forget. Only way to double your money every time at a casino? Fold it in half and put it in your pocket. The only way to make money at a casino is to work there. My uncle to me when I was a kid. Don't compare yourself to your sister. You two are both amazing in your own right. I struggled with living in the shadow of my sister's academic prowess. All the teachers knew who she was and expected me to be the carbon copy of her. I put so much pressure on myself to be just as good, and my mom saw me struggling and said this to me one day. It took a while, but I finally realized that I am my own person with qualities that are unique to me and make me a good person. My older sister was always beautiful. Head cheerleader, lots of friends. When she went away to college, people would stop me in the grocery store to ask about her and tell me how gorgeous she was. It made me hate myself. A few years ago, when I was 25 or so, it finally occurred to me that maybe my sister had been jealous of me too. I was the smart one. Nobody even ever bothered to ask her what she thought about anything. So one night we got drunk, and I asked her if she ever felt bad because I was the smart one, and she answered, "Of course! Everyone was always going on about how bright you were. It made me crazy." Dad scolded me until I was in tears for buying an expensive watch. Around $3. I was probably 11. My parents took the opposite approach. I saved and bought an $80 Lego set. My parents thought I was nuts, but it was money that I had earned, and I knew what I wanted, so they let me get it. I came home, put the set together as quickly as I could, stared at it, and cried. That was not worth $80. Lesson learned. Great parents. Whenever I want to buy something online, I put it in my cart and then sleep over it in the night. I give it a day to settle down, and the next day I don't end up buying it at all. The impulse to shop is blunted if you think about it and give it some time. When I was like 4 years old, my mom told me that if you don't pull out a splinter, it travels in and pierces your organs and you die. Whenever I went near a splintery wood, I got terrified I was going to get a splinter and not find out until my organs explode. Right about when my hormones started kicking in at age 11, I started crying because my mom told me the splinter in my finger might get loose and travel to my brain. I wasn't upset over that fear, but rather that my mom could be so insensitive about such a dire situation and let me go to bed with this in my finger. Hormones are, so weird. You told me you wanted a cookie. When I was about 15, my mother went to Tim Hortons and I gave her some change and asked her to bring me back a bagel. She brought back a cookie instead and told me that's what I said to get. I locked myself in my room and cried harder than I think I've ever cried before in my life. Because the day before it was, I didn't scream and swear at you earlier. I have no idea what you're talking about. The week before it was, I have never hit you, but if you're so convinced it happened, let's just call CPS and have them take you away to a foster family who will beat you for real. The week before that it was, I didn't push you down the stairs. I barely even tapped you and then you just fell, etc., etc., etc. At this point, it had been about 4 years of her flying into rages and then trying to convince me it never happened. The cookie broke me. The fact that she still felt the need to lie and pin the blame on me even over something as inconsequential as getting my order wrong was just too much for me to handle. I still get upset thinking about it. Yeah, obviously, all the serious stuff was terrible, but the fact that she couldn't just admit to something as minor as getting me the wrong snack, that's messed up on a whole other level. In my eyes, at least. This is called gaslighting, and it's a serious form of emotional abuse. Are you out of her house now? Something my dad told me that's always stuck with me. Once we were driving to pick up my stepmom. I was around 11 or 12. For reference, my dad used to be a bank manager before he retired. He told me about a customer he had a few years back that had immigrated to Canada, and after working several different jobs, he decided he wanted to open his own business. Now, according to my dad, this guy's credit wasn't super stellar, but it wasn't awful, but his business idea was considered high risk. My dad told the man the bank couldn't give him a loan, and the guy were distraught. He begged and pleaded, swearing up and down he would be successful and pay back the money. Now, this was back before everything was done with computers and your loan was actually accepted or denied by a person. So my dad told the man he'd do what he could. A couple days later, my dad called the man and told him he approved the loan, and the man was ecstatic. Fast forward a few years, and the man's business is booming, as well as several others he started up. He's one of the bank's best customers. After telling me the story, he pulls the car over and looks me in the eyes and says, "I approved that man because I saw something in him. He had what you call good character, and having good character is more important than money." Some people are also really good at exploiting people by being great at pretending to have great character. Definitely a fine art to be able to pick up genuine good character. My mother said something to me when we were getting her passport renewed. This was in June 2016. The option was for a 5 or a 10-year renewal. I checked off 10 years, and she just chuckled and told me not to waste my money. I asked her why. She said, "I'm 77 years old." She passed away 4 months later. My mother was debating whether to get a brand new car or a second-hand one. I said to her, "It's probably going to be the last car you get, so it should be brand new so you can enjoy it and rely on it." She's 71, but still, pretty stupid of me to needlessly remind her of her mortality. Kick self. Never underestimate how much a dollar can buy, so be careful with your money. I'm now the type of person Frugal Jerk makes fun of. I had a dream where someone said that coins are not real money, and I can spend them on coffee without feeling shame. Grew up in a violent, abusive family. Dad was an alcoholic and beat mom. Mom, in turn, emotionally and physically beat us. I was constantly compared to my cousin, who was prettier and smarter than me, and who hit puberty first, so she was womanlier while I stayed an awkward tomboy. I was 8 years old, and I walked into my mother screaming, "Call the police! Help!" I ran upstairs and my mother was screaming, "He tried to strangle me, verbally abusive cat, call the police!" While my dad screamed, "Don't listen to her, she tried to hit me in the head." I was extremely confused and just burst into tears. When my dad stormed out to go to the pub, my mom looked at me in disgust and spat, "Your cousin would have called the police on him. I wish she was my daughter instead." It's probably one of the most hurtful things anyone has ever said to me. It absolutely disgusts me that anyone would treat their children like that. I'm so sorry we're raised by those monsters. I hope you're doing better now. Thank you, I am. I was kicked out at 18, and although it was one of the worst times of my life, it was honestly the best thing that could have happened to me. Honestly, my life is good, and I save a lot of money on Christmases and for Mother's and Father's Day too. What is a bad parenting tip that sounds like a good parenting tip? Part 1. My sister has the habit of buying both of my nephews presents, but she does it in a way that she thinks is fair. I mean, say it's my oldest nephew's birthday. Well, she buys them both toys that they don't feel left out. Same for the younger one. If, say, one of them gets good grades or has done something good, they both get presents. I mean, that's awesome, but I feel that that might be a bad parenting habit since she's spoiling them both at the same time. And most of the time, the oldest fights over the younger one's toys because he chooses something that interested him later on. So I don't think it's working. Sounds to me like she's teaching them to coast on someone else's work. I've bought presents for children on their siblings' birthdays before, but I bought the birthday kid a couple of actual toys and bought the sibling a chocolate bar or something. Just something tiny. Keep your kids super clean and away from potential allergens. If your children don't come into contact with germs, they won't have any immunities to them. So many kids my daughter plays with are obsessed with hand sanitizer, and so have to keep explaining to her that it's bad for her to use. We never use hand sanitizer at home, so whenever we go to the hospital or doctor's office, my oldest hits up every single dispenser. Every single one. Even if they are only 10 feet apart and we pass 20 of them on the way to wherever we are going. It's the only time I don't mind him overdosing on sanitizer. Make up a scary lie as a consequence to get your child to do as you say. For example, if you don't get to sleep, you will die. Child proceeds to have trouble sleeping because they're scared of dying for not sleeping. My brother-in-law's SO did this to her 4-year-old. She told her that her dad was in the hospital, he's in jail, and that is why she never sees him. So when she was in an accident, had to go to the hospital, she was okay, none of her injuries were life-threatening. The poor kid freaked out thinking she wasn't going to see her mom again. I understand a 4-year-old might not be able to grasp the idea of prison, but I think it really creates a problem with how the child sees hospitals and doctors. I might be a bit late to this, but if you ignore them, they will leave you alone. Whoever made up this advice originally is stupid. This hardly works on adults, let alone children who still don't understand the too far line when joking and teasing. I work with middle and high schoolers, and there are times when this is applicable, but it gets way overapplied. For example, teenagers will sometimes say rude things to someone else just to try and make them feel bad. If they don't get the reaction they want, they frequently lose interest. If the reaction is dramatic, tears, or a blow-up, you can bet they'll remember. But yeah, far too often this line is used as an excuse for the adult not to actually do something constructive. Have a second child so they can babysit each other. LOL, my brother is 9 years older than me. He was always supposed to be my babysitter. When I was 6, so Kiki, my bro, was 15, my parents went away on a trip and left him in charge with a list of chores. Well, I ended up doing most of those and making dinner for us. And when I was done, I walked 2 blocks to my friend Anne-Marie's to go play. Kiki was asleep, so I didn't tell him I was gone. It was like noon. Kiki received a very angry phone call from Anne-Marie's mother, who yelled at him that he needed to be actually watching his 6-year-old sister. She also called Mom, who called Kiki to yell at him again. Poor boy cried. 14 years later, and when it's just the 2 of us taking care of a task, I'm still in charge. He may be my older brother, but Sis is the one who gets things done. I love him to death, though. Lying to your kids to explain difficult things. I get that in some situations, like if someone commits suicide, telling an alternative story may be a good idea. But for 99% of situations or questions a kid asks, a parent should respond factually. Agreed. I'd have appreciated an honest response so many times during my childhood over the lies I was told instead. They told me my dog had passed away overnight at the vet from a spinal injury which I was aware of. I was horrified that she died cold and alone in a foreign cage with nobody to comfort her. Turns out they put her down, surrounded by people that loved her and cared for her, who comforted her and held her as it happened. Why lie? Don't let your kids fail. The worst thing we can do as parents is never allow our kids to fail. We only fail them as parents by never allowing them to face disappointment and are robbing them from the ability to learn some basic life skills. Let your kids fail, fall on their face, pick themselves up and rub the dirt off. My 3rd grade students had a Newcomb, variation of volleyball, tournament last year in PE against the rest of the 3rd grade classes. My class was in the final game, which we ended up losing pretty badly. The majority of my students were in tears that they lost. The few that weren't crying were kids who participated in sports. It was quite an eye-opening experience as a teacher. Let them beat you at games. No. Play a game with a good handicap mechanic, randomness or explicit, that lets you beat them closer to 50% of the time, and ideally lets you adjust the handicap as they start winning more. Or switch games to something more complex, but keep its randomness at a level so that they can beat you legitimately, but definitely not always. They need to learn how to deal with loss, how to adjust their behavior based on what's happening to them. Forget that oft-touted idea of teaching them that things will be handed to them, which is true, though I detest the bleak pessimism we often see it portrayed with. More importantly, you're lying to them about which things that happen to them are important and can be learned from. Put another way, a lot of parenting ideas seek to shield children from consequences. Also, don't give them all the consequences all at once. Let them face consequences, but at a level appropriate to where they are in life and ever increasing in severity, with spikes and lulls in relative difficulty for them to handle. Saw something interesting recently. A good way to teach a younger child chess and keep them interested is allow them to switch sides when they want to. If they're losing horribly, they'll suddenly be winning, but they'll need to understand the game to take it the rest of the way. If they are throwing a tantrum, distract them by giving sweet treats or a new toy. My nephew is 2. Whenever he throws a tantrum, his parents say screw it and give him candy because they don't want to deal with it. When he throws a tantrum at my house, I let him cry it out for a little while, then offer him water. Works like a charm. He stops crying, he learns to do what I ask him to when I ask him to, and we get to hug it out in the end. Do as I say, not as I do. My dad still uses this one. I always respond with, monkey see, monkey do. Constantly tell your kids they're the smartest kids ever. Praise effort rather than innate ability. Get your kids into a strict bedtime routine. This is great for the very early years, but once you start incorporating stories and such, you have to mix things up a bit, or you'll get stuck in a situation where you can't shortcut anything or your kids won't be settled. Have to make them adaptable. So true. My sister's kids have a crazy, intricate bedtime routine, and if I forget or don't know about one aspect of it, the kids freak out and I no longer trust it. Madness. Yep, that's a rookie parenting mistake. Now, they lose the ability to get babysitters or have grandparents watch the kids when stuff comes up. General clinginess will continue longer than it should. Your child can never do wrong. Something else must be the problem. This is very true, but so is its inversion. Some parents never trust their kid telling them something is wrong. From something as minor as an unfair teacher to as severe as being uncomfortable with someone who turns out to be a molester, a lot of parents just don't trust their kids at all. I feel like this was me, and I honestly have no idea how much of it was just default mistrust and how much of it I actually earned. Either way, when I was 16, I was fired from my awesome summer job over a complete misunderstanding. Manager offered me my job back later. Bunch of people quit over it anyway. I cried after it happened, and luckily a bunch of my coworkers sat me down to talk it out. My dad, on the other hand, didn't so much as let me speak up in my own defense when he came to pick me up. He just assumed I was a horrible employee, and we drove home in one of the most tensely silent car rides of my life. Let your toddler play with your phone to calm them down. My 2-year-old niece was playing with my brother's phone and ended up on Instagram liking dudes' pics. Give them treats and rewards every time they do a chore or something around the house. Your reward is getting to live here, the clothes on your back, and the toys you play with. It doesn't matter how miserable and toxic your marriage becomes, you need to stay with your partner to keep the family together. I was 8 and wished my parents would divorce. I agree with this as bad parenting. It was hard for me to break up with others later in life because of the image of love they painted. I felt like I should be trying harder to make it work, or to forgive them for being jerks. You have the right to invade your child's privacy because it's for their own good. There are specific situations where I think doing this can be condoned, but I'm talking about the parents who go through the kid's diary, social platforms, closets, everything, just because their kid is acting secretive or because the parents have a hunch. Children of parents like that will grow up to be mistrusting of others, among other issues. I would know. Thanks, Mom. Your kid probably won't act so sketchy around you if you taught them early about good communication and trust. Snooping around their stuff and not giving them their own space is not good for either of you. Trust is not a one-way deal. Strict parents raise the best liars. Can confirm. My mother could never understand why I lied so much. 1, because I have a chance of not getting in trouble and therefore not getting hit. 2, because she was unreasonable, and I didn't feel I could trust her to know certain aspects of my life. Surround your baby with lots of pillows that he's comfortable and won't roll over. Place the baby in a small pool of warm water, like a bathtub, to sleep in. This mimics the baby's natural environment, the amniotic sac, with the warm water acting as a replacement for amniotic fluids. Stalk your child on social media to make sure they are safe. Or try hiding in plain sight, always tagging them with wishy-washy, "I love my son or daughter," like if you love yours, graphics with way too few pixels. Friend all of their friends, post random things you wish were inside jokes on their timeline at least once a day, and don't forget political posts. Basically, digitally piss all over your kid's social media to passive-aggressively show the world, that is your kid. Back off. The more children you have, the more money the government gives you. When I was 12, I was living in the UK above a fish and chip shop. There was a school nearby, and the 14-plus-year-olds were allowed to get food from a few shops on my street. One day, a 14 or 15-year-old girl came in while I was downstairs in the shop foraging for some chips, and the guy serving her asked her what she wanted to do when she grows up. She replied, "I'm sleeping with lots of guys so I can get pregnant, have a baby, and get my own house from the government, like my sister just did." I lived in Dagenham. Some Essex folks might be like, makes sense now. And this attitude was just so common there. Babies equals government housing and money, therefore independence at a very young age. They sort of tend to forget there will be a baby also. What is a bad parenting tip that sounds like a good parenting tip? Part 2. Console them when injured and don't let them climb or find themselves in any hazardous situations. Now, I don't mean to say never console any injury, just most. I stopped reacting at an early age with my daughter while allowing her to jump on the bed and climb ladders and balance on wood piles, and I have the toughest, most independent child ever. Serious falls, she just gets up and walks away, no tears. She has incredible hand-eye coordination and impeccable balance. Please note that the statement is within the realm of reason. It's not like I'm telling her to suck it up with a split forehead or encouraging her to climb on zoo fences. Here's what my dad used to say if we got hurt. You bleeding? You dying? No? Go back outside and play. And if we did get really hurt, he'd just wash it out, Neosporin or alcohol, Band-Aid, good to go. I had a pretty large gash on the side of my leg from a broken part of my bike. It was big enough that any parent with no experience in parenting would have called an ambulance and wanted to get stitches for their kid. Not my dad, though. Wash it out, put some salt on it, clean it again, Neosporin, some gauze and gauze tape, and I was good to go. Nowadays, I'll actually hurt myself, like cut the tip of my finger off with a vegetable peeler, and I'll just go, I'll live, and just clean it off and keep going. Thanks, Dad. Keep the household quiet when baby is sleeping. We are a busy household. 4 dogs, 2 cats, a 2-year-old, and a 2-month-old. If I want to blend a smoothie, listen to music, or vacuum the house, I do it. We do not tiptoe. My kids sleep through noise. As long as you don't do what my folks did. Namely, anything is fair game while the kids are sleeping. But if you so much as run a faucet too loud while parents are sleeping, it's a yelling. Reward your kid with food and treats. Sounds like a good, easy, cheap reward system for when your kid does well in school or finish their chores quickly. My parents did it with me. But the issue is that since they did that, I hold food as being extremely important, and when I have free reign of my own food, I will reward myself for every minor thing I did. Oh hey, I took the trash out. That deserves a cookie. Oh, I went to bed a bit early. That deserves some candy. I had a good KDA and SGO. I should get a piece of cake. Maybe it doesn't work like that for everyone, but most of the people I've met who are overweight or were overweight said they have similar relationships with food, and it was because their parents used it as a reward. I am fighting it though. I've lost 30 pounds in a little over 2 months just from cutting out sugar as much as possible and taking a walk every night. But it's hard for sure, and I would have rather my parents rewarded me with experiences and quality time together instead of with food. I read about a Chinese parent that would reward their kids with vegetables, and it eventually brainwashed them to loving vegetables. Always tell your kids to finish their food. This honestly just promotes obesity and an unhealthy lifestyle, although I get the idea of telling them to finish what's on their plates. It really depends. I'm pretty sure my mom, coming from someone who is overweight their entire childhood and has emotional eating issues, I had free-range snacks and food. While my mom constantly asked me if I wanted to be fat, yet kept buying cheese sticks, fruit roll-ups, gummies, cookies, juice. Oh, the juice. I never drank water growing up, even in high school. Side note, we never have juice in the house. It's a treat, and my son constantly asks for water. Yay! But anyway, some kids, like mine, will refuse meals and constantly ask for snacks, gummies, cookies, etc. He will say he isn't hungry and 5 minutes later ask for sweets. He, age 4, gets well-balanced meals. We use the divided plates, and one section will have veggies, one will have meat, and another will have a grain, yogurt, or fruit, and is expected to finish them if he wants a treat later. If he can't finish it at that moment, that's fine, I'll put it away, but he isn't getting anything else until he finishes his meal. If he's hungry an hour later, he's eating the meal. I'm pretty proud of the fact that my son's favorite food is supposedly broccoli. Tip: if your kid will only eat chicken nuggets, for example, tell them they aren't getting the chicken nuggets. My son hated vegetables. It was only a matter of getting him to try it multiple times to get used to the taste and texture. It took a year, but he is the world's least picky eater. Give your child free rein to self-express. My cousin's aunt and uncle, not my parents. My mother's brother's wife's brother, I believe, and his probably wife, although I didn't really ask, and who knows these days. Get out a pencil and paper if you must. Do this with their daughter, except it's incredibly free rein. We're talking, the child's word is a law, and you're not allowed to do anything about it. It's understandable. The father and my aunt were raised in an environment where their father didn't really care about their opinions. But it is extremely possible to go too far in the other direction if you don't teach the kid about respecting the opinions of others. She is going to have a hard time when she enters the world of real interpersonal interaction, which I hope for her sake comes sooner than age 18. Respect your elders. Respect should be mutual, and my kids shouldn't just take abuse because someone is older than them. I agree with this so much. At At 15, I had a blazing row with my aunt. She was in the wrong, but she wanted me to apologize to her because I was a child and telling my mother that I had no respect for my elders was her most favorite thing. 15 years later, I still won't have anything to do with her, and it's done irreparable damage to my relationship with my mother. Mainly because my mother won't respect my position, and has spent the last 15 years trying to force me to apologize to the aunt and pretend everything is okay and play happy families. This post made me realize my parents didn't raise me so well. They're pretty old, so they had old-fashioned parenting methods. I got spanked until I was 7 or 8, until they decided kids were not for spanking anymore, which isn't that bad. But I also got coddled my whole life. Everything was made easy for me, and I was always told I was the smartest and prettiest and most capable. Left me with high self-esteem and virtually no majorly bad experiences, aside from an abusive sister. But now at 17, I'm still not allowed to do anything for myself. I'm not trusted with any tasks at all, nor am I given any freedom. Worst of all, I'm given no chances to fail because I have no choices. My mom makes all my choices forcibly so that I never suffer any consequences, ever. As for the high self-esteem, I had to do a lot of therapy to recover from, among other things, the crippling realization that I am not, in fact, the smartest and prettiest. Hit me like a train, basically lost all sense of self-worth for a while. Let your kids run wild. Out in the backyard, that is. Kids need to play outside more, discovering stuff, finding cool rocks, poking the ground with sticks, etc. So much this. My son is 4 months old, and I want to encourage this as much as possible once he's old enough. Once he's a teen, he'll have tons of time to binge on Netflix. Now is the time to explore the world together, kiddo. Let's go throw rocks in the pond together. See how they splash? Let's sit on the edge and take off our shoes and socks and put our feet in it. Let's build a tree home for the fairies in the forest. We can make them a soft bed from moss and use a leaf for a bedsheet. If we put enough flat rocks in front of it, they even have a path leading up to their house. My grandpa did this with me. I will cherish this memory forever. Let's go to the botanical gardens and sniff all the flowers. It's raining outside. Let's go dance in it. Feel the rain in your face, and then take a hot bath together and blow bubbles and make our hair look funny with shampoo. Draw. Create. Use clay, paper, paint, whatever you can find. We used to make seasonal trays. In autumn, we'd go to the woods and collect pretty-looking mushrooms and moss and make a nice little still life filled with seasonal stuff. A thunderstorm. We used to count the time between the flash and the sound. 2 little girls standing in front of the window with their dad, eyes wide in astonishment. I so hope to give my son the same joy in discovering the world around us. Make your kids give hugs and kisses to show affection to relatives, friends, etc. I've always let my son decide who he wants to hug and kiss. He can't say no. It teaches him he's allowed to have boundaries. Read your child's diary just to make sure they aren't doing anything that could be harmful. And confront them when they write something that you don't like. And then when they get upset and ask why you read their diary, say, "This is my house and I own everything in it, so I have a right to know what you're doing." Then the kid doesn't feel comfortable writing in their diary ever again and doesn't have any sense of privacy. This can lead to them penting up their feelings with no outlet to express them without judgment, and that can lead to angst, depression, and/or violence. Kid is obviously being bullied on a playground. Adults brush it off as kids being kids. Or if a boy is bullying a girl and they say, "Oh, he just likes you." Don't teach kids that people show affection by bullying. That's setting them up for bad relationships. Don't do that or I'll call the policeman and tell him you have been naughty. Seriously, parents, do not do this. Kids need to trust the police. Teaching them to fear police at a young age is not cool. My mom used to say, "They're coming to get you," whenever we'd hear sirens. As a middle-aged, law-abiding-ish woman, I still get nervous sitting in my own house when I hear a cop car on blast. Save money by buying a used car seat. Car seats, like helmets, are better bought new because you never know the history they have, and you're better off making sure your child is safe. To further clarify, a car seat or a helmet that's been involved in an accident might be compromised even if it appears to be fine. Hairline cracks, material fatigue, a strap being overextended, any one of a dozen different things might be wrong and literally cause the death of your child if you use it and get into an accident. These things are meant to save you from death once and then never be used again. Material fatigue is really underrated. These things are made mostly of plastic and foam. Even if you know the history of the car seat, it's been baking and freezing, exposed to UV rays, and had a kid in it being a kid. Ever find a plastic bottle in the back of a junk car? It crumbles like the flaky crust of a burnt croissant. If you're ever in desperate need for a child seat, contact your local firehouse, police station, or hospital to see if free ones are available, or if you can get a coupon or discount or voucher for a new one. They will be brand new and meet or exceed the requirements to be legal and safe. Give your child a unique and meaningful name. Don't forget to spell it ever so intricately as possible, too. You really want to make sure they are the only one. You really want to make sure they are the only one who can ever spell their name right. Tell your kid to suck it up when things get tough. If I've gotten to the point where I'm stressed and emotional enough to break down in front of my parents, something is very wrong and I've most likely been sucking it up for weeks already. I handle stress well, but we all have our breaking points. Thanks to their helpful advice, I'm afraid to let anyone know if something is bothering me because I don't want to look weak or sound like I'm complaining. It took me years to be able to communicate my stress to my SO, and I still struggle with it. And yes, I'm a woman.
AskReddit. If you were to become 5 again while maintaining everything you already know, what would you do? Probably start a candy pyramid scheme in elementary school and build it up through middle and high school. Throughout the years, we could change the products to fit the age group, and eventually I'd be the head of my very own drug cartel. I did that during high school. They took all the candy out of the vending machines, so I carried around a backpack full of candy and soda and sold it for $1. I made a surprising amount of money. Try to correct my parents all the time in the most smart aleck way imaginable, whilst doing something like sticking Lego up my butt or throwing my dinner on the floor or whatever a normal 5-year-old does. No, Daddy, you're not jealous of your friend's nicer car. You're envious that your friend has a nicer car. Jealousy implies fear of being replaced by someone else. Eats crayon. Please come up with more examples, laugh my ass off. Mommy, I just said that I thought Johnny's shoes are cool and would like some just like this. Your argument about jumping off a bridge is both deflection and presents a rather severe logical fallacy. I'm not suggesting your point is valid, but the way you are presenting it is flawed. Besides, look how fast I can run. Then proceed to QWOP out of the room like a spaz. My mom would tell me to go to kindergarten, and I'd begin to protest, but then I'd realize I get nap time, so I'd go to kindergarten. Kindergarten was the best. You had nap time, juice boxes, coloring books, and the only time you had any sort of work is if you needed to recite the alphabet. Of course, that's when the bullying started. Cocky little bastards criticizing my octopus drawing when their drawings looked like piss on paper. I remember that like it was last week. Probably creep out everyone around me even more than I already did at 5. A 5-year-old with all the knowledge of a 28-year-old is generally not going to go over well socially. Think of your parents' point of view. One day their 5-year-old is walking around chattering about dinosaurs and regular other 5-year-old things. The next day they wake up knowing calculus and physics and whatever else you might know. Bonus creepy in my case because I had an advanced degree in criminal justice. So instead of physics, it'd be serial killers and crime statistics. Mom. Sweetie, don't tell strangers your name. There are a lot of bad men out there. Me. Actually, Mom, last year was the beginning of a sudden crime decline nationwide, which will leave crime rates the lowest they've been since 1960. I would show my teacher that I am better at math than her with complex calculus problems. Who's dumb now, Mrs. Speckerman? I'd take this one step further. Show her that you're a genius, and then when she freaks out and goes to tell the principal what a prodigy she's found, he comes and asks for a demonstration. Then act like an oblivious 5-year-old. Mind boggle that teacher for years by occasionally whispering physics concepts or political opinions to her when no one else is around. I actually daydream about this all the time. I would be the wisest 5-year-old in the world, but to not freak people out, I would keep my thoughts to myself for the most part. When I grew up to be a teenager, I'd ace high school and avoid making poor decisions. I would probably be really bored though, hanging out with my own age group and having an adult's brain. You probably just have an entirely different circle of friends due to your maturity level. Dad, it's 1979. You should invest in Microsoft. First, what the is a Microsoft? Second, my paycheck got boned so hard by inflation we're eating scrambled eggs and fried rice for dinner again. Third, stop asking your teacher to retake your standardized test. Who listens to a 5-year-old regarding investments in the first place? Jim Cramer. I would pay way more attention in high school. Actually take it seriously and take advantage of some pretty nice programs they had in high school. I would probably not work as much as I did when I didn't even need to, in high school and immediately afterwards. Actually start saving like my mom told me I should. What were some of the things you wanted to take advantage of in high school? They had some nice work placement programs, classes that teach stuff you'll actually use in work, personal life in the future, and a Running Start program that I could have done. In case you don't know, Running Start is where you finish the last year or two of your high school credits at a local community college. Those credits go towards your high school graduation and college credits. It's also free. Push-ups. Then I'd be ready to kick that kid's ass that beat me up in the 4th grade. Push-ups won't really make you ready for a fight. Strength is a big advantage though. I would have gotten that Scooby-Doo punching bag and robot Playmobil instead of a dumbass Chicken Run board game. Playmobil FTW. I remember when Sears was selling rebranded Playmobil, like the Highway Patrol set. Made me want to be a cop back then. Times changed. Buy Bitcoin when it was $0.0001 per coin. I'd mine it. It was super easy a few years ago. Any desktop computer could do it and generate thousands of Bitcoins, then sell up in November 2013. At that cheap, it is probably more efficient to buy them. Never quit piano lessons. When I was taking piano lessons, they told me that everyone who quits eventually regrets it, but I never did. It was a huge time investment for not that much reward. I was really good, but I was never going to make a living from it. I can and do still listen to classical music. Grab some .com domains. Simple but genius. Easier said than done. There is a guy called Mike Mann who registered 15,000 .com domains back when they were free, but had to let them go when hit with a $100 per domain annual renewal fee. I'd get a lot of baseball cards and Legos. I'd also study a lot harder and encourage my dad to buy Apple and Microsoft. I'd encourage him to find a guy called Steve Jobs and invest in his little garage group. I'd also pay more attention in school and study art in high school. I'd also join the track team as soon as possible in junior high, if not in grade school. I'd encourage my parents to move to some very up-and-coming cities that didn't look as good when I was a kid. And I tried to get my dad to go for walks with me so he didn't end up so overweight and sick. I don't know how old you are, but buying Apple before 2000 wouldn't have given you much. I would put it all in Microsoft until 2000, pull out before the tech wreck in 2001, then put it all in Apple, then just laugh all the way to the Billionaires Club. I'd totally fill my conversations with blatant innuendo. My neighbor's cat got caught in the rain. I wanted to dry it off, but I love the smell of wet pussy. Are all chicken sandwiches made from hens? What if there's a rooster somewhere, and I'd have accidentally eaten cock meat? And adults everywhere would grow uncomfortable around you. Buy stock in a few new companies, Apple and Google. You cannot buy stocks being 5, can you? I guess you, as a 5-year-old, would have to convince someone else to do it. Who on earth would listen to a 5-year-old? Easily ace every test, make everyone think I'm genius, but then become a retard when it gets to the 11th grade stuff. You'd probably actually become a genius. You would test into accelerated programs and advanced placements early on, quickly catching up to your current education level. Then, since you're already in all of the genius classes, you can further your education and will have the time, resources, and ability to do so. The world then becomes your oyster, and you grow up to be a completely different person. Not to mention the scholarships that would come your way when you are 12 years old, applying to MIT, and even if you do not have scholarships, Your future knowledge would make you rich enough to afford any school you could get into. In all honesty, I would probably use everything I know to put even less effort into school, college, uni. I mean, I did well. I passed my exams, graduated. But I never really achieved my full potential. Thanks, hindsight. And Dad. But yeah, I wish I could say I'd be a better person, but I probably just slack off because I know this and don't need to work harder. Yours is the most honest answer here. People are lazy, and all the other answers seem to be a lot of work. Screw that. Slackers unite. I would turn to my mom and say, Mom, I know I was crying because I dreamed my little buddy doll was Chucky yesterday, but I would really like you to take into consideration that Microsoft is growing each year, and the profit margin for even a modest investment would pay off exponentially, even with a standard 10-year investment period. There's also a small company called Google that, after reading their dissertation and 5-year plan and business model, also seems like a sound investment. If possible, I would like to go to a bank and start a money market IRA account to secure a financially sound retirement at the age of 45 instead of the standard 60. Also, I've come to the conclusion that your current husband is abusive and emotionally stunted, and his kids are havoc. If you don't take my word for it, that black eye wasn't from Little League. It was because I broke the frying pan handle and he swung at me. He told me that if I told you, it would make you sick. If you don't divorce him soon, I will be forced to call the CPS and have steps taken for me and my sister. Now, if it's okay with you, I would like an 8-ounce New York steak, medium rare, with a glass of Merlot. Grape juice. Love you, Mommy. Then casually skip away. So much investing. Once I prove myself a child prodigy, it would be easy enough to convince my parents to give me a bit of cash to play the markets. I jump on dozens of tech companies just before they hit it big, buy thousands of Bitcoin for pennies apiece, bet on any big events I could recall accurately enough, etc. I could easily become a billionaire within a decade, at which point I'd go buy a private island and spend the rest of my life relaxing. Read, hookers and blow. You don't need hookers when you're a 25-year-old billionaire with a private island. I prefer hookers. The kind of billionaire can afford, that is. At least they're honest and upfront about it. Gold diggers seem like a nightmare to maintain, but with hookers, you just need to toss them an occasional pile of money. My mom died when I was 5 and a half, so I'd say we shouldn't go on that vacation when she drowned. And then I'd tell my dad to stop smoking and start getting chest x-rays so they catch his cancer earlier, and maybe he'd make it. I hope you're not bottling up these emotions and are getting some sort of help to cope with this. You and I may not be from the same walks of life, but I'd still be willing to lend an ear or even be pen pals. Hope you're doing well, buddy. AskReddit. Reddit, what is the most mind-boggling fact you know? Part 1. In World War II, a Hungarian mathematician named Abraham Wald developed a continuative method for armor plate placement while studying damaged aircraft. He observed planes returning home from sorties with large holes in them and was tasked with figuring out where to put armor plates. His crucial insight was to not put armor plates where the holes were. The holes in the aircraft that returned represented damage that did not impact the ability of the planes to return home. In other words, he made the critical observation of the bias in the data he was observing. He was only looking at planes that survived. With this knowledge, he instructed armor to be placed in areas that were not damaged, because if these areas were hit, there would be no damage in that component in the planes that returned home. This is true and helped to identify a logical fallacy called survivorship bias. The inscription on the One Ring from Lord of the Rings is not actually Elvish, which quite a few people mistake it to be, but an entirely different language that Tolkien created called the Black Speech of Mordor, or Orsich. Tolkien had stated that he came up with the Black Sheep speech by thinking of the most horrible things in his life. In particular, his experiences from World War I, which is why when you hear the Black Speech, such as when Sauron speaks it in LOTR and The Hobbit, It sounds like a dialect sent straight from hell. He grew up to be disgusted by the language he created so much that when a fan sent him a wine goblet with the One Ring's inscription on it as a gift, he used it as an ashtray. The Elvish confusion comes in because of the inscription of the One Ring is black speech written in Elvish script, like Chinese being written using English characters, for example. All of the solid objects around me are actually vibrating. Each atom exists of a nucleus that basically equates to a flea in the largest stadium that you can think of. Those objects you perceive are not actually solid, but rather fields, kind of like those created by a magnet. Saudi Arabia imports sand and camels from Australia. Why sand though? Apparently it's better quality. I'm more confused by the camels. Camels are a common, somewhat delicate, I think. I've had some guy say it to me once, don't know how true that is. Food in Saudi Arabia, and apparently Australia is the largest producer abroad. By the way, Australia has the largest feral camel population, which grows fast, 8% per year, and is the target of containment policies by the government. Senator Daniel Inouye literally lived out every overdone action movie trope. Inouye was promoted to sergeant within his first year, and he was assigned as a platoon sergeant. He served in Italy in 1944 during the Rome-Arno campaign before his regiment was transferred to the Vosges Mountains region of France, where he spent 2 weeks in the battle to relive the Lost Battalion, a battalion of the 141st Infantry Regiment that was surrounded by the German forces. He was promoted to second lieutenant for his actions there. At one point, while he was leading an attack, a shot struck him in the chest directly above his heart, but the bullet was stopped by $2 silver he'd happened to have stacked in his shirt pocket. He continued to carry those coins throughout the war in his shirt pocket as good luck charms, until he lost them shortly before the battle in which he lost his arm. On April 21, 1945, Inouye was grievously wounded while leading an assault on a heavily defended ridge near San Lorenzo in Tuscany, Italy, called the Colle Masatello. The ridge served as a strong point of the German fortifications known as the Gothic Line, the last and most unyielding line of German defensive works in Italy. As he led his platoon in a flanking maneuver, 3 German machine guns opened fire from covered positions 40 yards away, pinning his men to the ground. Inouye stood up to attack and was shot in the stomach. Ignoring his wound, he proceeded to attack and destroy the first machine gun nest with hand grenades and his Thompson submachine gun. When informed of the severity of his wound, he refused treatment and rallied his men for an attack on the second machine gun position, which he successfully destroyed before collapsing from blood loss. As his squad distracted the third machine gunner, Inouye crawled toward the final bunker, coming within 10 yards. As he raised himself up and cocked his arm to throw his last grenade, a German soldier inside the bunker fired a rifle grenade, which struck his right elbow, nearly severing most of his arm, and leaving his primed grenade reflexively clenched in a fist that suddenly didn't belong to me anymore. Inouye's horrified soldiers moved to his aid, but he shouted for them to keep back out of fear for his severed fist would involuntarily relax and drop the grenade. While the German inside the bunker reloaded his rifle, Inouye pried the live grenade from his useless right hand and transferred it to his left. As the enemy soldier aimed his rifle at him, Inouye tossed the grenade into the bunker and destroyed it. He stumbled to his feet and continued forward, silencing the last German resistance with a one-handed burst from his Thompson before being wounded in the leg and tumbling unconscious to the bottom of the ridge. He awoke to see the worried men of his platoon hovering over him. His only comment before being carried away was to order them back to their positions, saying, "Nobody called off the war." The remainder of Inouye's mutilated arm was later amputated at a field hospital without proper anesthesia, as he had been given too much morphine at an aid station, and it was feared any more would lower his blood pressure enough to kill him. This all from a first-generation Japanese American that enlisted into a segregated division only after the U.S. lifted the ban of the Japanese serving in the military. Hawaii is very proud of him. One of the main highways on my island is named after him. 43% of all people born prior to the 1800s died before the age of 5. This one annoys me because some people don't take it into consideration when talking about how life expectancy back then was around 30 or 40. People didn't die of old age at 40. A lot of people just died before their 20s, and that brought the average right down. Cicadas live underground for several years and emerge only to reproduce. The number of years they take to come above ground is mostly a prime number. Each species has its own prime number of years they stay underground. The reason to be a prime number is that it reduces drastically the chance of two different species meeting above ground in the same year and crossbreed, weakening the genes of both species. Just a few years ago in Kansas, we had a 17-year species and a 13-year come out at the same time. The noise was tremendous at night. My BIL from Oregon came to visit, and the sound really scared him. Indiana legislatures tried to legally define pi as 3.2 and almost succeeded. Barring how stupid that is, why 3.2 instead of 3.1, which would be the proper rounded number with 2 digits? We aren't real smart around here. In the mid-1880s, aluminum was more valuable than gold. Now we use it expandedly to wrap food. Fun side fact, it was used to cap the top of the Washington Monument due to its initial value at the time. Also, it is immune to the effects of allonomacy. North American area codes were originally assigned based on population size and the ease of dialing on a rotary phone. 212 went to New York, fastest dial time possible for the most phoned area. 312 for Chicago. Alaska got 907. Mind you, this was when only 1 or 0 could be the middle digit in an area code. If you add up your area code with 0 being 10, you get a numerical ranking of your city-state's relative importance, if you will. This is no longer true, as any 3 numbers can be used for an area code, so these original area codes, like rotary phones, are a relic of the past. Olympus Mons on Mars, the tallest known mountain in the solar system, is so large at its base that an observer on its peak wouldn't know he was standing on a mountain because its slope would be obscured by the curvature of the planet itself. It's so tall that it has a 5-mile-high sheer cliffs at its base. Imagine looking at a solid wall that's roughly the height of Mount Everest, and that's just at the bottom. It gives me shivers up my spine thinking about that. We need to colonize Mars, just so we can watch somebody climb it. The placebo effect can still happen when you know you're taking a placebo. If you believe that placebo effect is some kind of magical phenomenon that will happen no matter what, it will happen no matter what. So in a way, you experience placebo. That if sound waves could travel through space, the sun burning would sound as loud as a chainsaw at about 10 meters. You might be interested to know that NASA put out a collection entitled Symphonies of the Planets, in which they used electromagnetic recordings from Voyagers 1 and 2 to create each track. Granted, what you're hearing is a downsampling of electromagnetic waves that are normally well outside our ability to hear, but it's still really awesome. There is a microscopic organism called tardigrade, also water bear, which can survive extreme environments, including the vacuum of space, by dehydrating its body and basically putting itself into stasis. Then, when conditions improve, it absorbs some water and goes back to doing whatever it does. They have been sent into space and not only survived, they multiplied. However, they did not multiply in space. After returning to Earth and being rehydrated, they had laid eggs that successfully hatched. It's important to note that the vacuum of space didn't do anything to them, but the ultraviolet radiation from the sun caused damage to the subjects not shielded from the sun's UV rays. Male Irish mummies are often found with nipple mutilations, leading many experts to believe Irish leaders may have worn nipple rings, as kissing a king's nipple was believed to be a sign of respect. A supernova seen from distance the sun is to the Earth will be brighter, in terms of energy delivered to your retina, than a hydrobomb pressed against your eyeball, by 9 orders of magnitude. For those who don't know, 9 orders of magnitude aren't 9 times the brightness, it's a billion times the brightness. We could assign an IPv6 address to every atom on the surface of the Earth. Ask Reddit. Reddit, what is the most mind-boggling fact you know? Part 2. That France was still executing by guillotine during the first Star Wars movie. The last person to be executed by guillotine in France was Hamadia Jandoubi, who was executed by the guillotine on 10th of September 1977. That humans almost went extinct 75,000 years ago. Total population dropped to around 15,000, destroying much of our genetic diversity. Why did this happen? I need answers. Volcano erupted and produced a nuclear winter type event, I'm pretty sure. Betelgeuse is the 31st biggest star we know of in the universe. It is so big that if you replaced our sun and put Betelgeuse in its spot, Betelgeuse would almost reach Jupiter's orbit. There are more bacteria living inside a single person's digestive system than the number of human beings who have ever existed in history. The rate of concussions is higher in women's college soccer than it is in men's college football. I would imagine that reporting has something to do with the numbers. Football players are constantly getting minor to moderate concussions, but they aren't going to say anything about it. There is a lot of pressure not to miss any playing time, especially if you are hoping to go pro. Now, a coach's hand will be forced if someone has to be taken off the field unconscious and everyone is aware of the injury. That's what I thought too. Maybe women's soccer is just a healthier environment in that they recognize and report concussions better. Less pressure to hide it and cover it up for both players and coaching staff. There are roughly 200 corpses on Mount Everest that are used as waypoints for climbers. Climb a mountain in a silly costume so that you become everyone's favorite waypoint. School buses used to be orange before they changed them to yellow for visibility. U.S. Coast Guard helicopters used to be yellow before they changed them to orange for visibility. Orange contrasts better with blue of the sky sea. Yellow is picked out better by car headlights and blends in less with brown bricked buildings. If you were being sucked into a black hole and could somehow stop, turn around and look back out into the space, you could see the whole fate of the universe play out before your eyes due to time dilation. You could watch the birth and death of stars in the blink of an eye. It would be quite a light show. Actually, if you were floating into a black hole and someone was observing you falling in, you would appear to be stopped in time forever. Time is relative. T-Rexes lived closer to a live Miley Cyrus concert than they did to a Stegosaurus. This was the one I came here to say. The Stegosaurus lived about 150 million years ago in the late Jurassic period. The T-Rex lived about 65 million years ago in the late Cretaceous period. T-Rex is about 20 million years closer to us than it is to the Stegosaurus. That's a lot of years. If you count how many times a cricket chirps in 15 seconds and add 37, you get the temperature in Fahrenheit. So it's either 22,015 degrees in here, or I have a serious cricket infestation. No one ant knows how an ant colony works, yet an ant colony emerges from many ants. Each single ant is following its basic impulses and reflexes based on its immediate surroundings, and yet the colony can react to intruders, build more tunnels, and gather food as if it were one large entity. It is commonly known fact, but I think it's pretty mind-boggling when you think about it. Incidentally, the same is true of the neurons in your brain. No single neuron knows anything, understands anything, learns anything, or thinks anything. And yet the brain as a whole can, well, whatever it is you can do. As of 4 years ago, vacant homes in the U.S. outnumber the homeless 22 to 1. However, vacant doesn't mean inhabitable. Many of these houses are ruins or are completely exposed to the elements. The McDonald's coffee lawsuit. The woman wasn't the one driving. The car was parked. She was in her late 70s. She sustained third-degree burns. The coffee melted her clothing and skin, which fused her legs together and her labia shut. She went into shock and nearly died. McDonald's had received hundreds of burn complaints already from serving their coffee at near boiling. They offered the lady $800. After 20 years of imagining some dummy scalding herself while driving, this was pretty mind-boggling. That, despite what they might have you believe, literally no one has ever had their mind blown by a BuzzFeed article. You mean no one's brain exploded when they say they read 37 breakup texts they couldn't believe were real? Number 13 will blow your mind. The longest piece of literature in the English language is 3.5 million words long and counting, is written by a 21-year-old guy in Arizona, and is a fan fiction of Super Smash Bros. Brawl. But why? He mentioned in an interview that he was bad at English and he started writing to teach himself. Mammoths roamed the world when the pyramids were being built. Barcode scanners read the white bars, not the black bars. Sort of. Technically it reads both. Light reflects back off barcode into a light-detecting electronic component called a photoelectric cell. White areas of the barcode reflect most light. Black areas reflect least. As the scanner moves past the barcode, the cell generates a pattern of on-off pulses that correspond to the black and white stripes. In the 50s, when it was still okay to smoke in a courthouse, a lawyer might put a wire in his cigarette. That way, if the defense was really taking it to you, the jury would get distracted by your magical cigarette that never ashes. Case closed. As a smoker, I really want to try this. And then I started wondering if adding the wire was safe, and if the heating of the wire would release dangerous chemicals. And then I remembered that I'm a smoker. Addiction is weird. Astronomer here. The most powerful magnetic field in the universe are from magnetars, which are neutron stars with crazy magnetic fields. How crazy? Well, on Earth, your typical magnet has a strength of about 12.5 Tesla. A magnetar will have 10 Tesla. This is so strong that the magnetic field would literally kill you if you get within 1,000 kilometers of the magnetar by distorting the electrons in your body too much. Even more interesting, while there are some theories out there that no one really knows why these souped-up magnetic fields exist at all, neutron stars have tons of mysteries. Weird. Can't these pull the iron out of your blood from super far away too? Heard that somewhere. Always nice to see a post from you, astronaut science space gal. Thanks, but I'm a chick. And yes, it would affect your blood too, but I can't remember how far out that happens. The random events, the accidents, and the conscious decisions that take place just to get me here. I just think of my own life and how I would have a totally different wife and kids if my dad didn't take X job in X city, or if my parents didn't get divorced, or of course me not even being here at all if they didn't have sex that night I was conceived, etc. What if mom had a headache that night, or dad said something wrong at dinner? Or what if he did and it was the makeup sex that really got me here? Then multiply all those possibilities times each preceding generation and thousands of years of ancestry and humanity. Each one of us is a miracle resulting from a combination of events whose odds I can't even fathom. I met my now girlfriend 17 years ago in a bar in a city nowhere near where either of us were born, in a video game by random chance. Had I not signed on that day or at that time, we could have never met. She only bought the video game because she was trying it at a friend's house and met this funny guy in a bar. She happened to have the foresight to write down my character's name, keeping that scrap of paper, and remembered to look me up when she bought it a month or so later. She was only 11, I was 15. We became and stayed friends, never met in real life, had different boyfriends and girlfriends over the years. I got married, had kids. She got engaged. We only ever said hi on holidays or birthdays on Facebook. I got divorced, was sad and alone, and saw a picture she posted on Facebook of her looking so grown up. I always just thought of her as a kid. So I commented and said how grown up she was. She messaged me and I found out her engagement was off. We started talking. I drove 1,400 miles to finally meet her in real life, and then she moved 1,400 miles to be with me. Here we are, 2.5 years later, and my life has never been more complete. The universe is crazy. To think a little game called EverQuest would impact my life so drastically 17 years later. In considering the creation of the universe, either there was nothing and then there was something, or there has always been something. Both of those are impossible, but one of them is true. Why is it impossible that there has always been something? It's not, but it's also a meaningless concept to talk about before, in regard to the existence of time-space. All the planets in our solar system, if placed side by side, can fit in between the Earth and the Moon. This is one of those things that I believe, but I don't. Diameter of planets. Jupiter, 139,822 kilometers. Saturn, 116,464 kilometers. Uranus, 50,724 kilometers. Neptune, 49,244 kilometers. Earth, 12,742 kilometers. Venus, 12,104 kilometers. Mars, 6,779 kilometers. Mercury, 4,879 kilometers. Total distance of planets side by side, 392,758 kilometers. Total distance to the Moon from Earth, apogee, 405,696 kilometers. Perigee, 363,104 kilometers. So, this fact is true, just with conditions. AskReddit. Out of nowhere, my 5-year-old daughter came to me and said, "How do I know that I'm real and not just a dream of someone else? What other surprisingly deep questions have you been asked by kids?" My brother was always very interested in the consciousness of other children when he was a toddler. Whenever there was a baby around, he'd walk up to them and their mother, frown down at the kid when they were shown to him, look at the mother and ask, "Do they know they're alive yet?" He creeped out a lot of my aunts and my mother's friends. Never got a good answer either. There's actually a test for this. You put a paint dot on something similar on a baby's forehead and have them face a mirror. If they wipe it off, then they are self-aware. To answer your brother's question, they most likely do not know they're alive. When I was a teacher, one of my first graders asked, "Do you have any kids?" After I said that I didn't, and I didn't even have a wife or a girlfriend, he said, "That's too bad. Do you know how I would know you would be a good dad? You never hit me." I spent so many lunch hours crying in the staff bathroom at that job. As a DCS worker, please tell me you reported that to your principal or called your state's hotline yourself to report that. Multiple times for multiple of my students. It doesn't get any easier the more you deal with it. At an Italian restaurant with my 10-year-old last week, I ask him if he likes his food. He nods, pauses, looks down and says, "I wonder what my arm tastes like." He then licks his arm, looks off in the distance and says, "Tastes neutral." Not sure if this is deep, but it was certainly meaningful. My daughter, age 3-ish at the time, was putting coins into a piggy bank. I jokingly asked her if she was rich. Without looking up, she said, "I'm not rich, I'm just happy." She's even repeated it since. Made me proud. When I was a kid and was told to make a wish, that's what I'd always wished for. I wish me to be happy. Her. Why do you and mommy have to leave? Me. Because if we don't, our bosses will get mad at us. Her. I don't like bosses. There shouldn't be any bosses. Me. People who don't think there should be any bosses are called anarchists. Several months later. Her. Throwing fit about wanting to go to the toy store. Me. That's not going to happen. It's late. I'm tired. We're going home. Her. Calming down. I know. Why don't you go home and take a nap? But I go to the toy store. That way we all get what we want. Me. No, that's not what we're going to do. We're going home. Her. But why not? You're not the boss of me. Me. Actually, kid, I have some hard news for you. I am the boss of you. Her. Shocked. But, I don't believe in bosses. I'm an anarchist. She was 3 years old. It hasn't gotten easier. My sister was 2. Aunt. What do you want to be when you grow up? Sis. Contemplates for a second. I want to be a bosser. Aunt. A bosser? A bosser of like a school? A hospital? Sis. Matter of factly, a bosser of people. My 5-year-old little girl once said, if plants need rain and sun to grow, and rainbows are made of light and water, are rainbows plant food? My cousin was 7-8ish when she came up to me and asked, since I know English and think in English, that means that someone who knows French thinks in French too, right? I said yes, and then what she said made me rather sad. Then even telepathy couldn't stop different people from fighting and hurting each other. Yeah, sometimes kids' unfiltered perception is amazing, but sometimes their unfiltered perception of the truth is just sadly accurate. My 4-year-old cousin asked, and is apparently very interested in infinity. As a mathematician, I tried to explain things as best as I could for him. One day, he sits down with me, draws a circle, and says, okay, so there are infinity lines from the middle of this circle to the sides, right? Yes. But what if we extended those lines out? Is there more infinity? I can't wait to see what he does when he grows up. Fingers crossed for a mathematician. Wouldn't those extensions still, in effect, be the same lines as the ones on the interior of the circle? Yes, but now you have spaces in between them. Therefore, you need to add more lines to fill the new circle with a larger radius. It's weird and complicated, and not really my area of expertise. Ha ha. There is something inexplicably scary about little girls which act more mature than they should. My cousin asked me, he was in 1st or 2nd grade. When we were sitting in my grandma's garden, my guess was that he heard it somewhere, but it was still amazing that a 7-year-old was able to think about such things. Mike, how would you know that you are happy if you were never sad before? Well, you wouldn't really. So it's a good thing people are also sad. I didn't really know what to say. It's just I did not really realize that everything is relative till I was much older than him. To quote Butters, well, yeah, and I'm sad, but at the same time, I'm really happy that something could make me feel that sad. It's like, it makes me feel alive, you know? It makes me feel human. And the only way I could feel this sad now is if I felt something really good before. So, I have to take the bad with the good. So I guess what I'm feeling is like a beautiful sadness. I guess that sounds stupid. What if when you die, part of you is still alive and you just have to sit there underground forever? Asked by a little 4-year-old at summer camp I was working at. Totally scared my ultra-religious friend. Fun fact, years and years ago, above the ground, there used to hang a bell connected to the coffin. This way, they prevented people from getting buried alive. At least they did in Holland. In fact, my grandpa still has one above his grave. Coffins used to be built with holes in them, attached to 6 feet of copper tubing and a bell. The tubing would allow air for victims buried under the mistaken impression they were dead. Harold, the Oakdale gravedigger, upon hearing a bell, would go to see if it was children pretending to be spirits. Sometimes it was also the wind. This time it wasn't either. A voice from below begged, pleaded to be unburied. You Sarah O'Bannon? Yes, the voice assured. You were born on September 17th, 1827? Yes. The gravestone here says you died on February 19th. No, I'm alive. It was a mistake. Dig me up. Set me free. Sorry about this, ma'am, Harold said, stepping on the bell to silence it and plugging up the copper tube with dirt. But this is August. Whatever you are down there, you ain't alive no more, and you ain't coming out. We were sitting around the dinner table and talking about age. I asked my 7-year-old nephew, how old do you think I am? He thought about it and said kind of jokingly, about 1 million. We laughed and I asked, how old do you think your mom is? He thinks about it and says, with the same kind of attitude, about 20 million billion years old. So I said, trying to be all smart and intelligent like, well, that's interesting because to the closest estimates, the universe is only about 14.5 billion years old. He just fobs it off and goes, pfft, yeah, in this dimension. The thought that your nephew is a pan-dimensional being seriously occupied my mind for a second. Not quite a question, but my cousin's daughter, who was 9 or 10 at the time, got a couple of friendship bracelets as a party favor. For most kids, this wouldn't be an issue, but it started an existential crisis for her because she doesn't have many friends she feels gets her. Her words, not mine. She then went on to ask me why she didn't have a best friend. She goes to a wealthy and very upper crusty private school where the kids are totally spoiled, and not really wanting to filter during an important question like that, I replied, because none of those mean girls are worthy of the love you were capable of giving. You're going to find someone someday that you have inside jokes with and that makes you laugh, and they are going to be awesomer than you can even imagine. She looked down for a minute and didn't say anything, and then looked back up at me and said, well, if best friends are people you love more than anyone, and they make you laugh, and you can tell them anything, then I already have a best friend, and I won't worry about it anymore. And she handed me a bracelet and went off to play with the Star Wars Lego set I brought her for Xmas. I cried. My son asked me, Mommy, when did you know you loved me? I told him about babies and how the mommy can feel them moving, and I explained that I used to rub his back and he would fall asleep. I told him that I loved him from the second I knew he was there, and he looked at me and smiled and said, I loved you too, Mommy. He's a sage little dude. Not sure if this qualifies as deep, but I visited my nieces last week and made a Santa Claus-like entry, without the costume, just a bag full of gifts. After opening the gifts, my 5-year-old niece comes up to me and hugs me. Awesomest feeling ever. Just before going back to her toys, she looks at me with a genuinely puzzled expression and asks, why do people get us gifts? Because old people want to buy your love, sweetie. I was watching fireworks with my son sitting next to me. He calmly said, the sound is slower than the lights. I remember sitting on the edge of a large park watching a baseball game in the distance and seeing the bat hit the ball before hearing the crack. I came to the same conclusion. It is one of the clearest memories of my entire childhood. My 4-year-old nephew looked out the window when we were driving cross country. That's my world out there, isn't it? And I assume as the sun was setting, you whispered with a dramatic monotone voice saying, yes, and those shadowy places you must never go there. My parents told me about one time when I was around 4 or 5. I was with my cousin who was a few months older than me, and I asked him what he was when he was grown up. Upon him saying he wanted to be a garbage man, what goals he had at a young age, I replied that I was in the army and landed on a beach, but died a few days later. When my dad heard what I had said, he thought surely I had just retained some of what I saw on the History Channel, as he watches it 24/7 for the past 20 years. He then began asking me questions about the landing and what happened, all of which I answered in great detail, for a 4-year-old. I even explained emergency life-saving techniques that were applied to me before my death. My dad still says it scared the crap out of him. AskReddit. Pilots of Reddit. Have you ever been a passenger on a plane and noticed something going wrong? Part 1. As a commercial pilot, we value the input of our not-pilot passengers too. It's hard to notice a small vibration in the rear of the cabin or if there is a snake on the aircraft. Our flight attendants are pretty well versed on what's abnormal, so we'll advise the passenger of this. However, it's that 1% of questioning by passengers that might save a lot of lives. I was on an 18-seater plane and was looking out of the window when I realized 4 or 5 rivets were approximately halfway out of the wing. I looked at the other wing and all of the bolts were firmly set. I pointed out to my boss, who was sitting right behind me, and he just laughed until the man in front of me said he noticed that too. When we landed, I pointed it out to the young co-pilot who just smiled. As I was getting my suitcase off the rack, I saw him look at the wing and point it out to the pilot. As we were walking off, 2 maintenance guys were already heading on over. We were in the very last terminal, no other place they could be going. Always better to be safe than sorry. Pilot here. There is a serious difference between experiencing flight as a passenger and as the guy up front. As the person up front, you have complete control over everything regarding the aircraft and know exactly what will happen next at all times. As a passenger flap watching, you really do not know, to such a level of accuracy, what stage of flight the aircraft is actually in, so something that you deem weird, wrong, might be totally fine, normal, from the cockpit's point of view. A good example of this was a time when I was in the back on my way to Portland, Emmy from LGA. We descended early and spent the last 50 or so miles of the flight at 5,000 feet with the flaps out. Then the gear went down very early in the approach, and we flew an extremely long pattern for the published visual approach into PWM. It seemed weird, even to me as a pilot. So after we landed, I asked the guys up front why we configured so early, and they said that we were above our maximum landing weight because we had a bunch of extra fuel due to a very short taxi at LGA. So we just had to burn off a little extra. So the pilots knew what was going on, but from a passenger perspective, it was a very weird approach. That being said, some things are still pretty obvious. And regarding hard landings, as a pilot, I really do not care how smooth it was. We are all trained to land the airplane in a certain zone of the runway, and ensuring we touch down in that zone is much more important than how smooth it was. It may have been a smooth landing, but the associated explaining of why the airplane went off the end of the runway might not be as smooth. My dad was a pilot, and my mom always tells me this story of how protective of her he was. When they were on a flight together in a little puddle jumper turboprop, they were flying through a snowstorm. The plane was small enough to where you could see into the cockpit from the aisle, so my dad could look and see the instruments. The plane started shuddering and making banging noises, so my mom started to get nervous. My dad checks things out from where he's seated and says everything's fine. Things continued to get louder, and the storm was getting worse as they flew over a lake. Still, my dad insists that there's nothing to worry about. Finally, they land and start to get off the plane. While walking to the exit, my dad looks back and says, "I didn't want you to freak out, but I didn't think we were going to make it." My mom is prone to panic attacks, and they were on their way to see her sick mother, so he didn't want to put all that stress on her during the flight. My mom, of course, is shocked and asks why after my dad pats the pale-as-a-ghost pilot's shoulder on the way out of the plane. He explains to her the boots on the leading edge of the wings had malfunctioned, so the lake effect, snow ice, had built up so much that it started weighing down the plane and affecting lift. The boots normally inflate to pop ice off the wings, but without it, the plane was in trouble. After reading this thread, I am now terrified of ice. Ice and birds are far more dangerous than terrorists. Something wrong covers a lot of territory. I'm going to assume you mean wrong with the way the plane is being flown or the soundness of the aircraft. I've flown on flights where the pilots were so rough with the controls it was embarrassing. The flight attendants kept giving me looks of extreme annoyance. I really don't like wearing my uniform as a passenger. One flight attendant fell when the pilot pulled the thrust off. On one of our airplanes, a person photographed a wing during a flight that had obvious signs of icing before takeoff. There were large repercussions from that screw-up. That wasn't that long ago and has significantly changed our procedures. We cannot dismiss any icing concern without having a first-hand look, no matter who raises the concern. Just going to snap a picture of this frozen wing so people know why I died. I'm a commercial pilot. I was on a small charter jet traveling as a passenger to a business event. I work in several capacities at my company. And I noticed some rough turbulence on our descent, then some very rough bumps in quick succession. The other passengers were the normal kind of nervous, but I unbuckled and poked my head up front to check it out. Completely shattered right windshield with dark red streaks. Co-pilot told me they had a bird strike coming out of a cloud. I nodded and sat back down, assuring the others that everything was fine. The pilot alerted ATC of the situation, and we were given some priority and pretty good vectoring into the airport to avoid much in navigation. To clarify, windshields and jets can shatter but hold intact, so there wasn't outside air rushing into the cabin or anything, because then we'd be in trouble. We've got ourselves a real pilot, ladies and gentlemen. He said the word vectoring and used an acronym. Seems legit. One more. I was flying on a C-130 out of southern Afghanistan. We take off from the dirt strip and start climbing out. Flaps up, gear up, earbuds in, and it's time to rock out. I just start to get comfortable when I hear the loudest bang I've heard while on an aircraft, and I was on a Halo that crash landed. I have a rule that I don't get nervous unless the crew chiefs get nervous. I looked up at the crew chiefs and they are freaked out, running around looking through windows and yelling through their headsets. My bunghole puckers up and I prepare to die by skipping forward to my favorite track. After a few minutes, everything calms down. I make eye contact with the crew chief and give him a timid thumbs up. He gives me 2-arm shrug of, I have no clue. I figure that is good enough for me and I rack out while I can. When we landed and shut down, I got a chance to talk to the crew. No one knows what caused the sound. No obvious damage anywhere. We were too high for guns to get us, and there was no turbulence. The only hypothesis was a small pocket of turbulence hit just the tail. But who knows? I have a friend who tells the exact same story, except it was gunfire, and the crew were still running around looking through the windows to try and see if the wing was intact. He still doesn't like flying. Slightly related, my sister is a flight attendant with Virgin Atlantic, and I'm a herpetologist and reptile keeper. We watched snakes on a plane together and took it to pieces. Well, that's a non-venomous king snake, and I have 2 of those in the room next door. None of them are dangerous, and that's the wrong kind of fire extinguisher for a Boeing. Let 2 snakes loose on a plane with 200 passengers, and those who are terrified will become dangerous really quick. I'm a private pilot and a licensed aircraft mechanic, A&P. I was settling into my seat on an American Airlines MD-80 when a cute girl my age sat next to me. We were directly over the wing. She told me she was a nervous flyer, and I told her I was a mechanic with friends who worked for the airline, and she had nothing to worry about. Then the conversation progressed from there. Seconds after takeoff, I hear the hydraulic pump whining as the gear was raised. When the gear made a thump as it locked into the wheel wells right under us, I conjured the most deer in the headlights look I could, turned to the girl and said, "What was that bang?" She freaked. We dated for a few months. "So you just scared her?" "Yeah, scared her into dating him. 60% of the time, it works every time." Private pilot here. I was on a commercial flight last month and I noticed a big safety problem. The beverage cart had 2 free caster wheels and 2 fixed angle wheels. Obviously, the caster wheels were meant to be on the side of the cart being pushed. Instead, they were on the far side, causing the cart to swerve and get stuck on a seat several times. Once, it even banged a guy on the knee. The flight attendant acted like, "Oops, this darn cart, so hard to control." I wanted to point out that no, the cart is fine, you're just pushing it backwards. But it's not my plane, so I had no authority. "The engine's on fire. Calm down, woman. It's not your plane." Aerospace engineer here. When I was in graduate school, an aerodynamics professor I had told us a story about a transatlantic flight he went on with some of his students for a conference. There aren't any jets that cruise at supersonic speed anymore, but it's entirely possible for parts of the wing to go supersonic in a subsonic airplane if you're near the transonic flight regimen, around Mach 0.8 or so. For reference, cruise speed on a Boeing 747 is around M 0.84. So if your flight transoceanic, some part of the plane will hit supersonic speeds. Anyway, so part of the wing is flying supersonic during the flight. This isn't uncommon. What is, however, is the ability to visualize the associated shock wave. The pressure in front of a shock is totally different than the pressure behind it. and so is temperature and a bunch of other different gas properties. The light was coming in such a way that you could see the light refract through the shock. This professor mentioned that the shock wave might be the closest thing we have to an observable discontinuity in real life. The width is on the order of an atom's mean free path, the average distance an atom can travel before hitting another atom. So seeing with the naked eye is a really cool phenomenon. Look out for it if you're ever flying over the oceans. So my professor says to his students in an excited voice fairly loudly, "Look guys, there's a shock wave forming on the wing." And all of his students crowd around the window to look at it and ooh and awe. Meanwhile, the rest of the cabin is freaking out. "What does that mean? There's a shock wave forming on the wing?" I think he was yelled at by the pilots at the end of the flight for causing a panic. AskReddit. Pilots of Reddit, have you ever been a passenger on a plane and noticed something going wrong? Part 2. PP-ASMEL here. I was on a company flight back from Cancun a few years back. When we were about 30 to 45 minutes out from where the normal descent begins, we had a bout of severe turbulence, preceded by a sudden quietening of engine noise and that unmistakable yaw of sudden OEI. It wasn't turbulence either, just a straight-up rapid descent of about 4,000 feet. I follow along on commercial flights with my iPad in ForeFlight. Captain comes on and says we're starting our descent into Chicago way early and to sit down, buckle up, and do not get out of our seats due to the potential turbulence. We're on the rollout, and one of my co-workers' wives said, "Weird, there's all sorts of trucks along the runway." They were crash cars. The pilot really handled it well. This was Continental Airlines, and other than the initial "what the F," it was uneventful. Though I was pretty sure everything would be fine, I've done a number of single-engine approaches in a light twin. My wife did point out that I was breathing heavier than normal on final. For those equally as ignorant of pilot lingo as myself, Google has informed me that OEI means one engine inoperable, and I'm fairly sure PP-ASMEL is a kind of private pilot's license. Private pilot, airplane, single and multi-engine land, as opposed to seaplane. Yes, one time I was flying Space A to California from North Carolina. We taxied to the runway. We held till our turn. Upon turning out onto the runway, about a quart of hydro fluid leaked out of a hydro line wrapped in an old rag. Mentioned it to the air crew. They responded, "Yeah, we know about it." Never leaked again the rest of the flight. Some duct tape will fix it. I'm not joking. They use a lot of duct tape. I'm a pilot's son, so not technically qualified here, but I was flying down to Perth sitting next to the airline's DFO, a family friend. I noticed that we were circling the airport for a long time on our descent, not like a holding pattern, and even as we approached the runway, it felt way too fast. Anyways, I asked the DFO if he thought we were pretty fast, and he said, "Yep, I don't think our flaps are working." We landed fine and spent a bit longer streaming down the runway, but the most amazing thing was that not one of the other passengers had any idea that there was a problem. It was great seeing the DFO was unfazed, knowing his fellas in the front were on top of it. Not a pilot, but an engineer. A friend of mine spotted frost on a wing prior to takeoff and pointed it out to the crew when they didn't de-ice. He was ignored. The flight proceeded, and he was given the gears by passengers seated nearby for causing panic for nothing. He spoke to the captain after the flight and was told it was perfectly safe. Turns out my buddy is a leading expert on aircraft icing. Long story short, the FAA got involved. I'm a private pilot. We were landing in Portland at night. I was looking out the window to watch what was going on, and I nearly got blinded by someone shooting a laser at the aircraft. I luckily was able to look away in time. I talked to the pilots after landing, and they said they were almost blinded too. They reported it to the airport police, but that's the last I've heard of it. I don't get why people do that. I assume it can end up causing crashes and stuff. Some genius tried doing that to a helicopter around here recently. They didn't notice what they aimed at was a police helicopter. The police helicopter wanted to play. which included dropping to 50 feet while pointing their spotlight at the kids who did it, and politely informing them that they could stay very still right where they were while the nearest police cruiser came by to pick them up to make an example out of them. Dust and similar things striking a cockpit window causes microscopic fissures. A laser striking that at a few hundred feet will cause the entire pane of glass to become a shining wall of glaring light, and will also be quite unkind to the pilot's night vision. Not a pilot, but I fly a lot, and one time I was next to a pilot in uniform that was catching a ride home. We hit some rough air on arrival, and I heard him go, "Uh-oh, we are coming in low." He then told me every now and then he jokes with passengers like that to freak them out. Similar situation. Nighttime, it's storming, bad turbulence, and the pilot catching a ride home was silently crying. A passenger asked what was wrong, and he apologized and said it was personal. Pretty scary and kind of surprised it didn't start a panic. Sounds like this is a cruel and hilarious inside joke for pilots. Actually, after I became a commercial pilot, I'm a lot more paranoid when flying. I know about too much stuff that could go wrong. One time, I was absolutely positive the plane was going to stall after takeoff. I could feel the wing drop, but they recovered and we were thrown quite a bit around, so in retrospect, it was most likely just very heavy turbulence, but I was really nervous. I had that one happen to me literally yesterday on a flight from Memphis to Salt Lake City. Takeoff seemed a bit rushed, engines gunning, and about 10 seconds off the ground, he's pitched way up, and I feel a quick drop in G's. I tell turbulence to come at me, bro, all the time, but that one nearly gave me a heart attack. It's all the context in your head. He seems dangerously close to stalling right now. Body starts getting lighter. Leaving a small town in Mexico on a plane, noticed that every third screw rivet was missing from the wing I was sitting next to. I could see the rust circles where they had been. We were literally taxiing to take off, and I was traveling with a white-knuckled flyer. Popped a pint of tequila and took a long, hard pull off it and crossed my fingers. Pilot here. I related this story on another post, but it fits here. While still a student pilot, I was riding along in the back of a Cessna 172 while another student practiced landings in the pattern with the instructor. I was looking around and checking things out when I looked directly behind us and saw a twin-engine Aero Commander freighter coming hard right at us. I quickly grabbed the instructor by the shoulder to point out the other plane, and he immediately grabbed the microphone and screamed something into it. The other aircraft was so close that I watched the pilot of the Commander quickly look up from whatever he focused on and could see the look of shock on his face as he pushed the aircraft over into a quick descent. His aircraft went directly under ours at a distance that could not have been more than 50 feet. It was so close I honestly expected to feel an impact. The student flying the aircraft never saw a thing and was completely unaware of how close he had come to getting taken out from behind. Still freaks me out a bit thinking about how close we came. Similar story. I was learning to fly in a Piper Archer III. The instructor and I were cruising, and when I looked out the window, I see this guy in a Cessna climbing altitude and heading practically straight for us. Only thing to do was to climb and get out of the way. Interesting experience to say the least. Flew AWACSs in the Air Force, which is essentially a Boeing 707. We're not supposed to bank more than a certain amount. Amount is classified, sorry, because of the radar dome on top of the aircraft. I was a passenger flying on a 737, flying into Villahermosa, Mexico, and final apparently aims you straight between two very close together mountains. The pilot banked way more than I was used to, picked up the glide slope between these peaks, and I admit it freaked me out. "What's he doing?" I cried. I was traveling with an AWACS navigator who also looked at me all crazy eyes and grabbed at the armrests. But it was fine for this aircraft. It just would have been all out of limits for mine. Oh yeah, we notice. One thing I always notice is how a pilot transitions through 10,000 feet. Since there is a speed limit of 250 knots below 10,000 feet, when you climb through 10,000, you lower the nose to pick up speed. The autopilot has been varying the aircraft pitch to maintain 250 knots, and if you just ask it to maintain a higher speed, it will aggressively level out, leaving you with that light feeling in your stomach. The good pilots will smoothly transition using different flight modes, but I can always tell the sloppy ones. It was one of those days when I felt the sloppy pilots on a climb out from Atlanta. I was in the very last row chatting with the flight attendants who sat in the aisle between the last two seats. I had been out of flying for a year or so I was reminiscing and having a nice chat. On a descent into Toronto, the captain mentioned it would be a bumpy ride in. The first time we shot the approach, I was scared. It wasn't the bumps that worried me, it was how wild the pilots were handling it with the engine power. You get a feeling when you've flown for so long, and the sounds of the airplane work on your subconscious. I would feel the airplane rise as we hit a gust, and they would immediately pull the power. Then, they would apply full power on the back end of the gust. That's where sloppy technique meets unsafe technique for me. After the second approach, I mentioned to the flight attendant that we'll probably spend the night in Detroit. It made no sense to her, but sure enough, we got over the runway, full power, and off we go again. This time though, we keep climbing and heading west. You notice these type of things. The airplane is cleaned up all the way, and I told the flight attendant to get ready for some questions. How did I know we'd divert to Detroit and not a closer airport such as Ottawa or Buffalo? Firstly, the front had already passed through Detroit, so we wouldn't chance it hitting us again. But mostly, I remember a key piece of information at the beginning of the flight. The captain mentioned this was a Detroit flight crew. Detroit was home. Sure enough, the captain announces we'll be diverting into Detroit. The flight attendant calmly walks up to me with a smile on her face and says, "What do I do?" I said what any pilot stuck in the back of an aircraft while two yahoos, whose confidence I have in their ability is nil, had my life in their hands. Open the liquor cabinet. The approach into Detroit was still sloppy, but not as rough, and we arrived without any further issues. As I was walking out, I snuck a peek at the remaining fuel on board. Typically, we'd land with 3,000 pounds, and the lowest I ever saw myself was 2,200 pounds. This fuel gauge read 1,500 pounds. How many mini bottles of booze can you throw back on a flight between Toronto and Detroit? The answer is 5. Ask Reddit. What fan theories have blown your mind with their devastating logic? Part 1. I read a theory about Courage, the cowardly dog, that said Courage is actually a normal dog and he sees the world through a dog's eyes. All the villains in the show are just normal people, but to a little dog they seem scary. They don't actually live in the middle of nowhere, but since his owners are too old to take him outside for walks, he only knows what's around his immediate property, and everything beyond that is nothing because he's never seen it. This is a good theory. Also explains why Courage always feels like he has to protect his owners from all the scary things, even though the owners are very nonchalant about all of the situations, and act like everything is normal, and Courage is freaking out for apparently no reason. Reading about Rugrats makes me think of that episode where they think the world will end. They make a shelter and plan to survive, except there's only enough room for 4, not 5. So they have to pick between Tommy, Chucky, Angelica, Phil, and Lil. They actually make a logical choice for repopulating the earth. You would take both girls. Chucky has different family from either girl, so he's accepted. The choice would be between Tommy and Phil. Phil has redundant DNA with Lil. Tommy, while a cousin of Angelica, still brings more diversity. Leaving Phil out was the logical choice, and if they truly had to. It's not broken down this way in the show, but they still reach the same result. Forcing little kids to choose who dies is pretty disturbing premise for a children's show. That's what made the 90s memorable. The story of Aladdin is made up by the salesman at the beginning to persuade you to buy the lamp. This seems far more plausible than it being 10,000 years in the future. Doctor Who. The Doctor's name is a word of power. something that was introduced to the series in Moffat's Series 3 episode, The Shakespeare Code. What does the Doctor's name do? It unlocks the Time War. This is the reason he trusts no one but himself to know his own name. During the ending of Forest of the Dead, the 10th Doctor also states to River that there would be only one way she could have known his name. This is also the reason why the Silents are terrified of the Doctor's name. And why not? It would release the Daleks and the Time Lord from the locked Time War. It's speculated that this is the premise of the 50th anniversary episode. There's one hole. If his name is a word of power, how come he didn't use his name before the Time War? In the classic series, he was still called the Doctor, even though Time War has yet to happen. He's a time traveler. He sees time differently than us. There is no before for him. A bit late for this, but Willy Wonka knew those children would die in his factory. After Augustus gets sucked up the chute, they all hop on board the boat through the Tunnel of Doom. The boat doesn't have 2 extra vacant seats, though. It was designed with prior knowledge that they would lose 2 participants before that point. Later, they drive a cream-spewing car with only 4 seats. Did they have another car waiting in the garage in case the others made it? Of course not. Willy Wonka uses children to make candy. I've always thought Willy Wonka had amazing potential to be incredibly sinister. He's just being condescending these days, though. I like the idea that at the end of The Thing, 1982, when Kurt Russell offers Keith David the bottle and he drinks out of it. The bottle is filled with gasoline, one from the Molotovs he was throwing earlier. Since the creature wouldn't understand what gasoline tastes like, it wouldn't spit it out. Another theory I've heard is that McGrady gave him the alcohol knowing that if Childs were human, he would be fearful of being infected and refuse the alcohol. By drinking it, Childs shows that he isn't afraid of infection and must therefore be a thing. The original Scooby-Doo is set after a horrible economic depression. Everything is abandoned and falling apart, and all of the villains are people who would normally be really respected, professors, museum curators, celebrities, who have fallen into hard times just like everyone else. How many times have the gang helped someone not go out of business? The Venture Bros had a nice twist on this. Fred was an insane cult dealer. Shaggy had gone so far around the bend he was imagining his dog was talking to him. Easily the darkest Venture episode. Fred is Ted Bundy, Daphne is Patty Hearst, Velma is the radical feminist Valerie Solanas, and Shaggy is the son of Sam, Killer, who claimed he heard dogs commanding him to kill. Fun fact, this episode was one of the few not written by Doc Hammer and Jackson Public. It was written by Ben Udland, creator of The Tick. Edlund has co-writing credit on a handful of episodes, but otherwise, the cohesive feel of the show largely has the limited number of writers to thank. My favorite Star Wars conspiracy is that Emperor wasn't spending all those resources creating crazy super weapons like the Death Star and the Sun Crusher and putting together gigantic fleets of Star Destroyers wasn't to stop the Rebel Alliance, but rather in preparation of the Yuuzhan Vong invasion that would happen about a quarter century after Road TJ ended. Now the Emperor is a pretty smart guy. I mean, he got himself elected to Chancellor of the Republic, started a war, earned himself absolute control on both sides of the war, then managed to turn the galaxy against the guys who, for a millennium, had served as icons of peacekeeping, justice, and democracy. And that takes some serious strategizing. But here's the thing. At this point, the Republic was falling apart, with or without a Sith-led separatist movement to nudge them in the wrong direction. The Senate was where nothing ever got done. Corruption reigned supreme. Even the Jedi Council wasn't doing its job properly. Ideally, Jedi are supposed to act as bastions of compassion and moderation. The way the Jedi would be tasked to deal with the situation is as balancing influence between, say, 2 conflicting nation-states, or a particularly quarrelsome trade agreement. Everyone respected and would listen to a Jedi, and even without acting on behalf of the Republic, they should be able to arrive on a scene and be able to allow discussion and bureaucracy to flourish. Instead, the Jedi Council of the warning days of the Republic had grown inward and conservative, spending all their time mediating on the state of the galaxy and not enough time heading out there and fixing crap. This held throughout the war, when Jedi were surprisingly quick to jump to open combat as opposed to discussion. In short, the Republic was completely and utterly unprepared for a real invasion from a force that wasn't being controlled by a puppet master who was preventing either side from gaining an advantage until the moment was right. The kinds of fleets that were commonplace in the Empire would have been impossible for the Republic to even agree to create, let alone have the wherewithal to actually build. What Palpatine did was take a failing system and tear it out by the roots, replacing it with a brutally efficient military-industrial focused society, one that could adequately prepare for an invasion of the scale of Yuuzhan Vong were already beginning. Second of all, if you think about it, creating a weapon that can destroy planets doesn't make a whole lot of sense when you're fighting a war against a well-funded but decentralized and scattered rebellion. The Rebel Alliance wasn't fighting a war of planets or borders or resources, they were fighting a war of attrition. What good is the ability to destroy a planet when your enemy doesn't even officially control any? The destruction of Alderaan, the only notable use of the Death Star, was a move made by Grand Moff Tarkin, whose Tarkin doctrine, though it heavily influenced the way the Empire kept a tight grip on even the furthest systems, was not the ultimate purpose of the ultimate weapon. Tarkin was convinced that the Death Star was his tool, one of intimidation and despotism. Then he could use it to keep the Alliance, the biggest threat to his power, at bay. And we all know how that venture turned out. No, the real purpose of the Death Star was to be able to fight a force that could completely terraform an entire planet into a gigantic, organic shipyard in a matter of months, and was backed by dozens of 100-plus kilometer across world ships. In fact, without the timely arrival of the seed of the original Yuuzhan Vong homeworld, Zonoma Seacoast, and a Jedi-influenced heretic cult that spurred a slave uprising, it's very unlikely that the Denzians of the galaxy could have survived the war at all under the leadership of the New Republic. In fact, it's not really even fair to say that they won the war in any sense. With a sizable portion of the population of the galaxy eradicated, Coruscant, the former shining jewel at the heart of every major government for millennia, captured and terraformed beyond recognition, and the New Republic forced to reconstruct itself as the Galactic Alliance. Undoubtedly, for all its flaws, the Empire could have hammered out a far less Pyrrhic victory over the Vong. And if Palpatine hadn't underestimated the abilities of both the Rebellion he never considered a comparable threat, and one young Jedi, perhaps the galaxy could have avoided the deaths of uncountable sentients during the Yuuzhan Vong War years later. Skynet and the way it operates never really made sense to me. Why doesn't it crush humanity? Until I decided that in the Terminator universe, Skynet is mentally ill, codependent, and in denial about its true actions, motives, and goals. Allow me to explain. I remember seeing once on a 2020 or a Dateline, a journalist, maybe John Stossel, touring an old, abandoned, circa 1950s Russian bioweapon manufacturing facility. It was little more than a concrete skeleton, even the walls were mostly gone. What remained were 3 or 4 floors and staircases connecting them. In the floors, going all the way up, were huge holes. They were meant to hold fermentation vats, at least 25 feet in diameter and 4 stories tall, each. There was room for at least 8 vats. They were for fermenting and cultivating anthrax or smallpox by the millions of gallons. Think about that. And that was done with 1950s era tech. And that was just one plant. The tech was simple in the extreme. If Skynet really wanted to wipe out humanity, what is with the Terminators at all? Why send out endoskeletons and Terminators armed with weapons that can't be captured and used by humans, and who are also themselves vulnerable to capture and reprogramming? How many humans can one Terminator seriously kill over its useful lifetime? Ask Reddit. What fan theories have blown your mind with their devastating logic? Part 2. In the beginning of 2001, A Space Odyssey, a black screen is displayed while music plays for a few minutes before the film starts. It's believed that this is the monolith, tilted 90 degrees and taking up the entire screen, as if the entire film is a technological and evolutionary advancement that Kubrick is bestowing us. There are some really ridiculous complex theories about Hal's intentions and about Kubrick's directing. If I remember correctly, the chess game Frank plays against Hal is a very famous one, but Hal makes a wrong move to test Frank's awareness. I will look for the original theory. How Loki really won in the Avengers. One thing to add, Loki isn't acting on his own will. While it is true that he wants to rule Asgard, it is also true that he's under Thanos' control through the Mind Gem. When we first see Loki, his eyes look exactly the same as Hawkeye's when we get a close-up of his face in the invasion of the helicarrier. Loki planned, beforehand, to lose the fight, but he also planned for Hulk to kick the crap out of him, so he'd break the chains around his mind. He has free will back, and Thanos has no idea. Sean Connery's character in The Rock, John Patrick Mason, is actually James Bond. He got caught spying on America and was hidden away in various prisons. This man does not exist, not in the United States or Great Britain, says FBI Director Womack. This ties in with the theory of James Bond being a code name for different agents. If I remember correctly, when the FBI finally lets him out, one of his requests, in addition to a hotel suite, is a tailored suit, in addition to a shave and a haircut. He's not merely a former soldier and intelligence agent, he has a taste for the finer things, much like Bond. One that hasn't been brought up yet is Blade Runner. Ridley Scott finally closed the debate a few years ago as to whether or not Deckard was actually a replicant. He totally was. But to take this one step further, he was a replicant implanted with the memories of Gaff, Edward James Olmos' character. Gaff was actually the top Blade Runner, but was sidelined due to some injury or illness, hence the cane. And so Deckard was created and implanted with Gaff's memories to continue the search for Roy Batty and friends. This explains why Gaff never really does anything aside from drive Deckard around and why he treats him with such contempt. Gaff's origami also hints at Deckard's true nature, as they seem to demonstrate an insight into what Deckard is feeling. A chicken when he is feeling scared, a stickman with a boner when he is about to meet the smoking hot Rachel, and the unicorn from Deckard's reoccurring dream. It also helps explain the compliment Gaff pays Deckard at the end of the film, after he apparently hovered above the building and watched Batty nearly kill Deckard without intervening. He lands and says, "You've done a man's job," which is the highest praise you could give to a replicant. When it's all laid out like that, I hardly even think it should be considered a theory. It's just clearly what was going on if you take a few minutes to think about it. Ridley Scott did say that, but when he was making the movie, Harrison Ford insisted that Deckard should be human, and Scott agreed with him. At that time, the idea was that it was supposed to be ambiguous, which is something I personally find more appealing than a hard answer either way. I think Ford is still mad about the movie, not just because of the changes and the narration he was forced to do, but because Scott lied to him. From Scott's perspective, it would make sense to lie to Ford. If he was a replicant, he wouldn't know, and Scott would get a better performance that way. The Jetsons and the Flintstones are two portions of the same society. The people living in Bedrock are actually members of a far future, one may say post-human, society that have rejected the day-to-day electronic assistance to live like their long-dead ancestors did, or at least what they think they lived like. History has lost a bit in translation. This explains the talking animals. They're just synthetic creations. It's been so long since any actual animal lived that didn't have human communication bred written into it that the pharaohs didn't realize how silly it is to be talking with creatures that didn't even exist along early humans. Interesting, except the Jetson versus the Flintstones using a time machine. Science fan theory. Let's skip the M. Night hatred for a moment. I too think he's become something of a joke, but he has made a number of worthwhile movies, and this one I initially couldn't stand, thinking it was full of ridiculous plot holes. And then, Eureka! When I first saw this film, I didn't realize that it wasn't about aliens at all. It's about the return of demons. Notice it's all about a priest's resurgence of belief and a preordained moment of redemption if dared and attempted. There's no alien technology or weaponry or clothing of any kind, only a clawed, naked beast creature and lights in the sky. Furthermore, the running joke throughout the movie is that people see these invaders in a way that's related to their particular frame of mind. The cop sees them as prankster kids, the bookstore owner sees them as a hoax to sell commercials, the Army recruitment office sees them as invading military, the kids see them as UFOs, and the priest sees them as a test of faith. This understanding of the film removed my hatred of the "you've got to be kidding me, they were killed by water" concept. In fact, the priest's daughter had been referred to as holy, as revealed during Mel's key monologue, recognized by all who saw her at her birth as an angel. And her quite particular relationship to water is shown to be very special and spiritual. In other words, she has placed vials of what are essentially holy water all around the house, and the creature's reaction when coming into contact with this blessed liquid is exactly like monsters, vampires being splashed by spiritual acid. This view of the movie also explains the creature's actions. They act like superior tricksters, are not able to break in through closed doors, can be trapped behind simple wooden latches, all mythological elements of demons and vampire-like creatures of lore. It also explains the news over the radio at the end of the movies that an ancient method of killing the creatures has been found in 3 small cities in the Middle East. One would suspect the religious hubs of the 3 main Abrahamic traditions, each discovering the mystic methods of protection and dispatch that I've noted earlier. Note also, all the Christian iconography throughout the movie, the references to signs and wonders, the true meaning of the title, the crucifix shaped hinted at everywhere. Check out the overhead shot looking down on the street driving into town, and the ultimate fact that the entire movie is built around a priest rediscovering he is not abandoned to a random, godless, scientifically oriented universe, but rather is part of a predicted and dreamed of plan. Now, these creatures may for all intents and purposes be some sort of extraterrestrial or interdimensional aliens, but the point of the movie seems to be that they are, in the actuality of the film world, the dark stuff from which all the characters' tales of devils and night creatures were born. Rufus the mole rat from Kim Possible is a phallic symbol. He lives in Ron's pocket and his favorite food is tacos. And all the girls love him. How Garfield is actually dying of starvation and just imagining John and Odie. There was a reference to this in a Halloween-themed comic. Garfield woke up in a condemned and abandoned house. He calls out for Odie and John, but there is no answer. He then wills the illusion back on himself and continues his delusions about his family. A variation of this is Garfield minus Garfield, where every character except for John is removed, and the result is a very disturbing portrait of a chronically depressed, lonely schizophrenic succumbing to his neurosis in suburbia. To all you Potterheads out there, when Sybil Trelawney predicted Harry was born in the midwinter, she was laughed at, as Harry's birthday is in July. However, it is a known fact that, spoiler alert, Voldemort's soul is inside Harry. It's possible that Professor Trelawney was detecting the part of Voldemort inside Harry as Voldemort was born mid-December. Wasn't she predicting Voldemort's death when she thought it was Harry's? Kind of debunked. In Half-Blood Prince, she told Harry he was a wonderful object. From that, we can assume she foretold his death, non-stop, for her own needs, not because she actually thought he was going to die. In the end, both Harry and Voldemort did die, so she was sort of right after all. Maybe McGonagall should raise her salary again. I remember a pretty solid one about how R2-D2 was Luke's father. This was before Empire Strikes Back came out. Luke's father was mortally wounded by Vader. His brain was removed from his body and placed in life support inside a robot. This is why C-3PO is so worried about R2's operational status. C-3 knows that R2 has biological components. Turns out Luke, who got very little Jedi training, isn't all that great. It's his Jedi father inside of R2 every time. Think about that. Early on, when Luke does something with the Force, R2 is always there. Except for the one time on Hoth, and what is R2 doing at that time? Deploying a long-range Force antenna we never see again. It just occurred to me that there was a time when nobody knew that Darth Vader was Luke's father. That must have been mind-blowing. Archer TV show. Whenever someone eats at a Chinese restaurant and brings home a tinfoil swan full of leftovers, they are going to betray the company. Spoil alert, re-seasons 1 and 2. Episode 1. When Archer wants to break into the mainframe and alter his financial records. Episode 9. Lana is going to join Odin. And there is another episode where Cyril takes a bribe at the restaurant and his bribe money is in the swan. I'm sure this theory is out there somewhere else, but I've yet to find it. The theory I once heard Richard Feynman mention, that the universe has only one electron. That's a pretty negative view. Actually, it makes the universe a much more positive place than the opposite view. AskReddit. Apple Store employees of Reddit, what are some of the strange things you've seen on those devices before wiping them every night? I used to work as a specialist in a mall store. One time, a man came in and said that the internet wasn't working on his phone. So I said the old, "Let's find out together" line, and I opened the dude's phone. The guy was like a 60-ish aged white guy. I'm a late 20s aged gal. I open his Safari and go to a website. He just didn't know how to do it. Then he asked me how to search, and the only thing in his history is interracial porn. I looked at his Asian wife, looked at him, he looked at me, and it was the longest 10 seconds of all of our lives. Former employee here, did data transfer a bit, and it's remarkable the amount of people, not young mind you, have naked pictures of themselves in their iPhoto library. We weren't supposed to go through them, and we didn't, unless the customer explicitly stated they wanted us to check and make sure every photo transferred. Keep that crap in a separate folder so your friends, children, don't see it. Once had someone from a site similar to Suicide Girls come in and was big on promoting herself and showing off her photos. And then there was always the random wife who found their husband's porn stash after a transfer and wanted to accuse us of putting it there. I work at an Apple store. We see a lot of weird stuff. Once when I was a specialist, I went to go demo an iPad mini to someone. Turn on the screen and bam, Privates is the lock screen wallpaper. They did not end up buying the iPad mini. I've got some Apple Store stories. I used to be a genius for a few years, and a man came in with a non-functioning iPhone. When I asked him what was wrong, he said, "I don't know, man, just woke up and it won't turn on." Upon further questioning, it came up that he had been drinking the night before, and it might have had something to do with his problem. I started to check for liquid damage, thinking he might have spilled a drink on it inadvertently, and that's when the stench hit me. As a side note, you need to get your face really close to the phone to look at the liquid damage sensors in an iPhone. What I had only now begun to smell was the odor of stale urine. This dude had somehow soaked his phone in urine and gave it to me to try get replaced. Needless to say, he did not get a new phone. Ruined my day. former employee. A girl brought in her own laptop because it was running really slow. Hard drive was basically full of all sorts of weird stuff. I've seen some weird stuff before. One time, someone FaceTimed on one of the iPads I was cleaning. Another specialist and I answered it. It was a very large Hispanic lady with a shirt not quite covering all of her belly. I informed her that she called a demo iPad. Someone clearly logged in with their Apple ID. She asked if she still wanted to talk. We didn't. Also, various people who don't belong on demo backgrounds. Somebody comes in about once a month, and I don't know how they do it, but they set Nick Cage as the background on all the iOS devices. I'm impressed, and then hate changing everything back. Creative of 7 years, recently promoted to full-time customer. My job was to train old people how to use Macs 1 hour at a time. One lady in particular comes to mind. Her husband had recently passed, so she came in weekly for lessons, but also maybe to take her mind off things. A few weeks in a row, however, she would bring up iPhoto and find a picture of her late husband and start crying. This happened for a few weeks, until one week it was pictures of her and her husband naked in bed, but someone else was taking pictures. This time it was tears of joy as she explained that was her son taking the pictures because he thought they looked beautiful. One more, a male elementary school teacher who was also a nudist wanted to learn how to bookmark pages in Safari. So I click on Safari and it's a picture of him skinny dipping in a lake. No big deal, I closed that window and opened a new one. Same picture. It was his home page. I don't work in an Apple store, but I went through the iMessages on one of the store phones. Someone was sending really nasty, mean text to someone they obviously didn't like with an anonymous number. Not an Apple, but I work for Sprint. Some guy managed to take a picture of himself without his shirt on with a store phone. He didn't send it, he took it. Somehow, we didn't notice, but I know it was taken there because the rest of the store was in the background. Maybe he stole a device, loaned tons of money from the bank, started building his own exact replica of the store in the desert, where he proceeded to take off his shirt, take a picture, and run back to the store to put it back, and you somehow didn't notice. Likely too late, but I've been on the other side of the fence. I had a DVD in my laptop that was an instructional video. I was trying to learn some new moves to please my then boyfriend. It's just my laptop, so I leave the DV in there for days. And one day my computer suddenly shuts off and a puff of smoke appears. Well, that can't be good. When I take it in, they say they have to send it out and get fixed, under warranty. I forgot the DVD was still in there. I return a week later, and this poor girl brings out my laptop, goes through the whole boot up thing to make sure it works, and then at the very end hands me an envelope and whispers, "I believe there was a movie in there as well, so this is your property." I just said, "Yep, there was," and hightailed it out of there. So embarrassed. The other night, we got Nick Caged. Every iPad in the store had a different wallpaper photo of that bastard. Can't be unseen. I worked as a specialist in a flagship store in New York City for about a year. Every night, we actually physically wiped down every product with alcohol wipes so they would be sanitary the next day. We wore rubber gloves to do this. The amount of people who had come into the store, many of which were homeless or just plain dirty, was astounding. The white keyboards on the desktops weren't always white by the end of the day. And on the iPads, you could actually see the layout of the keyboards because all of the fingertips on the screen. Some guy who we never caught comes in every other week or so and puts Nick Cage's face on every iPad and iPad mini in the store. I don't know who he is, and I hate him for making my job harder. Because he's the hero the Apple Store deserves, but not the one it needs right now. So we'll hunt him, because he can take it. Because he's not our hero, he's a silent guardian, a watchful protector, a dark knight. I was talking to a guy who worked at an Apple Store once, and he told me that multiple times every day, people ask if they can charge their BlackBerries in the store. That must have been a while ago. I work at a Verizon store that carries BlackBerries. We basically never ever sell them. People come in asking to charge their iPhones frequently though. I used to be a specialist at an Apple store. My favorite story was when I was asked to help out this grizzled taxi driver whose Mac was slow. His entire desktop was covered in naked JPGs of young to underage looking nude Asian women. The driver absolutely did not give a crap that I was seeing all this. All traces of shame left this man years ago, along with many of his teeth. He had no concept of using folders to store his porn or to organize them in iPhoto. Just covered his desktop in loose icons that were layers thick. He also showed me the machete he keeps in his coat because he's been held up multiple times. I worked at Vodafone. I have had to deal with a man corrupted a brand new laptop within an hour of purchase from viewing bestiality sites. I made a woman cry because we worked out that her phone bill was higher because her husband was cheating on her. Sad. Dozens of moisture-damaged phones. After checking them for faults, then casually being informed they had been peed on. Probably 3 times a week, lads showing me their girlfriends. I worked for an AT&T retailer. Once a lady went in to upgrade her phone, completely ordinary transaction, until I opened her phone's battery cover. Some little spider streamed out, and around the battery there was a bundle of cobwebs or a spider sack. After the lady left, we locked the door and sprayed Lysol and wiped the entire counter. Twice. I don't work for an Apple store, but I worked on a help desk, and it amazes me how many people store personal stuff on their work computers. Let's just say I found a video called Shower Time, WMV, while moving data from one hard drive to another. I worked at a public school, and I was amazed at how often we would find inappropriate personal pictures on school computers, some of which can never be unseen. I once went in with a jailbroken iPhone that looked like a Windows phone. The look on the employee's face was amusing. Wait, I thought jailbreaking one voids the warranty. Actually, there is no risk in jailbreaking an iPhone. It cannot damage the device hardware at all. On the off chance the jailbreak doesn't work, enter DFU mode, hold down lock button and home button, and plug it into iTunes and restore from your backup. And again, if Apple says they don't want anything to do with a jailbroken device, back up the contacts and calendar right in front of them to your iCloud. Then make them watch you as you enter DFU mode and plug it into one of their Macs. Then ask them to help you. If they tell you no, we know you jailbroke your device, we just saw you, walk away and come back to someone else. They will not be able to tell it ever had jailbreaks on it. I used to work in an Apple store. I was on the floor once when a guy comes up saying that his phone wasn't deleting photos. I asked if he knew how to delete them, and then he said, yeah, but they don't go. I've got to get rid of them. My kids are coming over this weekend. He then got his phone and clicked straight into a full frontal nude picture. I instantly looked at the ceiling and got my phone out and said, I'll show you on mine. I had a pretty girly wallpaper that my girlfriend had put on at the time. Oh, that's not embarrassing. My girlfriend's done that. Yeah, not as embarrassing as mine. No, it wasn't. I worked as a specialist and was good friends with some people at the Genius Bar. One time, a mother came to pick up her daughter's laptop from the Genius Bar after a data transfer from her old computer. When the geniuses brought the computer out from the back room, she rudely insisted that she goes through the computer while still at the Genius Bar to make sure everything was transferred. They started going through the photos, and the mother stumbled upon a photo album of her daughter with 3 or 4 other girls in a nude situation. She immediately closed the computer and left the Apple store in tears.
AskReddit. Parents of Reddit, how do you feel when your kid brings back a girlfriend or boyfriend? How do you decide whether you like them or not? Part 1. It's not up to me to like them, it's up to her. If she does, then I do. I care that my daughter is safe, happy, motivated, handling her own business. Apart from that, I'm just enjoying watching her experience things and hoping she includes me in some of that. Met my daughter's boyfriend the other day. First boyfriend, she's 17, he's 18. I must admit, I was a bit nervous, and I remember very well being 18 and what I was thinking or wanting, but had a word with myself to be welcoming and warm and to treat him as an equal, my daughter's friend and therefore my friend. Anyway, he's a nice young man, so it's all good. But to answer your question, I guess if he's nice, I like him. If he's an idiot, I won't. Either way, as far as my daughter is concerned, I like him. I come from a middle-class Indian immigrant family, and my parents were never cool with us kids having boyfriends. So when, at the age of 25, I brought my boyfriend home, they were a bit hesitant and took a long time to open up to him. My mom went all mother-in-law mode and felt she had to keep up appearances. If he came over and she was laying on the couch, she would get up and act all formal. The first day he met my dad, I asked my dad afterwards what he thinks of my boyfriend. His response was, "Don't lose him. That's all." Now he comes over and hangs out with them without an ounce of formality. They all have little inside jokes with him, my siblings included. My parents went car shopping and I didn't get to go, so my dad asked if the boyfriend and I would go take a look at the car one day after work. They just really wanted him to check it out too, which felt so special to me because they value his opinion and he's part of the family now. I never would have imagined that my family would welcome him like this. Melts my heart. Not a parent, but this was my experience with my mother when I was a teen. So, as a teen, my mother pulled me to the side and gave me the gay talk. You know, the "I'll still love you even if you were gay" talk. I asked her why she thought I was gay, and she said it was because I never bring any girls to the house. Guess what I did within the next few days? I brought a girl in the house. Guess what my mother did? She kicked her out and gave me a lecture on how inappropriate it was to bring girls to the house. Yes, it makes no sense. Well, next time, bring a boy home. My 4-year-old daughter introduced me to the 5-year-old neighbor's kid as a boyfriend. She told me he's really good at running fast and he appreciates snails as much as she does. Well, needless to say, this is a keeper. What is it about fast boys? I remember in grade school, the fastest dudes had every girl swooning over them. My elementary school husband was the fastest kid on the playground. That's right, he was so fast I had to put a ring on it. My daughter just started dating. She was mortified when I picked them up and asked if everything was Gucci. Next time, ask if they're having a yeet time. It doesn't work in the sentence, it makes it better. And use the word thinner, loads. It doesn't matter if your use of it actually makes sense or not. My daughter, 13, wanted me to meet her first real boyfriend. I was nice and pleasant, but I knew it wouldn't last because he was all looks and no brains. Of course, as junior high relationships go, it was about a 2-month ordeal. I think all parents should try and be cordial, unless the person feels like a serial killer or something. What flavor cordial should they try and be? Raspberry, of course. Did Anne of Green Gables teach you nothing? When they interact and help out with the rest of the family. When my daughter didn't understand her homework, and then her sister's boyfriend helped her, it showed how much he actually cared. I like to think I would do this, but I probably wouldn't understand the homework either. Have a sibling significant other help you. My mother-in-law assumed I was some sort of player when I first met her before my first date with my wife. Even told my wife that she assumed I went on lots of dates back at school. Joke's on her, I spent the entirety of my freshman year before I met my wife, enjoying the sweet, sweet internet speed of my dorm room and playing Halo 3, Mass Effect 1 and 2, picking up drunk dorm mates from house parties at 3 a.m. and going on exactly 0 dates. After years of getting to know my MIL, she just didn't want her daughter to get into a long-distance relationship then end up moving out of state with me if we got married and I was still there, which ended up happening. Whoops. How's the relationship now? And more importantly, did you let David stay with Cerberus? Oh, we've always gotten along amicably. But she's thrilled we moved back after a couple of years out of state, and now she has a cute little granddaughter to see just an hour away, who of course loves her Mimi. And I just couldn't leave him to those jerks. That's a harsh fate for anyone. Be free! When my oldest daughter introduced her first serious boyfriend, He was an awkward kind of guy, was pretty unremarkable, but he got super animated about topics that interested him. I had a chat with him about my daughter. He got animated. They've been married for 9 years. Good guy, works hard, is a staunch advocate for his wife, and I love his smile when he looks at their kids. My oldest son's first girlfriend was not an emotional investment he was willing to make. She was pretty, but that was it. I scolded him, he got defensive, almost married her, but she made the mistake of asking my son about my money. About a year later, he brought home a beautiful, talented woman with an electric personality and more self-confidence than even my cocksure eldest, and I was never prouder of him than when he took that dive. Their kids are incredible. Great couple. My second daughter just introduced us to a college friend of hers. He seems like a decent person. He's young, but he's got a head on his shoulders and seems able to conduct himself politely. I'll need more time to figure it out. My youngest son had a high school sweetheart girlfriend that's now his college girlfriend. When I first met her, she was 9, so I'm pretty enamored with her. Her parents have babysat and house sat for us, and they're all good people. My youngest daughter has introduced me to a girlfriend from her trade school recently. Pretty sure she's been dating her for a couple of years. She's angry, contrary, and bitter. Under all that baggage, it's hard to tell, but I'm hoping that my home can be a place where she can just let whatever angers her so much disappear for a while, and I can find out who she actually is. I've asked a good friend of my daughter's if there's ever been any signs of violence, and that's my only real concern. But so far, it seems fine on that front. My youngest has always been a bit more subdued and contemplative than my others, so I'm hoping that whatever bitterness is in her girlfriend's life doesn't hurt her. This relationship is the most concerning one for me, because my daughter is a very sensitive person, and I fear for her happy, cheerful spirit. My mother has always been accepting of everyone I've ever dated, but realistic about their faults. My family immediately welcomes them with open arms, but just warns me if they seem off for whatever reason. I think it's a decent system. This is how my mom operates. She let me make a whole lot of mistakes, but always told me what she saw from her perspective and her concerns. However, it always ended with, as long as you're happy, that's what matters. I agree, as a parent, you have to be this way, or risk alienating your child, which leaves them with no support, as they are too afraid to admit they're wrong. We've had both sides of the spectrum, and can say we've approached them with open arms. Funnily enough, it's our friends who will tell our kids if they aren't right, lol. This is a tough subject. My daughter started dating a guy when she turned 17. He said he had 2 jobs. He said he came from a rough childhood, so he didn't like to talk about his family. He told us they were refugees from Haiti who moved to the US to better their lives. He said his family one day just decided to move from our state to the other side of the country. We all would ask questions, but he would just shut up. It was troubling, but he was polite, seemed kind. He called my mom he was visiting every day. Then my daughter turned 18 and they moved in together. I felt it was too soon, but she thought she was in love. He was still his nice, quiet self in front of our family. My daughter began telling me he didn't want to cook or clean and just wanted to play PS4 while she worked full time. I told her to keep talking to him about how she was becoming unhappy. He would make her promises but continue to do what he was doing. She worked graveyards, so he would say he worked during the day and she'd believe him. She had a puppy who he agreed to look after and clean up for as a shared responsibility. He wasn't doing this at night when she was at work or when he was off. She had an opportunity to go to Disneyland for a week as a babysitter for her little cousins. After making sure he was okay with it, she went. She got home a day early to surprise her dog on his birthday. She found him lethargic, with no food or water and no AC on in the hot Arizona weather. She broke up with her boyfriend then and there. She said her dog was like her son and she wasn't going to stand for that type of neglect. I picked her up and her ex-boyfriend followed her out. He was polite, telling me to not leave him. I told him to give it a few days. After we left, I could tell her voice was hoarse. She said they'd had a loud argument. The next morning, she asked her dad and I to take her back to her apartment so they could talk. She could get some of her stuff and leave on good terms with him. I asked if we could go in with her and she said, "No, Mom, I'm an adult. I got this." I jokingly asked if she was going to take her dog to protect her. She said, "No, as long as he's with you, I know he will be well taken care of." Her words made me joke with her and ask if she was going to run away or something. She just laughed and called me silly. She kept in contact with me and at noonish asked me to get her. We went and there was no answer. It sounded like the apartment was empty. We called the cops. They did a wellness check 5 hours later after we begged and begged. We had searched everywhere and called everyone she knew, but they had both disappeared. We kept going back to the apartment, hoping wherever they went, they had come back, but still nothing. A neighbor brought me a chair to sit to wait outside the apartment until she came. I sat staring at one point on the wall as long as I sat there. I had a fear so primal and deep it slowed down my thought process. Another neighbor came to me and said she heard we were looking for my daughter. What she said next made my blood run cold. She said, "I saw your daughter around 12:30 or 1. Her boyfriend was kicking her and dragging her by the hair into the apartment." I called 911 again because I knew whatever we found in the apartment was not something we would want to see. The 911 operator didn't believe me even after I let her talk to the neighbor. We broke the window and I climbed in. I found my precious, beautiful, sweet, amazing, loving daughter surrounded in blood. She had been strangled and stabbed in the throat. The spot where I had been staring all day was the spot my daughter was killed at on the other side of the wall. He had killed her before we got there and she was bled out in minutes. The kind guy who called me mom was really a monster underneath it all. He has no remorse. I was in disbelief and felt a misunderstanding had happened. I went and saw him once he turned himself in 2 days later. He said he did it because he couldn't live without her. Never let your loved ones be alone when they are breaking up or going to meet someone they just broke up. Learn from the biggest mistake of my life. I'd do anything to rewind time and save my daughter. AskReddit. Parents of Reddit. How do you feel when your kid brings back a girlfriend or a boyfriend? How do you decide whether you like them or not? Part 2. I have always instinctively known within seconds of meeting them. I've liked all but one of my son's partners, and the one I didn't feel right about was the one who screwed him up. My dad's the same way, but he never told me. After breaking off a 2.5-year relationship and a year of being single, I finally met my current girlfriend. Only then, my dad casually mentioned he saw red flags early on for all the crap that broke me and my ex up. If he had said that, you may not have believed him, and there you could have alienated him. Sometimes you gotta let the flow to take its course in life so that you learn them in the right way. I'm not a parent, but my girlfriend's father hates me for some reason. It's been 1.5 years already. It's gotten better since then, though, but still. Same, my dad hates my boyfriend. The only reason is because I make more money than he does. We've never had a fight. Our personalities mesh very well, and it's the best relationship I have ever been in. It makes no sense, and there is no reason, but after 3 years, it hasn't changed. Not a mother, but I'm a sister to a lovely brother. He had brought some girls to the house in his teenage years, and instantly I would know if I liked them or not. The first one he brought was super rude with me and my parents. She would eat alone in the bedroom when we were having dinner, force my brother to be mean to me, etc. Few months after the relationship ended in a really bad way. After that, brought some girl, didn't talk so much with them, but they were nice and sweet. Didn't last long, less than 2 months. The last one he brought, when I talked to her, just one thought came to mind. She's the one. 5 or 6 years later, here they are, living together. I've given my daughter the best advice that I can give her, and she's leaps and bounds better at relationships than a lot of older adults I know. She's nearly drinking age where we're from. That's not to brag though, as a lot of what I told her was don't do the dumb that I did. Well, that and to always know her worth. The moment someone makes her feel less important than they are, they get the boot. She doesn't try to fix people she dates. You are who you are, and if you're not right, then oh well. A direct quote. Honestly, it's something she said to me once that helped me be better off when dating. I'm married now. I'd made the remark that I hadn't understood some sappy things people do when they're in love. She looked me dead in the eyes and said, "That's because you've loved, but never been in love." She wasn't wrong, and as much as I sometimes hate to admit it, she really is. That caused me to examine the relationship I was in under closer scrutiny than I had ever had before. My husband today is the most amazing husband and father we could have asked for, but never realized until now that we deserved. That's because you've loved, but never been in love. Not many things strike a chord with me as much as this does. In high school, I just got into relationships because that's what you did. And I guess I enjoyed the steps up until actually being in the relationship. I think it referred to as the chase. Needless to say, my longest of 7 relationships was 4 months, and I've been single ever since the last one 3 years ago. I'm only 20, and I know it'll change, but it just doesn't feel like there's any girl out there I could actually fall in love with that will also love me back. I've loved before, and I've been loved by a lot, but it's always mutually exclusive for me. Not a parent, so I called my mom. She stated, and I quote, "I like all of them, until they give me a reason not to. Then I never tell you whether I like them or not, so I don't influence your own judgment. I cannot choose for you, although sometimes I wish I could." It's about respect. If she treats him right, and compatibility. On the other end, not her dad, but my girlfriend's roommate is this old grizzled Marine dude. She told me that he liked me because I didn't try to get him to like me, which apparently most people do. I was just myself and acted naturally, which he appreciated. Just be yourself, and the people that will like you, and the people who won't. But always be respectful. My stepdaughter's boyfriend came into my house and we were talking about computer games, and he had the audacity to tell me why Red Dead 2 was better than God of War in my house. But respect to the lad for that. He stuck to his principles, and a year later still argues with me about gaming stuff. You should have started calling him a boy in your best Kratos voice. Nothing asserts dominance like a good Kratos impression. Careful, he might come back with a brush and go, "Hey boy, easy boy," and the like. If he brings a saddle, just give up. My eldest is 15, and boys in high school can be gross. The way they speak to girls and girls to boys is just so far out of line it makes me ill. But her boyfriend is respectful to her and her family. Most importantly, they're the same brand of weird. They FaceTime 19 hours a day, I swear. But yesterday they had an entire conversation about penguins, both using the same weird fake Russian type accent. He's her safe place, and without very good cause, I never get in the way of that. They're fellow comrades. Well, they've all been fine so far, except for one. It's the only time I've ever gotten mad enough to kick someone out of my home. He tried to get me to believe that he didn't know what a potato was. Here's my dad's take. He liked my ex-boyfriend at first because he was initially polite and friendly, and I was very happy with him. However, my dad started to notice red flags later on, and his opinion of him changed. For example, when he came back to my place from a day trip, he had sulked because I didn't show the enthusiasm he wanted about his favorite landmark. My dad told him that he should forgive me, but he still would not stop whining. My dad later told me that his reaction was blown out of proportion. Basically, my dad would decide whether or not to like any guy I bring home based on the way he treats me. Sounds similar to my dad, except the first red flag was a little more obvious. Lol. I was with my ex for 5-ish years, and at first my entire family adored him, but toward the end of our relationship, he started to change. I worked in a retail store back during the recession, and sure, I hated working there, but there weren't exactly other options. My ex didn't like me working there either because it wasn't a real job, that he was embarrassed to tell people I worked there and told me that if I didn't quit, he'd leave me. Keep in mind that he had no job at this time. That was the closest my dad ever came to nearly punching someone in the face for me. Lol. I love to meet his girlfriends. In a very self-serving way, I think his ability to attract charming ladies reflects the quality of my parenting. On one hand, I like whoever brings joy to his life. On the other hand, I prefer to be around polite and well-spoken people. A bit of nervousness on her part indicates that meeting me is important to her. My wife is 3 years older than me. It's not a big deal now that I'm 30, but when I was 17 and a junior in high school, A 20-year-old was something that my, at times, overprotective mother wasn't super amped about. She told me later that before my wife came to dinner for the first time, she asked my dad, "What does some 20-year-old hussy want with my baby?" Well, my wife is a very small woman with an amazing smile and was shaking like a dog laser blades when she met my parents. When she flashed my mom a very obviously nervous "hello" smile, my mom melted and mouthed to my dad, "I like her." Not a parent, but my parents have talked about my boyfriends. They liked most of them, but my dad said there was one he specifically didn't like right away. I dated that guy for over a year before he cheated on me with his ex and left me for her. My dad said he didn't like that guy because he reminded him of his ex-wife who did the same thing to him. Some people just have good gut instincts and experience. I said, "Whatever you do to my daughter, I will do to you." I've been stuck giving him emotional support and validation for 3 years. He played you like a fiddle. Well, my mother's decision is 90% based on if she's Catholic or not. I can't say I'm a fan of her method. Lol, same here. Going to be a rough one when she meets my family and mom's like, "Nah." I'm going to support my girl the whole way through though. Easy decision. You know, I thought my mother would be the same way. Raised Catholic, so I expected that my wife would need to be Catholic too. Just got married to my Muslim wife last month, and my mom threw her a bridal shower because she loves her more than she loves me. And because the feeling was definitely not reciprocated by my wife's family. People suck. I am nice to my son's girlfriend and my daughter's boyfriend. It's not my job to have an opinion on who they choose. If it all goes belly up, I'm there to support them until the next one goes wrong. Rinse and repeat until they find their one, or I'm dead. I've been a hated boyfriend for no reason. It really sucks and affects the relationship. My ex makes no secret of her opinions on the kids' partners. The only thing that does is stops them talking to her about issues they have in their relationships. Yeah, I had a long-time relationship where I had to basically court the parents, or I couldn't see their daughter. Couldn't even be alone around her. I tried so hard, and the mom still treated me like an idiot all the time. I would be so anxious around her and them because of it, and it made it hard to act normal. Over time, I saw it bleed into how she thought of me and started describing me and talking to me the way her mom would, and it hurt so bad. They took every chance to laugh at me and make me feel like a clumsy, absent-minded idiot. It didn't help that I already had a super low self-esteem. Would have been nice if they could have appreciated all of the effort I was putting into making them happy because I loved her. Especially considering we were both over 18 and very few people would put up with being treated like high schoolers in a relationship to be with someone. But I guess I was never going to be good enough for them or her. When I started to fold under all the pressure, I got made out to be the piece of crap who wasn't putting enough into the relationship anymore. It's about respect. If they're treating my kid, spouse, or myself like crap in our own home, how do you think I'll feel? Some politeness goes a long way, and of course it's a two-way street. Chances are you'll also know your kids well enough to notice if this person is a total 180 from their usual friends or previous SO or whatever. Sometimes a red flag, but not always. You've likely had experience with them bringing over someone from the wrong crowd, and this is honestly not that different. It's all about how you see them treat others, but since they're probably teenagers, you can't read too much into things like what they want to do when they grow up, and so on. I'd hope by your 40s or whatever, you'd know enough about how to tell if someone's head is screwed on properly or not. It's still important to let them explore and learn the odd rough lesson on their own. You constantly weighing in on how much you disapprove of their SO only drives them further to them. Although, you don't want to be too late to interfere if things are getting a little too out of control. Like that dad who killed his daughter's boyfriend for getting her into hard drugs and ruining her life. Don't let it get there. At the end of the day, no one can get them to break up except themselves. They have to learn what's best for them and figure it out on their own. Don't meddle too much. Not a parent, but an older brother of 2 sisters. Respect is huge, but for me, it's also about generally being engaged in whatever we're doing. My sister drags you to hang out with us, you better bring it and at least fake having a good time. try going out of the way to get to know us. Surely my sis told you we are a super close family? Parents of Reddit, what is the one thing you most regret saying to your child? Funnier than a regret. One time I told my 4-year-old daughter that I was making mommy a cocktail because it would make her happy. Now every time my wife gets mad, the girl says, "Mommy, you need a cocktail." Sounds like it's time to start bartending lessons for that observant girl. Or just strap a bottle of gin around her neck so she can be like one of those whiskey-carrying St. Bernards in times of need. When my son was little, 3, and an absolute terror, one time I pointed down a road that we never go down and said, "That's the road the bad kids go." When he would misbehave, I would say, "Do we need to go down the bad kids road?" And he would instantly get in line, until he didn't. Then I had to follow through with my threat, drive him down the bad kids road, and there was nothing there. He must have been 5 or 6 at the time, but even then, the symbolism was not lost on him. Go down the bad kids road and nothing really happens. I mean, you could have paid a homeless guy to kidnap him for a few hours. When my daughter was around 8, I told her that a lot of the words that Daddy used were grown-up words and that she shouldn't use them herself. Then she worked out what they were, and she said that I shouldn't use them either. I agreed, and in a fit of noble intention agreed to the swear jar, $1 a swear, to be all paid on her 18th birthday. I owe my 16-year-old daughter about $14,500. She's kept meticulous records, including a signed agreement from the year 2009. You better pony up. She's probably planning the first swear jar financed college education. I convinced my 9-year-old that he would get his third eye at 10. Pediatricians now recommend waiting until at least age 12 before introducing LSD to your kid. I told my son that the dummy fairy came and took all his dummies away because he was far too big for them now, and that the fairy would give them to new babies who need them. He was terrified that the fairy would take all of his stuff and give it away. He also was really angry at babies. Kid isn't even grown and already hates communism. McCarthy would be proud. Yeah, buddy, you can watch TV before bed. Every night now, we watch Cars. I saw an interesting talk about this. Basically, kids like to watch things over and over again because they haven't fully developed their memory or observation, and so can skip over entire subplots while watching a movie or forget them entirely. So while you're watching the red car pave a road for the 10th time, your kid is noticing new details about the movie and also cementing the memory in their mind. This is also comforting to the child because they find comfort in being able to predict the world, and watching a movie over and over again, it starts to get predictable, even for a toddler. I'm not a parent, but I can tell you one thing that my mother told me after I had grown into a fully functioning adult. If you weren't my daughter, we wouldn't be friends. Cuts deep, even to this day. I don't remember exactly what I said, but my son was playing basketball at his school and had just made a basket, but accidentally did it on the wrong side of the court, and he was humiliated. I said something smart-arsey trying to lighten the mood, and it totally backfired. My son turned away and burst into tears. I felt so low. I apologized, but the damage was done. I regret it. Just the other day, my 4-year-old daughter was in her usual 100 questions per hour mode. It was morning, and I'm not one who likes a lot of words before 10 a.m. and said, "Can you please stop asking questions? I don't have the answers for everything." In a slightly sad and disappointed voice, she said, "Okay, Dad, I will stop asking questions." I immediately felt like S and still do several days later. Mommy and I had a talk with her to remind her to keep asking questions, and I think she quickly forgot what I had said anyway. I hope. Next time she's asking questions, turn it around on her. Why do you think the sky is blue? Where do you think babies come from? Why do you think Daddy drinks? My mother once, in a fit of anger, called me retardo mutant pig girl. I think it was to avoid cursing at me. It's been at least 25 years and my sister and I have never let her forget it. Boy, does she regret it. Edit. It was really funny at the time. My sister and I laughed at her and she got over whatever it was that infuriated her. I think I was at that adolescent age where I probably did something unbelievably irritating. My mom was never verbally abusive. I am not in the least scarred by this, and I know at a visceral level that I'm not retarded, mutant, or a pig. I own the girl label. I am, however, very touched by everyone hurt on my behalf, or who have shared the ways their moms did verbally abuse them. Internet hugs and loves to you. My mom was a cursor. One time I said some smart-ass thing because she was being unfair. I don't remember what it was, but I remember that she called me a son of a bee. And I looked her in the eye and said, "Yeah, I really am, aren't I?" One day as I was walking in from work, my wife met me at the door on her way out. She needed a break from our argumentative 10-year-old daughter. My wife muttered under her breath, "I need to leave before I punch her in the face." Our daughter heard and immediately burst into tears. That's why my parents spoke English. I'm from Germany, for adult conversations. Every time there was something going on, they'd switch. Too bad I was a fast learner and picked it up quite nicely. Not my child, not that big of a deal, but it was my first experience with telling children something you shouldn't. My friend's son is now about 18 months. This summer when his mom was away, I went over to help with babysitting and have our first bros night in. He's at that stage where he understands that conversations exist and tries to join in by making sounds, but he hasn't said an actual word yet. It's cute because he does it mainly in places where people talk to each other, e.g. outside for a smoke, around the coffee table, or in a public place. As he was talking to me, he suddenly said "tete" to me. It sounded sort of like teten, which is dialect Flemish for titties. Both me and my friend were in a frat once where it was said that titties is always an appropriate response and or request. It's been a running joke for us ever since. In trying to be funny, I replied to him with "yes, titties" in Dutch. My friend laughed. It happened a few times over the day, and because my friend kept laughing at it, the kid assumed what he was doing was good, and suddenly didn't stop saying it. And he really didn't stop. We took the dog out for a walk, and he screamed "Tete" as people passed by. I had stopped reinforcing it after we realized he didn't stop, but even without my help, every time he said it, it became closer and closer to the actual pronunciation. In the end, he got scarily close to the Flemish pronunciation in our regional dialect. Luckily, my friend lives in the Netherlands where the Flemish dialect isn't really understood, especially from a baby. I left the day after and his mom came back home. Luckily, she never realized what her son kept saying. She's Dutch, so doesn't innately understand an obscure Flemish word. I was told that the kid moved on from saying it after about a week. I learned a valuable lesson that day. Getting kids to say wrong things is incredibly fun, but can become terrifying once you realize there isn't an off switch and mom is going to be home soon. That happened with my cousin. When he was learning how to talk, he couldn't quite say hungry and said horny instead. We all thought it was hilarious until he started screaming, "I'm horny," in public places. I forgot how smart my daughter is. When she was 2, she asked me for the code for my phone because it went to sleep when she was playing some app I downloaded. I told her 1234 because it's the ultimate code. Anyways, she remembered it and was able to unlock my phone the next day and send numerous texts and make multiple phone calls without completely knowing what she was doing. No actual harm in any of that, except phone wasn't on Wi-Fi. She found Netflix. She watched a couple of $100 worth of Paw Patrol that day. Paw Patrol used to really annoy me, but after long enough I've gained a resistance to it, like one of those animals in the desert which has to eat cacti, so they have super thick mouth skin. Years ago, when our first son was around 2 years old, we would occasionally hang out in the garage. We had tons of toys that he could push around and enjoy. But any time he happened to get too close to the street, we would press the car lock button, which would beep a couple of times. We told him the car was mad that he was too close to the street. He would then haul ass back up the driveway yelling, "Car mad! Car mad!" I expect to pay psychiatrist bills due to this. Yes, I do. Nah, in good time he'll realize that it's not true. My little sister used to be afraid of curtains because someone said monsters were hiding behind them, lol. Not a parent, but I witnessed this. At a relative's house, and she had a friend over with a toddler. The kid was screaming and crying non-stop the whole time he was there. We were trying to talk and this kid would not shut up. So we put him in another room where we could see him but still talk over his wails. 2 days later he died. He was suffering from meningitis, which none of us knew anything about at the time. We thought he had a cold or maybe flu, but the time his parents took him to the hospital, it was too late. I will forever remember that little boy screaming and crying, and us all standing around talking, ignoring him. This is so strange to me. Did the parents not wonder what was going on? Kids often don't cry for no reason. Sure, the reason might be dumb, but it's still a reason. Sorry that happened to you. It must have been difficult. We just thought he was sick with a cold because his nose was runny. The thing that bothers me the most was our collective lack of compassion. This kid had no way to communicate how bad he must have hurt. I think it was just one of those social things, adults talking, kid being a brat, etc. In hindsight, it messes with me when I think of it. I don't know if anything would have changed if he had gotten to the hospital a day sooner. The doctors said probably not, but what else would they say? I'm 43, and this is probably one of my biggest regrets. I just wish we had paid more attention, held him, something. Not me, but when I was a baby, my mom said something along the lines of, "She's going to be smart." My grandmother immediately said, "Don't get your hopes up, you'll just be disappointed like I was with you." It's been 21 years and it still hurts my mom to think about it. I doubt my grandma regrets it though. She's never apologized for saying hurtful things like that. Men of Reddit, what's the best compliment you've ever received from a girl? Once had a group of girls told me I was charming. Had another close friend that I gave a lot of crap say that I was very easy to talk to. I've cherished both compliments. A co-worker who I would walk to the bus station with said, "I feel safe with you." And as a big hairy dude with resting murder face and a deep voice, that was something absolutely new to me. It's been 6 years and I still think about that compliment. Dude, that feeling is amazing. I've got the same resting murder face, long hair and a beard. I wear leather jackets and I look dangerous, as people have told me. Getting told I feel safe with you is quite honestly the best compliment you can receive, because so many people just think that you're some scary monster who's out to get them, when in reality, you'd give your life for them, even though you don't know them, or at least I would, regardless of whether I knew them or not. My personal favorite. I was feeling kind of down, so I went to get me a Cinnabon. In my immediate family, my siblings all have bright colored eyes, but me, very dark brown. Anyways, I was getting my order, and the girl working looked at me for a few seconds and told me that my eyes were really nice because they sparkled. It has made me appreciate them a lot more since. How was the Cinnabon? It was good, lol. I always get chocolate on mine. 21 years old at the orthodontist's getting a retainer fixed. Nurse, who was probably only a few years older than me, told me I had really nice blue eyes, while her fingers are all in my mouth. I'm going to hold on to that one for a while. A girl I worked with said, "Wow, you're always so positive and optimistic. It's really nice to work with someone like you." It made my depressed ass happy and proud. You're doing great. Another person whose mask is successfully holding up. Maybe it's not a mask. Maybe the depression is obscuring who they really are, and this happy, optimistic person sometimes shines through the gloom. I have depression. My happy self isn't fake, My depressed self is. It's a false me that gets in my way. Sometimes it chokes me nearly to death, but it isn't who I am deep down in my heart. My closest friend and I have the kind of friendship where we just constantly insult each other. Like, honestly, she's attractive, but I'd never say that to her face. Once she, just out of the blue, said, "Dude, honestly, you're not ugly at all." I had an ex-girlfriend who bumped into me a few years after we had broken up, and she backhanded complimented me by saying, "Wow, you've put on some muscle. You look great. You actually look like a man now." I managed to blurt out, "Thanks, so do you," just late enough for it to be awkward instead of clever. Does my female boss count? LCP, if you saw half the people we interview for positions at this company, you'd understand why we're so excited when we meet someone like you. That one hit my feels as a young man fresh into the job market. Oh man, this is the energy I'm going to carry into my interview on Thursday. I was in college and walking between classes and decided to get a snack from a vending machine. The girl in front of me put her order in, but the item got stuck against the glass and apparently she didn't have any more and was a tad upset. I stepped up, ordered the item directly above her item, it vended correctly and jarred her item loose in the process. She had a big beaming smile and said, "My hero." Her: "I saw you running. You have huge calves." Me: "Yeah, that was me. Thanks. No one's told me I have nice legs before." Her: "I didn't say they were nice." Me: Oh, okay." Awkward walk away in silence. She knew the calves are the hardest place to add mass. I was paying for a pizza for supper, and as the girl at the till was tallying the order, she cut herself off mid-sentence to say, "Wow, your eyes are gorgeous." I turned redder than the tomato sauce. I got that compliment once. My eyes are baby blue with a little white around the pupil. I still remember in 7th grade we were having our votes for the most likely to succeed and all that junk, and one of them was most beautiful eyes. People started walking around and staring into one another's eyes, and this one chick grabbed my face and said, "Holy crap, your eyes are beautiful!" and then proceeded to make everyone else look at my eyes. Spent that whole time beet red. That was 13 years ago, and I still remember it like it just happened. I often bring flowers from time to time, not just for special occasions, but to simply brighten the day. One girl I was dating said, "You make me feel special every day, and the flowers are beautiful too." I've only gotten flowers like 4 times in my life, all of them just because it was Valentine's and because I said I wanted them or because they were sorry flowers. Keep up with them. Flowers are underrated. You're an amazing and supportive boyfriend. Right before she dumped me. I still chalk it up to a win. My girlfriend told me her friends all thought I was very attractive and in really good shape. As someone with self-esteem issues regarding my looks, that was the one compliment that cheers me up every time I think about it. Same thing happened to me, though I always thought it was weird because it's all that was on my mind every time I saw them after hearing it. I love the way you just do stuff. I was once told that I looked like a Greek god. If only I maintained that physique I had in 2012. But maybe she was talking about Dionysus. Oh, you're a joy killer. I was told that I have really soft hair in high school, as this really cute girl was stroking it. It's been 8 years and I still think back on it. Also, I'm a social moron, so no, that didn't go anywhere, unfortunately. I had long, thick hair and girls liked to play with it or braid it. There wasn't anywhere for things to go. They didn't even want to talk to me. They just wanted to play with my hair. Free tingly head massage and social studies, no complaints. I was seeing this girl for a couple of months and she was really sick one time. Her roommates at the time kept the house really cold to save money. She had a terrible fever and was freezing. So I went and picked her up and brought her to my house and took care of her for a few days. She told me I was a really genuine person, and I still think about it a lot. You're a good person. Did everything work out in the end? I mean, she got healthy. But if you mean for us as a couple, no. We were young. It was just sort of a friends with benefits situation, and we ended things when feelings started to get involved and just stayed friends. A complete stranger said, "If I looked like you, I would be smiling all day long." That one stuck with me. Maybe because it's the only time I've been complimented by a woman. That's the kind of compliment that sticks with you. I'm going to say that to the next person I see who looks like they're having a bad day. Wait, no, don't. If too many people do this, the compliment's meaning will change from "you look good" to "you look like you're having a bad day." So I was working as a barista, and this girl had just started working with me. I'd say she's out of my league, but that's just me. Anyway, we're working together, and I see one of my exes coming in. Gathering myself, I quickly talked to her and acted quite professional. She was asking about a job. Later on, my new co-worker pulled me aside. "Cody, why were you acting so cold with her?" "Oh, that's one of my exes." "Really? You are way too attractive for her." My self-esteem is abysmal, but she really helped me out. I feel confident again. "How did you get so good in bed?" No matter how good you think you are as a guy, it's hard to know for sure, so this one stroked my ego a bit. An ex-girlfriend and I have remained friends. When discussing our current dating lives over a drink, she told me that if there was a Yelp for people, she'd give me an amazing review. Felt pretty fantastic that someone who it didn't work out with relationship-wise still saw a lot of good in me. "Why can't more guys be like you?" said my SO after her best friend and her boyfriend broke up. Reply: "There are no men like me, just me." And then you throw a child out the window. "I think you're more attractive than you realize." "Your chest is the best pillow." I was crazy about her from the moment I met her, and she seemed to be pretty into me. Our first date went from grabbing lunch to hanging out for the next 12 hours, just talking and walking around. A few dates later, we had done pretty much the same thing, but this time, neither of us wanted to go home, and we weren't quite at the come back to my place stage. So we strung a hammock up in a park and fell asleep in each other's arms. We're coming up on our 1-year anniversary, and we're on course for many more. I love you, Bebu. I was outside kicking a soccer ball around with some friends. A girl I kind of knew walked by and stopped to watch for a while. I asked if she'd like to join, and she said, "Oh no, I hate soccer. I was just looking at your abs." "I'm assuming you were shirtless?" "Yeah, we'd been playing shirts versus skins. I've always been really scrawny and self-conscious about it though, so it was a nice boost of confidence." When I was ordering a round of drinks, a barmaid once told me I looked like a male porn star, James Dean. I'm still not really sure if it was meant as a compliment or not, but I certainly took it as one. "You have nice hands." Apparently girls look at guys' hands. Yep, hands are a turn on. Strong hands that look like they've done some work. Rough, manly hands. At the age of 20, I was preparing to marry my pregnant girlfriend, and one of my female friends told me a week before the hastily planned event that if I wasn't absolutely sure that I wanted to marry my girlfriend, that she, my friend, would step in and help me raise my child. I was sure. I did get married, and though we had some rough times, we had a very happy 25th anniversary last November. But my female friend was willing to pretty much derail her life plans for me. I don't know that I'll ever get a compliment that deep again. It's possible that wasn't a compliment, but an unrequited declaration of love. Me and my ex had been friends for a pretty decent amount of time, and when I finally told her that I fancied her and asked her out, she got really confused. When I told her what was up, she answered that she fancied me too, but always thought I was too handsome for her. We were only a thing for 5 months, but I'll never forget that comment. Still makes my day whenever I think about it. What facts about history will never be taught in school? Captain Bartholomew Roberts, the pirate, gave his pirate crew a bedtime. Gotta have your 8 hours so you can make that pillaging tomorrow. Ah yes, the dreaded pirate Roberts. He'll most likely kill you in the morning, because while you're still all groggy and bleary-eyed, he's well rested and ready to go. The US government went to war in Guatemala over bananas. Several countries actually, although I can't remember if they were all over bananas. See Banana Wars. The Civil War is closely intertwined with the banana issue. Propped up dictators backed by the US in order to cheaply secure agricultural imports, as well as stem the flow of communism and many other reasons, were in constant conflict with other members of the nation. Hitler's nephew served for the US in World War II. Before he served, he actually did a speaking tour using the Hitler's nephew angle to drum up awareness of what the Nazis were doing. When I first heard of him in the early 2000s, he was still alive. Stalin's son killed himself in a concentration camp, yet Stalin mocked him until his death. Actually learned about this in school, even about him not being able to even shoot straight. Well, until I saw Lincoln, I'd never heard of Thaddeus Stevens, who seems to be a much greater believer in the equality of men than many. Thaddeus Stevens and the radical Republicans were our greatest hope for real equality in the US, and those were dashed by the 1870s when they were betrayed by Southern Democrats and moderate Republicans. If we'd jailed or exiled the planter aristocrats and given their land to the freed slaves who'd been working it for 2 centuries, the freedmen could have been integrated into American society on the basis of economic self-sufficiency. Instead, the planter aristocrats were immediately restored to power. A massive campaign of terrorism was initiated to intimidate the freedmen and let them know slavery may be over, but don't get any ideas thinking you're free. And the freedmen were largely rendered into a status of quasi-serfdom as tenant farmers and sharecroppers living on white planters' land. About the lost children of Francoism. These children were abducted from Republican parents who were either in jail or had been assassinated by nationalist troops during the Spanish Civil War and Francoist Spain. These children were then given to families that would practice Catholicism and nationalism. However, this lasted after 1975 when Franco died. But then this practice was already a trafficking business run by nuns, doctors, and nurses. My mum is a lost children, and she has told me that almost no one has found their parents. Same thing happened in Argentina during the Argentine Dirty War. Leftist women had their children snatched and given to loyalists of the junta, while the women were usually killed or disappeared. Similar in Australia with Aboriginal children, but it's taught in schools. They are called the Stolen Generation. I can't remember the year it started or finished though, but it hasn't been in practice for a while. That Argentina pretty much eliminated the black race. They had ways to get rid of the men first, not as much for the women though. Once the male to female ratio drastically dropped, black population, the women were pretty much forced to sleep with white men in order to wash out the black. The black population was so low, the Argentine government pretty much removed the black option as a race. And crazy how they succeed. I'm Argentinian, and I was never formally taught that in school, but it was always mentioned. If the facts I got were right, it's really not that crazy that they succeeded. Slavery wasn't as prominent as it was in other areas. Not saying there weren't any slaves, just that there weren't as many. And they simply put them in the front lines or gave them the riskiest of missions in all wars. Absolutely horrible. There isn't such a strong anti-black sentiment now, thankfully. If anything, racism is worse towards natives and immigrants, and classism is the strongest form of discrimination by far. Ben Franklin once wrote a thorough essay about how it's better to date older women. Very misleading, since 1, it's a letter to a friend, and 2, he first tells him to marry, and then tries to answer all his arguments against marriage. And then, knowing he's probably not going to take that advice, says, if you really are going to take a mistress, then take an older one. Your comment makes it sound like he's anti-marriage and giving advice in that direction. Central Park in New York was created under eminent domain and raised a predominantly black and Irish community called Seneca Village. Most of the inhabitants were compensated, but many felt that they did not receive fair market value. According to the Louise Chipley Slavelik, author of New York Central Park, the pro-park lobby were largely affluent merchants, bankers, and landowners who wanted a fashionable and safe public place where they and their families could mingle and promenade. Native Americans weren't granted citizenship until the 1920s. Aboriginals, the native owners of Australia, were not even considered human until 1967. Chinese Express Wu Zetian required people to please her orally as a greeting. Now, when we say please her orally, are we talking about kissing or slobbing down on some royal empress coochie? Obviously reciting a poem. How bad the rape of Nanking was. I read up on that a while ago and it left me feeling shocked at just how evil humans can be to other humans. It's possibly one of the worst atrocities mankind has ever committed. Yeah, it's up there with the Holocaust and the Spanish Inquisition. Literally anything to do with Polynesian history. Unless you live in Polynesia or New Zealand. It does get covered in Australia as well, depending on if your school is into it or not. I got to learn it as a kid, back in the 90s. Things like how they used stars and currents to navigate the islands, and the migration patterns of how people got to Oceania. It took me an anthropology class in college to learn about human zoos. That is, zoos where white people paid money to see Aboriginal people from various regions in cages. It happened all over the world, including in the Bronx Zoo in like the 1920s. I'd never heard about anything like that in any schooling before that, and I doubt most people have. Surprised no one brought it up, but yeah, the Crystal Palace of London was host to the Grand Expo, which exhibited such human zoos, having Aboriginal people of all locations set up in an exhibit to attempt to demonstrate their living habits and conditions. Really messed up. And definitely a subject usually skimmed over in most schools until you get to degree-level studies, I agree. Human zoos were active until about 1958, in fact. Many people reading this will either have a grandparent or parent who was alive during the existence of these, which really puts it into perspective. The Japanese military kidnapped hundreds, if not thousands, of Korean and Chinese women during World War II and forced them to be sex workers for the Japanese military. Some Japanese women were even drafted to be comfort women, but they didn't know what they were being drafted for until they were there. It's actually a pretty common thing in many wars because the military wants to keep the soldiers pure. By kidnapping these women, they know that they aren't riddled with STDs. It's very sad, especially because when the war is over, many of the camps are cleared and these women are forced to find their way back home without even knowing the war's over. If they aren't too afraid or ashamed to go back home, they're usually turned away from their families because they are so ashamed of what happened. They took Australian girls too. The Tulsa Race Massacre. In the early 1920s, Tulsa, Oklahoma had a very affluent black neighborhood called Black Wall Street. Basically, many African Americans were doing better financially than whites. White folks were angry about their success and wanted their land. An African American was wrongly accused of assault by a white girl, and the whites used this as an excuse to attack the neighborhood, including dropping bombs from World War I era planes. Many were killed and beaten. Over 10,000 people were left homeless due to houses and businesses being burned down. This is the greatest single incident of racial violence in US history. Turkey genocided Armenians. Those stats just kind of get tossed in with World War I, so they don't really stand out. Until you look and see that it didn't have anything to do with the actual war. Hey everyone, it was pretty busy with the Germans. Hey, let's get rid of these Armenians. If you go back far enough, everyone's ancestry contains rape at some point. As someone whose bloodline, so far as I know, is mostly comprised of those who invaded England, I'm not very surprised by this. The Holodomor, Ukrainian genocide, where millions of Ukrainians starved because of government control of farms. In my province, it was taught until my last year of junior high, grade 9, 2009. Our textbooks were surprisingly graphic and showed photos of families that resorted to cannibalism. Now they're pretty much just focusing on Canadian history, from what I understand. John Wilkes Booth's brother saved Lincoln's son Robert Todd Lincoln. Robert Lincoln was traveling by train from New York to Washington. He got off the train during a stop at Jersey City. He saw that the platform was extremely crowded. In order to be polite and wait his turn, he pressed his back to one of the train's cars. About 30 to 60 seconds later, the train started to move. The train wiped him down and dropped him into the space between the platform and train. Abe's son would have died if a stranger hadn't yanked him out of the hole by his collar. The stranger was Edwin Booth, a good actor in the 19th century and the brother of John Wilkes Booth. John Wilkes Booth was the guy that killed Abe only a few years later. The CIA proposed committing a false flag terror attack, which included shooting down a fake passenger jet as an excuse to invade Cuba. JFK rejected the operation. That the UK caused a famine in Bengal, India during World War II, killing over 2 million indigenous people. How Polish pilots helped to prevent the invasion of Britain during World War II, nor how Britain and France failed to meet the support agreement. Wasn't just Polish, it was guys from every corner of Europe the Nazis were occupying. Sure, but when Stalin prevented Poland from participating in the parade in London, England, turned a blind eye. How there was once a time called 2020 and people went crazy buying all the toilet paper but forgot the condoms. And that, kiddies, is how you were made. It's outrageous! I bought 87 cases of toilet paper and my corona still isn't cured yet.